Chapter 1, Let Me Catch Luffy? Sorry, I'm off work at some point. I didn't reveal all the strength in the first year, and rewarded the Overlord. Without revealing all the strength in the second year, reward Zanpakuto. In the third year, all strengths are not revealed, reward 8 Dungia. Roger Town is located in the East China Sea and is the entrance to the Great Sea Route. Solo finished his day's work, clocked in and went home to rest, and at the same time glanced at his little assistant. Within 3 months, he will be able to get the reward for the 10th year of hiding all his strength. Reincarnation I. As one of the traversers of the vast army, Solo naturally knows how strong the reincarnation I is. As long as you stay for another 3 months, you can get this powerful pupil technique. In order to better hide himself, Solo chose to become a seaman, living in the town of Rog, where there are almost no pirates. With the umbrella of Smaugr, live a leisurely life. As a result, he was pushed to the position of Cao Chong based on his several years of qualifications. As for why Solo didn't choose to be an ordinary civilian, or find an uninhabited island to hide. Of course, the quality of life is a problem. Joining the Navy does not say that there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but the benefits are not bad. The convenience of modern life is also a very important consideration. Because it is the relationship of the traversers, Solo has always been confused and confident about the treatment within the system. That's a civil servant. On the other hand, Solo is more of an ordinary person rather than just thinking about it. He doesn't say any rhetoric, and he doesn't think about how to save the world all day long. There is no strange idea that the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. He has neither dreams nor ambitious goals. He just wants to live a quiet life and be a salted fish. Bolu bolu. Just when Solo walked home as usual, his phone worm suddenly rang. Kept crying. Is emergency communication. Solo thought for a while and chose to answer. After all, this kind of emergency communication is a rare encounter in Rog Town for 10 years. An eager voice came from the telephone worm. Chairman Solo, a straw hat boy with a reward of 30 million, appeared in Rog Town. Well, I see. Solo nodded lazily, and then hung up. Except for the title of Straw Hat Kid, his eyes light up. As for other content, what does have to do with yourself? I'm off work at some point. Luffy or something, let it be Smaug. Smaug, who is in charge of public security here, is now running wild on the street. The goal is Luffy, who caused the riots in Rogue Town. Straw Hat Boy, do you think you can escape from my hand? Give up struggling. Smaug flew towards the road ahead, and the 2 of Sanji yelled. He was faintly disturbed. The reason is not because Luffy was offered a reward for the first time. The reward was more than 30 million bell, and he became a famous pirate in the East China Sea. But when he was about to be executed, he smiled and went to death. This reminds Smaller of the pirate King Roger, who was executed 22 years ago. Also smiled to death. And in just a few words, it started the era of great pirates. Who would stop at this time? Luffy yelled without looking back, I want to be the man of One Piece, so I won't be caught by you, Yan Man. I can't go on like this. Sanji, who is the wise general of the Straw Hat Pirate group, couldn't help frowning. Smaug is a natural fruit-capable person, and his weapon is made of sea tower stone. He has a certain degree of restraint on Luffy. If they can defeat Smaug, they won't be chased all the way. Even Smaug's delay in catching up with them made Sanji surprised. Combined with Smaug, he has the title of White Hunter. This guy is probably trying to consume our physical strength before making a move. In the hunting process, this is a very common method. When the prey is tired, the hunter chooses to take action and can easily kill the prey. As the head of Sanji, he began to think in his heart. But if you run to the Golden Mary like this, not only will you not be able to get rid of Smaug, but it may also bring danger to Nami. Sanji, who believes in the spirit of chivalry, cannot allow this to happen. After thinking about it, Sanji decided to act separately. No matter how powerful Smog is, it is impossible to hunt down two people at the same time. And Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As a crew member, Sanji firmly believes in his heart that he will not be caught. Well, I see, then we will meet at the melee. Luffy nodded, then threw his arm out, extending it indefinitely, and grabbed the sign on the side of the street. Sanji didn't say a word, suddenly stopped, turned and ran towards another street. Next second, Luffy launched his rubber ability and ejected himself, leaving Smaller far behind. Do you want to escape separately? Smog muttered to himself, but he cared more about Luffy than Sanji. So Smog made a gesture to ask others to chase Sanji, while he turned into a cloud of smoke and continued to chase Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, you can't run away! Smog shouted firmly. At the same time, Luffy threw Smaller away 3 or 4 streets away. Thinking of throwing Smog a little further, he rushed to the Mary. But the riot caused by Luffy was too serious this time. In addition to Smog and his marines, the police in Rogue Town and the Bucky Pirates are all looking for Luffy. Even without Smog, enemies can be seen everywhere. Straw Hat, it's that Straw Hat, grab him. Don't let him run away. Call Colonel Smog, the Straw Hat Boy is here. Soon another group of marines discovered Luffy. These seamen have a clear division of labor. The one who launched the attack began to attack, and the one who contacted Smog began to contact Smog. I won't let you succeed. Luffy saw this, he simply grabbed his fist with his 5 fingers, aimed at the communication device in the hand of one of the marines, and threw his fist over. After a muffled sound, the communication equipment in the Navy's hands fell to pieces. Unable to get in touch with Smog, Lu Fei showed a bright smile. It is this kind of adventure he yearns for. I'm going to the Great Route. I am the man who wants to be One Piece. No one can stop me. At the moment when he finished speaking, Luffy kicked his feet hard and jumped up, bending his body backwards, clenching his fists tightly with both hands, accumulating strength. Rubber rubber. Machine gun. I saw Luffy quickly swinging his fists, as if countless after-images appeared. Dozens of fists rushed into the marine team, flying these people easily. All spikes. But Luffy's sudden shot also attracted the attention of other marines and police. Click. Luffy landed quickly, holding down the straw hat that almost flew out with his hands. How come there are so many navies? Lu Fei couldn't help but complain, looked around, and quickly found a narrow alley. Can only allow 5 people to walk side by side. Here. Luffy talked to himself and ran away. Although all the marines and policemen encountered along the way were easily beaten by Luffy, the number of people chasing Luffy has not decreased, but more and more. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. There is another navy. Suddenly, just as Luffy was about to cross this alley, a black-haired man in the uniform of the Navy Cao Chong greeted Luffy's eyes. And the man quickly noticed Luffy. Both sides face each other. Is Solo. Luffy looked up and down the navy. A taller than himself, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a slender samurai sword hanging from his waist. Seeing his first reaction, Luffy was sure that the navy also came to catch him. Solo also recognized Luffy. And his first reaction when he saw Luffy was to mutter to himself, "What's the situation?" At this time, Luffy shouldn't have been caught by Smog. Noting the weather changes, Solo introduced a general plot development. Do you want to block my way? Don't try to succeed. I'm the man who wants to be One Piece. However, Luffy didn't give Solo a chance to speak at all. He shook his arm and extended it toward another exit. Rubber rubber. Pistol. Saw Luffy use the reaction force of the rubber expansion and contraction to swing towards Solo. With a loud noise, Luffy's fist passed Solo and hit the building on the side. Smoke spread out to the surroundings, leaving a spider web-like crack on it. Luffy's arm shrank back homeopathically, but he was a little surprised. Your own attack, was the opponent avoided? Do not. This navy predicted its own attack path, and then dodged its attack with just a good pass. Easy. Chapter 2, Ordinary One Punch. Looking at Luffy who appeared in Roger Town, Solo realized in his heart that Luffy at this time had completed all the plots in the East China Sea. Is now a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million Baileys. For other Marines, if they could catch Luffy, it would definitely be a great achievement. However, Solo has no interest. He just wants to feel at ease in this world, and after traveling to the pirate world for 9 years, he gets off work on time every day. Seeing Lu Fei now, he took the initiative to give way. Looking at a pair of Solo who couldn't motivate, Luffy had a black line on his face. The navy he encountered along the way was as if they were beaten up. Chased and intercepted him. Formed a great contrast with Solo in front of him. What makes Luffy most unbelievable is that in the face of his own attack, he just avoids it casually. The strength of this guy is much stronger than those of the navy. Luffy thought to himself. If it weren't for this kind of strong contrast, Luffy might have really passed Solo. However, although Luffy usually looks carefree and has no brains, when it comes to fighting, his keen intuition is like a fighting genius. In that case, then I can only knock you down here. Lu Fei yelled at Solo, his footsteps suddenly stopped, his hands clenched, rubber. At the same time, the seamen who were hunting Luffy also arrived in this alley. Found Luffy. Grab him, don't let him run. Contact Colonel Smaller quickly. The seamen talked a lot, but suddenly noticed another man standing at the end of the alley. That person is Solo Cao. I don't know who among the crowd yelled first. Others noticed that Solo was standing alone at the other end of the alley, blocking Luffy's way. In the past 9 years, Solo has never taken the initiative to catch a pirate. When he encounters a pirate at sea with a bounty of more than 3 million berries, he directly contacted Smog to deal with it. At most, it is the job assigned to Solo, and he will do his best to do it well. Plus being gentle. Among the naval forces in Rog Town, Solo has a very good reputation despite his lack of strength. It was with everyone's support that he was elected as Cao Chang. But Solo has no strength, it is everyone's acquiescence. He is the mascot of the naval forces in Rog Town. Solo Cao, run away. That guy is a pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million Baileys. Along the Murloc was defeated by that guy. Seeing Solo resolutely standing in front of Luffy, these Marines shouted. Knowing that he is not the pirate's opponent at all, Solo Cao also stood firmly there. He must want to use his body to delay the pirate and buy time for Colonel Smog. Knowing that it is impossible to do it, it is precisely because of the justice in the heart of Solo Cao. Yes, even though Solo Cao is weak and pitiful, his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. For a time, the Marines began to make up for it. Determined that Solo Cao was to protect the law and order of Luge Town, he decided to stand in front of Luffy. This has always been the belief that Colonel Smaller helped everyone to establish. Come on, for Roger Town. Solo Cao, we are here to support you. Destroy the pirates. The sea soldiers burst out with unprecedented roars, deafening, and attracted the civilians of Roger Town to look here together. And this powerful voice naturally reached Luffy and Solo's ears. It's just that Solo is completely confused. There were a lot of question marks in his heart. What are these guys making up for? I don't mean that, okay? What justice, guard the town of Rog. I just want to go home from this road. Besides, I remember that Lu Fei did not come here. You really want to stop me from going out to sea? Lu Fei's eyebrows were locked tightly, and once again convinced that Solo had come up with an unprepared attack on himself. Machine gun. In the next second, Luffy held a strong will and swung his slapstick attack towards Solo. Each arm stretched out several meters, so fast that after images appeared, there seemed to be hundreds of fists swinging at Solo at the same time. The sound of fists banging on the building sounded in Solo's ears. Although he has no interest in arresting Luffy, he doesn't want to be beaten by a casual pass. So Solo flicked away Luffy's fist one by one. Building walls, glass, streets, large and small cracks were smashed by Luffy. Solo simply retreated all the way until he retreated into the wide street. As long as it's not a crowded alley, Luffy doesn't need to smash me to death. Solo muttered to himself. Rubber rubber. Luffy stared at Solo, feeling impatient in his heart. What the is going on in Rogue Town? Smog first, then Solo. Can dodge their own attacks. For a while, Luffy couldn't help being a little bit up, forgetting that he was running away. Now he just wants to hit Solo. Bell. Saw Luffy's neck stretch out to the rear, using the principle of rubber contraction to increase his attack power several times, and hitting Solo with his head. This guy, it's endless, isn't it? Solo couldn't help but complain, but suddenly realized that there was a civilian just passing by behind him. After seeing Luffy's attack, his legs became so weak that he couldn't take a step. If you get out of the way at this time, this guy will definitely be hit by Luffy. Although Solo only wants to salt fish, you reading www.youcanshu.com, but he still has some principles in his heart. He could not watch civilians being hurt by pirates, whether Luffy was intentional or unintentional. Thinking of this, Solo had to punch the flying man in the head. Just a normal punch. It shouldn't kill Luffy in seconds. In any case, Luffy is a rubber fruit capable person, immune to all physical strikes. As long as I control my strength, block Luffy's attack, and then I fly backwards. Finally, pretend to pass out. This way, Luffy shouldn't bother me. When he couldn't breathe, Solo came up with a plan he thought was perfect, and then shot it with peace of mind. It is worth mentioning that, although Solo also has a plan of not fighting back and being directly beaten by seconds, it will make him feel uncomfortable under the eyes of everyone. After all, Solo didn't have to survive on this sea because of lack of strength. It's simply that he doesn't like trouble. However, he doesn't like being directly up and losing face. The reason why fought back was to create his own courage, not a cowardly coward. Is nothing more than lack of strength. A normal punch. Solo gave a low growl, acting very vigorously, as if he had used all his strength to eat, and punched Luffy in front of him. Boom! A loud noise exploded directly, and the vibration generated by the physical strike directly lifted the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out in all directions. Blew up every civilian, navy clothes. Luffy's facial features are even more twisted together, flying out on the spot. Chapter 3, I, Solo, am an actor. I saw Luffy's facial features sink deep, his neck quickly retracted to its normal size, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, his feet left the ground and flew out. All the seamen were dumbfounded, silent. Watched Luffy's body draw a parabola in the air, fell heavily to the ground, rolled his eyes, and passed out on the spot. This pirate who was chased by them and blocked all the way, but could not do anything, was directly killed by Zoro in seconds. Solo Cao, defeated the Straw Hat Boy? It's a lie. For a time, the Marines gathered here looked at Solo in unison, their eyes full of weirdness. What's the situation? Luffy was shot by me. Noting everyone's eyes and Luffy who passed out, Solo's brain paused for 0.36 seconds before responding. Hurriedly frowned, squeezed the facial features into one piece, put on a painful expression, kicked his feet hard, causing his body to draw a parabola in midair and crashed into the cloth stand behind him. Solo Cao Chong. Sergeant Katz saw this and immediately yelled, dropped Luffy and ran to Solo in a hurry. A part of the seamen followed closely behind. They have been with Solo for more than 9 years. It has always been clear that Solo is good at civilian work, and his force is not as good as ordinary first-class soldiers. Now they see Soloru's broken kite flying upside down, they are also very worried. However, this scene also caused an uproar. Hey, it's a lie, Solo Cao defeated the Straw Hat Boy. I must have had an illusion. How could Solo Cao be the opponent of the Straw Hat Boy? He defeated the pirate of the Murloc Aaron. As for the name of the Murloc Aaron, none of these Marines didn't know. And defeated his Luffy, and therefore won a bounty of 30 million Bailey. Is enough to show that Luffy is strong. In addition, Luffy turned up the trouble in Rog Town, which also proved that he is a dangerous man. The police and Marines who were defeated by him are countless. Such a strong man was defeated by Solo. Solo Cao Chong. Soon, a seaman noticed Solo lying in the pile of cloth, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly checked his condition. Other Marines followed. Solo Cao, don't you mind? Katz asked Zoro about his physical condition and quickly helped him up. Solo Cao, what is going on? However, more Marines are curious about how Solo killed Luffy in a flash. On the contrary, Solo has a black line on his face. Luffy. Was it so weak? Shouldn't be. He is the protagonist. Solo glanced at Luffy when he got up. Turned his eyes white, lying in the center of the street on all sides, blood stains from the corners of his mouth and the door. Really passed out. Attracted the civilians on the street to come and watch. As expected of the Navy, I finally caught the pirate who made trouble in Rogue Town. Thanks to Mr. Solo Cao. The people in Rogue Town recognized Solo one after another and began to chant his name. Such a scene was unexpected to Solo. According to his plan, he just wanted to fly Luffy out. Because Solo, who wears a traverser, knows very well. Although Luffy hasn't grown up yet, his father dragon is now in Roger Town. And his bounty is more than 5 billion, making him the most dangerous terrorist in the world. Once you get involved with that kind of guy, there will definitely be big trouble. After all, I can't kill the dragon here. Speaking of which, One Piece is not an anime that counterattacks from the tail of a crane. When he flew out from the road to sea, his strength was one of the best in the East China Sea, and he defeated the Kibutai crocodile in Alabastan. And the punch just now, I only used 10% of my strength. Solo couldn't help but complain in his heart. This guy, is it too weak? Note that the sky is getting darker and darker, and the image of a dragon can't help but appear in Solo's mind. Luffy was knocked out by himself, he would not sit idly by. It's safer to leave as soon as things are still not serious. As for my own strength, it was all luck to defeat the Straw Hat Boy. Didn't Colonel Smaller fought against Lu Fei before? Plus you chased Luffy all the way, you have already consumed little of his physical strength. I'm just the last straw that killed the camel. Solo explained to the Marines present. Defeated Luffy himself, not because of his strength, but just because of luck. Just picked up Luffy's head. So, the credit for arresting the Straw Hat Boy this time is definitely not mine alone, but belongs to all the Marines and police in Rog Town. Solo said righteously. And these words made the Marines present even more startled. Actually, many of the Marines standing here are not newcomers, especially Sergeant Katz. Before he came to Rog Town, he had seen too many taking credit for his subordinates and pushing his own scapegoat to his subordinates' superiors in the Navy. A superior who gives credit to everyone like Solo is simply rare. If his strength were not too weak, with his brilliance, he would definitely leave his own legend on this sea. However, the biggest regret is here. Solo has been frail and sick since he was a child, and lacks the most critical conditions for survival on the sea. Strength. Every time he thinks about this, Katz feels a pity. If he can, how much he wants to share his power with Solo. Well, you don't care about me for now, this kind of injury will not cause any major incidents. Seeing everyone surrounding him, Solo had no choice but to give orders as Cao Chang. Hurry up and take the Straw Hat Boy home. Anyway, he is a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million Baileys. Once you wake up on the way, you can't deal with it with your strength. Contact Colonel Smaller quickly. Such a strong pirate, only Colonel Smog, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can deal with him. Solo emphasized earnestly. We. Katz was startled. Hee. Solo smiled bitterly, holding his arm with one hand. I want to be with you too, but the punch just now hurt me too. I need to check it out as soon as possible. And Sergeant Katz, it was not me who caught the Straw Hat Boy, but all the Navy in Roger Town. I believe you can handle this matter properly. Solo did not hesitate to choose to believe in Katz and others, which deeply moved the Marines present. I see, Solo Cao. Katz turned around and made a gesture, ordering everyone to take Luffy away. However, just when Solo thought this storm could come to an end and he could go home and rest, not far away came a tall man in a green raincoat. The storm also became more violent. Boom! A thunder suddenly fell in the sky, and the dazzling light reflected the man's facial features. The tattoo printed on the left face makes each Navy's heart tight. That guy is... Why did that man appear in Rogue Town? Sergeant Katz's eyes were round, and he only felt the two mountains pressing on him, and he felt strenuous even the most basic breathing. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura rolled towards Katz. Let the legs of every seaman take root on the ground, and he was so scared that his legs trembled, but he couldn't even turn around and escape. Although the civilians present did not know who came, they could feel that the atmosphere was becoming weird from the Navy's response. Chapter 4, The Most Vicious Criminal in the World. Revolutionary Army Dragon. Captain Bucky, we found Luffy, but... Several members of the clown pirate group hide in the corner of the street, observing secretly. I wanted to stay in ambush here, and when Luffy solved the Navy's passing here, he took the opportunity to attack. Unexpectedly, Luffy was defeated by a Navy. And it only took a punch. Was so scared that they did not dare to act rashly, and quickly contacted Bucky the Clown with a phone worm. Recounted the general situation. Another street. The storm is getting bigger and bigger, coupled with the strength that Smog has shown. Bucky can't help but hesitate to leave here in the chaos. However, Luffy was knocked out. Bucky frowned slightly. It was not Smog who defeated Luffy, but a Navy commander. According to that person, the reason why he was able to defeat Luffy was not that he was stronger than Luffy. It's just that Luffy doesn't have much physical strength. Himself became the last straw that crushed him. And the place where Luffy fell is only 3 blocks away from him. After thinking about it, Bucky decides to take someone there and grab someone from the Navy. Kill my uncle like that, I won't let him go. In a short while, Bucky took the elite members of the pirate group to the place where Luffy died. But he didn't shoot directly, but hid in a safe place to observe. What Bucky did not expect is that the atmosphere here is extremely depressing. Every seaman stood on the spot, looking in the same direction as if facing an enemy. They had various weapons in their hands, but their arms trembled. Do these guys tremble with fear when they know this uncle is coming? Bucky couldn't help but think to himself, but he soon realized that things were not that simple. Captain Bucky, look over there. A sharp-eyed pirate quickly reminded Bucky, and pointed his finger at the man who really frightened the Navy. That person is... Bucky's gaze was attracted to him. Boom! A thunderstorm fell from the sky, and the sound was rolling, deafening. The dazzling thunder light illuminates the entire street, and the facial features hidden under the hood of the future are revealed. Just one glance, Bucky was stunned on the spot. Although there is only a short moment, but he will not mistake this man. "Bucky, why is your face so ugly?" Alrita frowned. When seeing the man's appearance, Bucky's face instantly turned pale, like a dead man. "You can never go wrong. That guy is a dragon." Bucky made a low voice, now he fully understands. Why did those navies become like that? Why is the atmosphere here so weird? Dragon is actually a member of the Bucky Pirates, and he is a little unfamiliar with this name. Seeing that everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, Bucky quickly explained it. He was identified as the world's most murderous criminal for advocating the revolutionary ideas of subverting the world government, and dozens of kingdoms have been overthrown under his leadership. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. The pirates, including Alrita, changed their expressions in shock. Why? Such a scary man will appear in Rogue Town. Do not know. Bucky shook his head quickly, like a rattle. He doesn't know why the dragon appears here, but what he knows is that besides the world government, the dragon also hates pirates. The revolutionary army under him has guided the civilians to destroy the pirate group that plundered their property more than once. For example, the Navy fleet, that man must be more terrifying, don't have anything to do with him, we, leave here. Bucky glanced meaningfully at Luffy, who fell on the ground. Although he wanted to execute Luffy very much, he didn't lose his mind. Lu Fei and his own life are heavier, he still clearly distinguishes. Even when he left, Bucky couldn't help but flashed a trace of sympathy when he looked at the Navy. Meet the guy Long. Will probably be destroyed by the regiment. Maybe, even Luffy will die in the hands of the dragon. Bucky muttered to himself, leading his pirate regiment, and ran in the other direction without looking back. And the dragon continued to step forward, slowly approaching Solo and the others. Dragon. Solo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the dragon that appeared suddenly. Is wearing a green coat, with red square tattoos on his left face, and his expression is vicious. The height of more than 2 meters makes him full of aura. As a traverser, Solo knew clearly in his heart why the dragon appeared in Roger Town. He is Luffy's father. Smog failed to catch Luffy because of the dragon's intervention. Moreover, his strength is by no means only stronger than Smog. The son of the naval hero Carp, is the direct enemy of the world government, the leader of the revolutionary army. Although the content of One Piece so far does not reveal the true strength of the dragon, and the bounty. However, to be able to stand at that height, it is absolutely impossible to have only thoughts. Even Sabo, trained by the dragon, has good strength. Although Solo never studied the dragon's bounty after he traveled into this world, according to his speculation. Dragon, the bounty of this guy, will only be higher than the 4 emperors. Even if it is conservatively estimated, the strength of the dragon, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, is at least a general level. Things are really getting more and more troublesome. Solo couldn't help but complain. However, he didn't feel as nervous as when he was facing an enemy. Dragon is very strong. But I am not very weak. Wait, the purpose of the dragon, just to take the walk to fly. Solo suddenly flashed an inspiration. If the dragon takes Luffy away, then he doesn't count as having captured Luffy. The news that he defeated Luffy will also be covered by the appearance of the dragon and become unconcerned. Like, there is no loss to myself. After all, I did not join the Navy out of a sense of justice. He just took a fancy to the Navy umbrella, which can help him hide his strength. The person who divides the meat among others is a hero. The person who wants to eat meat is a pirate. And he, Solo, just wants to wait for someone to share the meat with him. He is a salted fish. Just as Solo fell into contemplation, the eyes of other Marines focused. Everyone's eyes are big, as if they can jump out of their eye sockets at any time. The chin was about to fall to the ground in shock. Naturally, it is impossible for them to understand Solo's changes in thinking. What they saw is just an ordinary navy commander, unswervingly standing in front of the dragon. Yes. During the time that Soloth was thinking about, Long walked slowly in front of him, over 2 meters tall, looking down at him, and at the same time glanced at Luffy lying not far behind Solar. All the navies are collectively dumbfounded. Solo Cao Chong. When did you become so brave? Chapter 5, Dragon released the domineering? Should I pretend to faint? Solo, who has never had much motivation, is now firmly standing in front of the dragon. Did not flinch at all. Such a scene made Cats and the other marines feel incredible. You know, that's a dragon. The most vicious criminal in the world. As expected, Mr. Solo Cao. Cats rolled his throat, swallowing his saliva in fear and tension. In his opinion, Solo must be upholding his justice and duty. When we didn't know what to do, you gave us the answer. Yes. We are the Navy, we will not be afraid. Even if the enemy is a Revolutionary Army dragon, we must stand here. Cats summoned all his courage and said this aloud. And these words, like the sound of a horn, inspired every seaman present. Yes, we have to stay here. I will follow in the footsteps of Solo Cao Chong. I also. For a time, the Marines clenched their weapons and assumed a fighting posture. Although it was Cats's words that infected them. But every sea soldier knew it very well. Their spiritual pillar at this time is Solo Cao. What a row is the Revolutionary Army dragon seeing the scene before him, and his heart can't help being moved. Although he has a different position from the Navy, he admires such courage very much. Nice man. Long made a low voice, his eyes focused on Solo, and he did not hesitate to praise him. Boom! Another shocking thunder fell, and the dazzling thunder light spread in all directions. With the help of this thunder light, Solo was able to clearly see the dragon's expression. At this time, he was raising the corners of his mouth. What's the situation? On the contrary, Solo was at a loss, unable to understand the situation before him. The seamen of Roger Town, what did their brains make up? I don't want to fight against a guy like Long. And many more. Suddenly, Solo seemed to realize something. The light from the corner of his eye glanced backward. Found Luffy waiting behind him. Although the distance is not very close, he has become a unit that hinders the dragon and Luffy. Made Long think that he was trying to prevent him from walking and flying. Now, the misunderstanding is big. Is it too late to pretend to be shivering? Solo couldn't help but complain. But the dragon is more decisive than Solo had imagined. According to Long's original plan, he just wanted to indirectly help Luffy go out to sea. Unexpectedly, Luffy would be knocked out. Once let him fall into the hands of the Navy, I'm afraid he will be sent to Advance City. Can only get rid of the Navy here. Thinking of this, the dragon decisively released his domineering. In an instant, a faint breath burst from the dragon. The breath is weak, like a cold wind. But then, everything changed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it became a raging ocean current, surging. Shrouded the entire street at an extremely terrifying speed. Is impressively domineering. Moreover, the release and spread of this momentum only happened in an instant. Before everyone could react, a transparent half-circle airflow enveloped them. Then, there was a trembling from the depths of the soul. This force squeezed every cell in these people with incomparable craziness. Caused a violent impact on their consciousness. For them, the dragon is like a terrifying thing that is completely crushed from the bloodline, and surpasses them. Makes their hearts, all dominated by the most primitive fear. Under the influence of this fear, the protective mechanism in their bodies was activated, and their eyes turned white, turning all the pictures in their sight into black. Then came the senses of hearing, smell, and touch. disappeared one after another. The body also began to lose balance, and one after another fell towards the ground. In an instant of effort, a large number of civilians, the sea soldiers, fell. Only Cats and a few of the elite of the first-class soldiers remained standing. Is also struggling to support. They can't even understand what just happened. However, even people like Cats couldn't hold on for long. Dragon's domineering look is even stronger than the average owner. Within 2 or 3 breaths, Cats and others also fell one after another. Looked at Solo with a worried look. Because no one knew, after their navy passed out one after another. What kind of crazy actions will the dragon make? This guy. Sure enough, he is the most vicious criminal. Cats's tone was full of unwillingness, and he completely lost consciousness. This scene makes the atmosphere at this time even more weird. The torrential rain became more violent, swallowing up all sounds. The thunder that fell from time to time made the streets become eerie and terrifying. Long no longer speaks, ready to walk and fly. If he can, he doesn't want to release his domineering look. But there is no way, this is the safest way. However, just when the dragon was ready to act, he suddenly noticed the navy that blocked his way in the first place is regarded as a spiritual pillar by everyone. At this time, he still stands in front of him. Did not fall down. This unknown man has withstood his domineering look. The dragon that keeps his mouth up. His expression froze instantly. Soon, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Solo also noticed the surrounding situation and found that it was a civilian or his subordinates. All fell on the cold ground, letting the rain wash away them. All passed out. Dragon's overlord looked domineering. Solo's brain spins like crazy. According to his judgment, the reason why these people have become like this is obviously that they have been attacked by the overlord. And Long, as the leader of the revolutionary army, possessing the overlord and domineering is not something to be a fuss about. But the overlord look is almost the most powerful force in One Piece. Only one existence can be born out of a million people. It cannot be inherited by nature, nor can it be cultivated. It depends on one person's fate. Can such a powerful force, I didn't even feel the mental pressure at all. No way. Solo couldn't help but shook his head. Now is not the time to tangle these questions. The question now is, what should I do? Do I just fall down? The key is to be stunned by the overlord's domineering color. Will it be too deliberate to fall directly? Forget it, no matter. After some tangled, Solo simply turned his mind. What are you doing with so many pipes? Just fall straight down. Long won't put himself up for a fight. However, just when Solo made up his mind, Dragon spoke again. You actually withstood my domineering look, it's really not easy. Chapter 6, The domineering that swept the entire Rog town. Seeing Solo standing in front of him safe and sound, Long suddenly realized. In addition to his determination to stick to justice, this man has enough strength. His willpower is not even inferior to some of the commodores he has seen. I didn't expect such a man to hide in Roger Town. Long thought to himself, but he didn't plan to entangle Solido. The overlord look just released was not his full strength. After all, his purpose is only to take a walk, not to provoke the navy of the entire rogue town. If you unreservedly release the domineering look of the overlord, with the strength of the dragon, all the civilians and navy in Rogue Town can be fainted in no time. Next second, Long's pupils dilated instantly, and the whole person was engrossed until he held his breath, and focused his attention on Solo. A faint breath was released again, changing rapidly, sweeping toward Solo like a huge wave. According to the dragon's cognition, this time the domineering level of the overlord. Even the brigadier general of the navy branch can hardly resist. Is enough to make Solo lose consciousness. however. It's not true. Now Solo still feels nothing. Even his mind is not on the dragon's actions. When he heard the phrase "you man is really not easy," Solo realized that it was no longer appropriate for him to pretend to be dizzy at this time. Is my strength already exposed? Dragons' domineering look, should be the top ones in the world, right? In other words, I, who have not been affected by the domineering, in the dragon's cognition, are already Kaiwohei, or even the powerhouse of the Emperor Deputy level. For a time, Solo couldn't help but start to make up for it. Once the dragon is regarded as a powerhouse at the Emperor Vice level, is it considered as exposing his strength? Although his current strength is not too weak in the eyes of Pirate World, he can become stronger, so why resist? And revealing his strength, he can't get the next reward. No. Solo couldn't help but shook his head, and was sure in his heart. As long as I hide my true strength for another 3 months, I can get the eyes of reincarnation. At that time, my strength will undoubtedly be improved qualitatively. Just when Solo thought of this, the dragon's expression changed again. The smile from the beginning turned into surprise, and now it is shocking. He originally thought that as long as he raised his domineering to this level, he would be enough to kill Solo in a second. But who knows, Solo is still standing there in the face of his own level of domineering. Is like thinking about something. The strength of this man. Above the Commodore. But why? The seaman just now called him Cao Chong? Why would a chief Cao of Roger Town have such amazing strength? Is that he has been hiding himself? Or did the Navy headquarters have other arrangements? If it's the former, why did Solo do this? What is his motivation? Have no idea. Gurgle. Long swallowed nervously, he was always resourceful. Can't see the purpose of the man in front of me. Could it be the arrangement of the Navy headquarters? But, let a man with the strength of a rear admiral, or even a lieutenant admiral, serve as the little Cao in Rog Town. Thinking of this, the dragon once again increased the power of Overlord's domineering and swept towards Solo. In an instant, the transparent circle that should have shown a blue scent turned into black in an instant. S aura also became domineering from the beginning, becoming violent. The sky changed color, lightning and thunder. Rumbling. There was a burst of thunder, rolling in all directions. However, this thunder is not the thunder in the sky, but the black lightning that breeds from the domineering dominance released by the dragon. Powerful. At the same time, a street not far from the domineering dragon releases the Overlord. Bucky the Clown is rushing with his pirate team to their lives, trying to leave the town where the monster has appeared. However, a breath soon swept toward them, and countless pirates stopped one after another. The brain only felt as if it had been hit by a lightning strike of 100,000 volts, losing self-awareness and rushing to the ground, one after another grabbed the ground. Yalrita, the cotters and members were even more shocked, and their legs could not help but feel soft. Fa, what happened? Why would I suddenly be unable to exert my strength? Captain Bucky, is it the Navy? Bucky stopped abruptly, turned and looked in the direction of the domineering attack. Although his bounty is only 15 million, he is very knowledgeable. No, it can't be wrong. Bucky rolled his throat, his face pale. This is a domineering look. And this is just the aftermath. If the opponent's target is us, it will be enough to kill us in an instant. In Bucky's eyes, this Overlord's domineering level does not even lose to monsters like Rayleigh and Barrett. Not the Navy. It's impossible for those guys to have such terrible power. Bucky shook his head, and suddenly the person he had just met flashed in his mind. It's the dragon who made the move. We must leave here quickly. Bucky clenched his teeth and slapped himself hard to keep his brain awake. As for the crew members who have passed out, can only throw them here. Let's go. Bucky said loudly, and then strode hard. Reading www.ukansha.com The other side. Smog led the seamen to fall one by one. The speed is so fast that he didn't expect it. When the reaction came, only oneself remained awake. But the consciousness of the brain is not good. Now Smog, there is a feeling of hangover after drinking strong alcohol. Makes him feel a little weak in his hands and feet. The thunder is even more deafening. Plop! Smog suddenly knelt on one knee, unable to take a step forward. What happened in Roger Town? Smog gritted his teeth. This terrible force can never be released by Luffy. Must be someone else. But who is it? This force is simply stronger than the Lieutenant General I know. Do not. Smog shook his head. He suddenly realized that the other party's aura was slowly rising. No matter who comes to Rogue Town, his strength is at the general level. At the same time, Soran, who was fighting Dashki, also felt this terrifying aura. Soran only felt that his brain was being hammered by something, forcing him to back again and again. But Dashki, who was fighting with him, couldn't bear the power and lost consciousness on the spot. Before he even hummed, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Hey, what the is going on? Soran blinked vigorously, unable to understand the situation in front of him. This terrible power even exceeded his cognition. Chapter 7, As long as I kill the dragon, my strength is not exposed. The situation in front of him took a turn for the worse, so that Solo didn't expect it. Should I just kill the dragon directly here? Solo thought to himself. As long as I kill the dragon, no one knows how strong I am now. Can be regarded as hiding my strength in another sense. Moreover, the overlord and domineering that the dragon just released is full of power. In an instant, the civilians and the navy fainted. In other words, there were no witnesses at all. But then again, Dragon's identity is the leader of the Revolutionary Army anyway, and the Revolutionary Army doesn't really know anything about his whereabouts. For something as big as the leader's disappearance, the Revolutionary Army will definitely start an investigation. Maybe there will be a large influx of revolutionary troops in Rogue Town. Solo frowned. He is a very contented person. Winning or losing, fame and fortune are not things he likes to care about. Actually, Solo's hidden power system only targets his full power. It's not that a little power can't be used. And the reason why he has this attitude is mainly because of his personality. For Solo, it is easy to win a battle, but for this reason, it is a foolish thing to be stuck in a state of pressure waiting for the next battle to come. After all, fighting with others is undoubtedly an empty and endless act. Such as the Navy's side. Is Cap's son anyway. Although his position is different, Kapu really doesn't care about the dragon's movements? If Carp found any clues, would he also rush to Rogue to investigate? There are also dragon corpses. Are you going to be buried in Roger Town? Still thrown into the sea? The world view of One Piece has always been inconsistent with common sense. Even the permanent pointer that Roger throws into the ocean can be found. Ghost knew whether the dragon's corpse would cause more trouble. The more he thought about it, the more Solo felt that it was easy to kill the dragon. But he really didn't want to deal with the following series of questions. He just want to salt fish. I commute to and from work normally every day in Rogue Town, chatting with my colleagues and bragging. Simply put, I Solo just wants to be an ordinary person. Solo couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, just as Solo brain made up a lot of messy things, Long had already elevated his domineering to the highest level. As long as you open your eyes, you can see violent black lightning bursting from the dragon's body, spreading in all directions. This is more than just momentum. The buildings on the streets and the roads were all affected by the domineering dragon and began to fall apart. Especially at the feet of dragons, the cracks resembling spider webs are shocking. Is as exaggerated as 20 or 30 meters in diameter. Even in the dragon's cognition, there are only a handful of people who have their own level of domineering and domineering looking at the entire sea. Even the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters cannot be safe and sound. Dragon muttered to himself. In his opinion, Rao is the head Lieutenant General after suffering this domineering, not to mention fainting on the spot, at least he will be forced to kneel on one knee. Can't stop myself. Even Long seemed to have a premonition. Solo had a shocked expression on his face, his limbs slowly became weak, and finally grabbed the ground with his head and fell in front of him. Thinking of this, the corners of Long's mouth rose, and a smile appeared. The result is the next second. Smile froze on the spot. When his gaze focused on Solo again, he suddenly found the scene that I expected did not happen at all. Even his top domineering overlord still has no effect on Solo. He still stood there with an understatement. This is impossible. Gurgle. The dragon rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, stepped back involuntarily, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound. Is like a bolt from the blue. If you say, Solo just now surprised him. So, the current Solo has completely subverted the dragon's cognition. You need to know that when the overlord's domineering is raised to a certain level, it will no longer be a clearing skill to kill miscellaneous soldiers. In addition to bombardment awareness, the overlord's domineering itself is an extremely powerful means of attack. Those shocking cracks under the dragon's feet are the most direct proof. However, Solo is still unscathed. Didn't even feel the pressure. This man has the same level of overbearing domineering as me. Long paled in shock, and his rosy cheeks suddenly became extremely pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Is like a dead person. Do not. The dragon roared in another voice. Is not only as simple as the same level. Solo has at least a more advanced overlord look than him, so he can stand in front of him so lightly. The scariest thing is, judging from Solo's reaction, he didn't seem to be confused by the situation in front of him. This is equivalent to saying that Solo knows very well in his heart what moves he just used. He is domineering towards the overlord. Know everything. An ominous premonition sprang up in the dragon's heart. Maybe. From the beginning, there was a conspiracy here. A big conspiracy designed by the Navy headquarters. They first issued a reward to Luffy, and attracted their attention with the amount of 30 million berries. Then, lured himself to the town of Rog. Although it is not clear how the Navy discovered the relationship between itself and Luffy. Otherwise, how to explain, Solo's such terrifying combat power will appear in Roger Town. Tianlong people have always valued the combat power of the Navy, and they will never throw a powerful man of this level to a small town like Rog for no reason. Eliminate all the impossible, then the remaining possibility is the only and correct answer no matter how impossible it seems. Is like verifying the dragon's mind. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Solo began to release a majestic murderous aura. He finally made up his mind. Thank you for a little trouble. Solo's eyes became serious and determined, his hands clasped together, and his 5 fingers grabbed his fist. Ling's murderous intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even the corners and the ground began to form ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although I hate trouble, things have already reached this point, and it can only be so. At the same time, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from coming to Rog to investigate the disappearance of the dragon, they found me. After I get rid of the dragon, even the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army will be destroyed together. Solo made up his mind completely. But dragon is not an ordinary character. If I guess right, this guy must also be a demon fruit ability person. And the most effective way to deal with those with fruit ability is domineering. In an instant, Solo began to release his domineering unreservedly. Boom! Just heard a loud noise, which instantly overwhelmed all the sounds in Rog Town. Whether it is the violent thunder in the sky, or the monstrous waves on the coastline. Compared with the power released by Solo, it looks bleak. Even the buildings on both sides of the street fell apart in an instant because they couldn't bear this force, and were directly razed to the ground by Solo's domineering. And the dragon who witnessed this scene with his own eyes was even dumbfounded on the spot. He suddenly had a feeling that he had never understood the domineering look of the overlord. Chapter 8, The Most Vicious Criminal in the World. Flee in a hurry. Dragon, you control too much. Solo made a low voice, preparing to kill the dragon directly here. However, the picture that greeted Solo's eyes was an empty street with buildings on both sides reduced to ruins. The invincible, domineering dragon disappeared without a trace. Sarawan never thought of this scene. He thought that the dragon guy would smash himself to the end. Solo turned around abruptly and looked at the building on the other side. The dragon in a green coat is now standing on the roof of that building, sweating. The whole person was panting heavily. Can be said to be extremely embarrassed. He never dreamed that a monster like Solo would appear in a small town of Roger. However, Long Jixuan is not just Solo's strength, but the weird degree of this matter. He would not believe that it was not the work of the world government to place such a terrifying combat power in Rog Town. Maybe, there is a large number of warships approaching near the town of Rog. 2 magic order. And he still has something to do now. Now retreat, to accumulate strength. Then, Long was alert to Solo's actions while shaking his right hand. Hoo! The green wind whizzed across the street, rolled up Luffy lying on the ground on the spot, and sent it to the dragon's hand. What just happened? At this moment, Luffy suddenly woke up, feeling a sharp pain in his brain. The memory of being stunned by Solo's punch emerged. However, Luffy quickly realized that he was being held in his hands. Uncle, who are you? Let me go. Luffy yelled out of dissatisfaction while struggling hard. The dragon hit Luffy's head with a punch, instantly bulging a big bag. Then, the dragon ignored the explanation, kicked his feet hard, and left the place without looking back, and controlled the squally wind here, forming 2 wind walls. Attempt to stop Solo. Must leave this ghost place quickly. Otherwise, neither he nor Luffy will survive. On the contrary, it was Solo, standing alone, messy in the wind. With his hand, he just clenched the samurai sword on his waist. Has not had time to shoot. Long this guy ran away. The most vicious criminal in the world. It turns out. Chose to retreat. The dragon is really decisive. Solo blinked his eyes vigorously, wondering if he had read something wrong. He thought that the dragon would never die with him. I didn't expect. Solo couldn't help but vomit, but his consciousness opened the hidden power system in his mind and glanced at it. There is nothing wrong with it. After all, what the system requires is to hide all the strengths, and the Overlord's domineering is just one of Solo's many abilities, not all the strengths. Never mind. Looking at the direction of the dragon's retreat, Solo simply took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. Such a finishing touch is not bad for Solo. After all, went to the New World to destroy the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, but there was still some trouble. He, Solo, just wants to be a salted fish with peace of mind. But what he didn't know was the Overlord's domineering he just released, centered on this street, caused extremely huge ripples. In order to return to the Golden Mary, Sanji ran all the way in Roger Town, but suddenly met Soran, who was supposed to be behind him. How did that green algae get ahead of me? Sanji couldn't help but complain. Curl your eyebrows? How come you, that guy Luffy? Soran frowned. He clearly remembered that Sanji was with Luffy. Did you lose our captain? However, as soon as Soran's voice fell, a huge impact swept toward him. The power is more terrifying than the power of the shocking Daisuke. Even in this breath, black thunder and lightning burst out, like a dragon with teeth and claws, swallowing towards Sauron. For a moment, Sauron was shocked and quickly drew out all his weapons to meet him. Boom! A loud noise exploded, and the majestic power instantly lifted Sauron, causing his body to draw a parabola in the air, falling heavily to the ground, and rolling several laps before stopping. And Sanji didn't get there as well. Hit the ground with his back, bounced, hit again, repeatedly. Finally fell to Sauron. Scalp blood flow. Passed out directly. If it wasn't for the willpower to become the world's #1 swordsman and worry about Luffy's situation, Sauron would have the same result. Hey, it's a lie. Sauron clenched his teeth, supported his body and stood up from the ground, his hands all cracked, blood oozing out, and his palms trembling constantly. In this situation, he can't even hold a knife. And this is just the aftermath. What kind of monster is it that can have such terrifying power? From Sauron's point of view, the opponent's strength is even much higher than Hawkeye. Then, Sauron shook his brain vigorously, picked up the samurai swords that had fallen out one by one, and then kicked Sanji's arm hard. There is no response. There is no other way. Sauron had to carry Sanji, who had lost consciousness, on his back and prayed in his heart. Such a terrifying shock wave, don't do it again. This place in Rogtown is really terrible. Sauron took a breath, found a direction casually, and set off toward the Golden Mary. At the same time, the huge Bucky Pirates now only has Bucky the Clown, Alrita, and Mackay. Even his lion niche was stunned by the domineering look of the Overlord. And Solo's domineering, it directly blasted a few of them. In addition to Bucky the Clown, Alrita and Mackay also lost consciousness. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's just this time. Bucky said irritably, but his heart was also full of fear. He glanced back at the direction where the Overlord's domineering was released. As expected, he is the most murderous criminal in the world. I said, once you have a relationship with that kind of monster, you will never end well. But the Overlord look just now is really terrifying. Enough to compare with Captain Roger. Bucky couldn't help but think to himself. Although he was always awkward, he had been a member of the Roger Pirates when he was young. Some knowledge about domineering. Not only did he know, he had also witnessed the domineering release of Roger, Whitebeard, Raleigh, and Barrett. The domineering just now has undoubtedly reached the level of Roger's heyday. No wonder the world government is so jealous. Result. Just when Bucky was sure that the domineering just now came from the hand of the dragon, he saw a figure rushing toward him. S face is full of fear and tension. That person is a dragon. Bucky took a closer look and realized that the person who came was not someone else, but the dragon. And he is still carrying Luffy in his hand. Fled in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, long past Bucky and disappeared into his sight. Wait, what happened just now? Why does the dragon show such an expression? Could it be that the Overlord's domineering look just now was not released by the dragon? Chapter 9, What do you think of me? I don't know, I'm off work at some point. Smaug slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The scene that caught his eye suddenly made his scalp numb. At a glance, the buildings on both sides of the street were destroyed 7 or 88, and some of them were even reduced to ruins. The seamen who followed him lay on the ground, their eyes turned white, and passed out. Is like a battlefield. Immediately after, a sharp pain swept across Smaug's brain, making him press his temple immediately. The memory of just now came to mind. The Straw Hat Boy. Smaug bit his cigar tightly, remembering that he was hunting Luffy. Was attacked on the spot by the Overlord who was just now domineering. Actually, the domineering in the first few rounds only shook Smaug's consciousness. Did not knock him down. Was the last blow, the Overlord's look and domineering, and the coming was menacing. Surprised him. Even though he used 10 hands to fend off the enemy in the first place, his body was still shocked, and it flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. Can't even use elementalization. Thinking of this, Smog picked up his weapon, only to find that his 10 hands broke in the middle and broke into 2 pieces. You need to know that 10 hands are made of halo stone, which is harder than ordinary steel. But even the aftermath of the shock created by the opponent could not resist. What kind of monster is it that appeared in Rogue Town? For a time, Small could not help but have questions. But he didn't stay here for a long time. He tried to wake up the fainted seaman, but he didn't succeed. Simply clenched half of his 10 hands, and moved in the direction of the domineering burst of domineering color. About 5 or 6 minutes of effort. The incredible scene came into Smog's sight. Half a block of buildings were razed to the ground, and the streets were full of shocking cracks and pits. It is not difficult to say that this is the place where the war took place. But the seaman here did not die, but just like his men, they all passed out. It seems that the other party does not want to take the lives of these navies. Isn't it a pirate? Smog made the judgment immediately. If you are a vicious pirate, there is a high probability that you will not be so kind. Then, he looked around and found that Straw Hat Luffy was not here. Combined with the sunny weather, it is not difficult to see that I have fainted for a while. Could it be that Luffy did it? No, no, no. That guy doesn't have such a terrifying strength. Suddenly, Smog's gaze was drawn to him, and he slowly focused on a certain waking navy. Solo. Smog saw this, took 3 steps in 2 steps, and asked him about his condition. Even though Smog's expression looked fierce, he was very concerned about his subordinates in his heart. Water. Solo didn't answer Smog's question, but an uncomfortable expression. Smog heard this and had to help Solo get some light water. Cao June cats, and some first-class soldiers also woke up at this time. Although he didn't see Luffy, seeing Smog's figure made his heart calm a lot. After Solo swallowed the fresh water, Small asked again, what happened? The eyes of other people also looked at Solo. Especially cats, in his impression, Solo seemed to be the last to fall. It's a dragon. Solo thought for a moment, and responded to Small. On the one hand, I had nothing to hide, except for myself. All the Marines present saw the figure of the dragon. On the other hand, Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The world's most murderous criminal selected by the world government. It is naturally impossible for him to have any intersection with the Navy headquarters. This also means that I only need to push the domineering look just now onto the dragon alone. No one will know the truth. My own strength has been concealed for another day. The result was the same as Solo expected. When Smog heard the name dragon, his face suddenly became pale. It turned out to be the dragon guy. If it were the dragon guy, he could explain the scene just now. Then, Smog looked at the others. When these seamen were facing Smog's line of sight, they nodded one after another to help Solo prove it. Indeed, the dragon appeared. It's not good, Colonel Smaller. However, at this moment, Cat stood up from the ground with a loud noise. He repeatedly confirmed that Luffy had disappeared. The Straw Hat Boy. Smog did not show any surprised expression when he heard the words. Although he is only a branch colonel, his real strength is not lost to some of the brigadier generals in the headquarters. According to the current clues, he inferred. If I am not mistaken, the Straw Hat Boy either took the opportunity to escape after you passed out, or I was rescued by the dragon guy. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. That dragon saved the Straw Hat? But why? Katz's eyes widened, and he was puzzled. I don't know. Smog shook his head without thinking. Where will he know the truth? He just woke up soon, and was even more confused about the appearance of the dragon. But I don't know why, but in his heart, Small thinks that the second possibility is the greatest. Solo, what do you think? Suddenly, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Smog turned his head to look at Solo and asked him what he thought of the matter. Me? Solo frowned deliberately. If this matter has something to do with the dragon, it is not a big event that we can intervene. So, I think we should go home from work. As soon as Solo said this, all the Marines fell to the ground. Is the point here? That's a dragon, Solo Cao. As expected of Mr. Solo Cao, he really implements the creed of life when he leaves work on time. Hearing everyone's complaints, Solo shrugged. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of rest for yourself, there is nothing wrong with it. And Solo paused for a while, then reluctantly shook his head, the corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't help but smile a few bitterly. You can't expect a small person like me to catch dragon, the most murderous criminal in the world, right? Even if 100 years have passed, the strength gap between me and the dragon will not be shortened. After, Solo stretched his bones and waved to Smog, indicating that he would go home and take a hot bath. What's the matter? Let's talk about it at work tomorrow. At the same time, the dragon who had just sent Luffy away and his party hid on an island closest to the town of Rog, and got in touch with the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Notify all members of the Revolutionary Army, especially those cotters, tell them 10 million, 10 million. Never go to Rogue Town. There, the world government has already laid a net of heaven and earth. Chapter 10, the news from the headquarters tells me to go to Marin Vondo for further training. Although the incident was thrilling, Solo felt that it was not bad in terms of the ending. My own strength has not been exposed. Luffy was not caught either. In any case, Luffy's bounty is as high as 30 million Baileys. Is an exaggerated figure in the East China Sea. If it is reported to the Navy headquarters, he might be promoted. And now let the Straw Hat Pirates escape, not to mention promotion. It would be good if the headquarter does not blame itself for negligence. So in the next few days, Solo stayed at home for the sake of injury. After all. But he had a head-on conflict with Straw Hat Luffy. A few days later, Solo came to the naval branch in Rog to clock in and go to work. The Rogue Town incident is over. In the next life, there should be no more big storms. Solo thought to himself. Just stay away from that guy Luffy. There will be no trouble. As long as you hide your strength for another 3 months, you can get the reincarnation eye. Solo Cao Chong. But when Solo opened the door and walked into his office, a very loud voice came from inside. Solo looked around and found that Sergeant Katz was standing in his office with some things in his hand, as if he was laying out something. Except for Katz, the seamen who were closer to Solo were all busy here at this time. There is an unprecedented joy on their faces. Ha ha ha, you are here at the right time, we have great news, we want to report to you. Katz said without thinking. The others stopped their work and turned to look at Solo. Good news, how big is it? Solo frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. After Luffy escaped from Rogue Town, Smog chose to pursue it. Is it difficult? Let himself take over from Smog as the colonel of Rogue Town? But this kind of thing is impossible, right? I am just a Cao Chong. The level between and the colonel was 1,000 miles away. What good news? Solo thought for a while, didn't bother to guess, and asked Katz to report truthfully. Solo Cao, you have been promoted. Katz paused for a while. We just received a notice from the headquarters to promote you to warrant officer. Warrant officer? Promoted? Why? Solo couldn't help being taken aback. If I said I caught Luffy, it would be fine to be promoted. But the problem is, I didn't catch Luffy either. And, even if you get promoted to warrant officer, it's not a big deal. As for such a big celebration? Katz said with a look of excitement. It's not just a warrant officer, solo CAO, no, solo warrant officer. In addition to being promoted, the headquarter also wants you to go to Malinvondo for further training. Even if you go to Marinvondo. Solo spoke subconsciously, but was stunned. As a traverser, he knows exactly where Malinvander is. There is exactly where the Navy headquarters is located. Wait, what did you just say? Malinvander? Yes, Warrant Officer Solo. Katz gestured excitedly. That's the place that every Navy dreams of. Where's the notice? Show me. Solo's expression suddenly became tense. He really couldn't understand this sudden situation. Soon, Katz handed the notice document on the table to Solo. He glanced at the content quickly. It really is exactly what Katz said. Headquarters really let myself go to study. But why? Solo can't understand even dreaming. Is it difficult? Did you let the head know about the fact that you repelled the dragon with the overlord look? No way. Looking at Solo's confused expression, the corners of Katz's mouth raised, and a triumphant smile appeared. He patted his chest hard. Of course, our credit. Your credit. Solo glared at Katz fiercely, wishing to cut him off. Is it your kid? Of course, although the Straw Hat Boy ran away from Rogue Town this time, we all witnessed the scene of you knocking down the Straw Hat Boy. Katz said loudly. Especially Solo's attitude after defeating Luffy. He did not take the credit alone, but announced loudly that this is the credit of every seaman. This incident deeply moved Katz and others. They agreed that a boss like this shouldn't be buried in a small rogue town. So after returning to the branch, they told Smog about the incident and discussed with him. And Smog has always been very friendly to his subordinates. Based on this and other relationship, Smaller specifically elaborated on Solo's performance in the report document. And repeatedly affirmed Solo's personality. Especially when meeting Long Shailu, Solo resolutely stood in front of Luffy in order to carry out his justice. Although the final result is not satisfactory, it is enough to prove that Solo has a heart of justice that is hotter than anyone else. A man like shouldn't be buried. Seeing that Smog and the branch navy have such a high evaluation, the headquarter finally decided to let Solo come to the headquarter for further training. Plus Solo took sick leave these days, so they didn't discuss it with Solo. UU reading www.youcanshu.com. Now that I heard that Solo is going back to work, he began to decorate the room to celebrate. It turned out to be a step slower and was hit by Solo. Listening to the ins and outs of the whole thing, Solo wanted to choke Katz to death. I just want to be in Rogue Town, feel at ease with salted fish. And just as Solo was cold, Katz continued, Warrant Officer Solo, it is said that the headquarters not only has the most scientific training method, but also very advanced science and technology. Maybe they have a way to make your body stronger. For a long time, Katz was worried about Solo's body. In his opinion, if it were not for frailty, with Solo's sense of justice, he would definitely be able to make a difference. Now I have the opportunity to go to the headquarters, maybe this fundamental problem can be solved. Actually, Katz had heard before that a certain weak navy became very powerful after receiving the guidance of Carp, and finally became the mainstay of the headquarters. So, when shall we leave? Katz asked. I thank you, Katz. Solo replied irritably, and then made a gesture to let the big guys out. Upon seeing this, Katz had to withdraw from the office. Standing at the door of Solo's office, Katz couldn't help but muttered, why Warrant Officer Solo doesn't look happy at all. Well, it should be because the news came too suddenly, and there was no change in mentality, right? It's also, that's a chance to go to the headquarters for further training. Thinking of this, Katz felt relieved, his steps became brisk, and he hummed a little song in his mouth, as if he had done a great thing. Chapter 11, Start Sailing. These guys. Solo slumped on his seat and threw the notification document on the table. I thought this event would end in peace. I didn't expect that Smog and Katz would make such an extra effort. Reported the whole incident to the headquarter, not to mention, but also affirmed his attack. Should you go to Marin Vondo for further training? Not to mention that Malin Vatican has assembled the strongest combat power in the world. It was the route starting from Rogtown and arriving at Malin Vander, and there were many masters. Crocodile entrenched in Alabaston. The CP9 intelligence agent of the City of Seven Waters. The Moonlight Moria of the Horror Bark. And many more. Solo really didn't want to get involved with them at all. But having said that, taking advantage of this trip to Marin Vatican, it's not all bad things. Solo looked up at the ceiling. With the temper of Smog, he will definitely ignore the orders of his superiors and go to sea to hunt Luffy. Rogue Town without Smog is not Solo's first choice to hide his strength. Secondly, this time I made the shot that caught the dragon's attention. Maybe there will be a revolutionary army coming to investigate. If you go to Marin Vatican now, you will become an ordinary navy in a big deal, a little bit negative, maybe you will be driven elsewhere. After some thought, Solo made up his mind completely. Go to Marin Vondo for further training. Thinking of this, Solo got up from his seat and walked out of the door in 3 and 2 steps. But as soon as Solo came outside, he saw the navy hurried out. Solo Cao Chong. A seaman noticed Solo, stopped quickly, and saluted Solo. What's the matter? Solo asked casually. The seaman replied without thinking, it's Colonel Smog, he is leaving Rogue Town. Then, the seaman hurriedly left. Sure enough, Small is leaving Rogue Town. Solo's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original plot, Small is the town of Rog who left at this time. After thinking for a moment, Solo followed the footsteps of the Shanghai soldiers. All the way to the pier in Rogue Town. In any case, I and Smog have worked together for many years. If it hadn't been for him to guard the law and order of this Rogue Town, he wouldn't be able to hide it so well. After thinking about it, Solo felt that he should say goodbye to Small. Solo. Soon, Smog recognized Solo among the crowd. He motioned to the other Marines to board the ship first, and he took 3 steps and 2 steps to Solo. You should get the notification document from the headquarters, right? Smog asked directly. Soro nodded, are you really going to catch the Straw Hat Pirates? However, Solo did not persuade Smog to stay. On the one hand, Smog's character, what he believes is difficult to control even if it is ordered by a superior, and where will he listen to his own words? On the other hand, the Alabaston incident was also an opportunity for Smog. Can not only make Smog recognize the face of the world government, can also get him promoted. Although this is not Smog's original intention. Well, it's you, Solo, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study in the headquarters. You must take good hold of it. Smog patted Solo on the shoulder. Although he always looks unbelievable, he is the first to leave every time he gets off work, but his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. In the past few years, no matter how powerful a pirate he encountered, Solo has never flinched. The only regret is that Solo has been weak since he was a child and did not have enough power. So this time I went to the headquarters to study, maybe it will be a turning point in Solo's life. Just like that, after explaining some trivia to Solo, and some words of encouragement, Smog took half of the Navy force in Rog Town, and set off from the dock to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy. Because this is something that Smog is taking his own temper. The headquarter will naturally not send someone else to take over for Smog. For a time, Solo became the supreme officer of the branch. A few days later, Solo Cao Chong. Katz led the ordinary Marines to find Solo, with a look of excitement. Although Solo is the only one who has been notified to study in the headquarters, How can he go to sea alone? Even the smallest patrol boat requires at least a dozen people to go to sea. In other words, cats can't wait to go to sea with Solo. Going to Malinfando. You know, that's Malinvando, the dreamland of countless navies. However, looking at cats with excitement, Solo couldn't help but shook his head. From the beginning, he didn't plan to take cats and others to sea. The reason is simple. The Great Route is not safe. Sergeant Katz, I need you to stay. Solo said righteously. Stay, stay. Katz was startled. He always thought he had a good relationship with Solo. Ugh. Solo sighed deliberately when he saw this. I originally planned to let you go to sea with me, but you have seen the situation now. Colonel Smog not only went to catch the Straw Hat Pirates, but also took part of the Navy. If we leave Rogue Town at this time, who is responsible for the security here? This. Katz opened his mouth, speechless. The truth is indeed such a truth. So, Sergeant Katz, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, you stay in charge of the security of Rogue Town. As for going to sea, didn't you catch the pirates of the Bucky Pirates before? Solo talked a turn. Although he first came to Rogue Town to hide his strength, he got along for 9 years. It is obviously impossible to say that there is no relationship with cats and others at all. In order to hide their strength and let them die on the Great Route, Solo couldn't do it. Thinking about it, it's better to take the Shanghai thief out to sea. In case something really happens. Just leave them alone. Let them fend for themselves. In addition, they are pirates themselves, and they are all sinners. Even if they really died on the Great Route, they would not feel any guilt. On the contrary, Katz was a little worried. Get along with a group of pirates. Solo might be in danger. There is nothing to worry about, Katz. Solo heard the words and suggested, just pick the frail and sick people among these pirates, and then put them on shackles and not give them weapons. Naturally will not endanger my safety. And I did it for Rogue Town. Rogue Town today needs the Navy more than I do. Solo said righteously, as if he had put his life and death aside. For a time, Katz and others were stunned on the spot. Was moved by Solo's spirit again. For the sake of public security in Rogue Town, Mr. Solo did not hesitate to put himself in a dangerous place. Katz couldn't help tears in his eyes, grabbing Solo's hands. Don't worry, Mr. Solo, we will definitely protect the security of Rogue Town. Chapter 12, Excuse me, what's the matter with you? Even though Katz is still worried that Solo will go to Marinvander alone, advocating to accompany him. But under Solo's strong order, Katz had to stay in Rogue Town and take charge of the security work here. In the end, Solo chose the smallest patrol boat, took a dozen crew members from the Bucky Pirates, and set off from Rogue Town to Marin Vatican. It is worth mentioning that Solo's hidden power system really limits his full power. For example, the Overlord look released during previous encounters with dragons is only a part of Solo's total strength. Does not reveal true strength. So after the event ended, Solo did not lose the opportunity to get the next reward. Is based on such a mechanism. Although Solo said he wanted to go, he was not as cautious as others. More often, Solo's mentality is more like a random salted fish. Rather than that kind of cautious attitude. The sailing route was determined by the permanent pointer, and Solo's patrol boat set off. But most of the time, Solo shut himself in the room. However, it took less than 2 days to go to sea. Solo's door was kicked open. Several pirates rushed in with various knives, and then retreated to both sides like a tide, giving way to a passage. A pirate wearing a blue and white checkered scarf walked in leisurely. The corners of his mouth raised, and he put on a triumphant smile. Is the chief of staff of the Bucky Pirates. Kapasi. For this person, Solo has some impressions. Did not expect to appear on his patrol boat unexpectedly. How did the Guy Cats do it? Didn't it mean that the arrangements were all for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled? Excuse me, what's the matter? Solo looked at the visitors, and asked casually. What? On the contrary, Kapasi looked awkward. Does this navy know what happened? They have got rid of the shackles and are now controlling the patrol boat. Now this ship is under our control, Navy. Kapasi took a deep breath. We will never go to Malenvander. Everyone knows that Malenvander is located in the Navy headquarters. Once these pirates go there, they are just looking for death. So when I first heard that the Navy wanted them to send Solo to Marin Vatican, Kapasi planned this rebellion. Disguised as a wounded, he easily got on the ship. Plus Solo doesn't care about most things. Gave these pirates plenty of time to prepare. But Kapasi did not intend to kill Solo directly. He has to ravage this guy and make him pay for his conceit. Thinking of this, the corners of Kapasi's mouth rose, and a smile appeared. There is already a lot of drama in his mind. And the other pirates also showed a smirk. An ordinary navy fell into the hands of a group of pirates. Is no different from a sheep's mouth. Now. But just when Kapasi was about to make Solo kneel in front of him, in a commanding tone, a cold light flashed, and a button on a dress flew straight to Kapasi's forehead. The speed was unexpected. Next second, this button passed directly through Kapasi's brain, leaving an inconspicuous blood mark. The button continued to fly, and finally nailed to the solid wall and directly embedded in it. Visible depth. Kapasi's two eyes suddenly widened, and incredible gazes appeared. Breathing and heartbeat ended. Blood gushes out from his forehead and behind his head, splashing onto the faces of other pirates. Every pirate's sight was drawn to him, and he watched Kapasi fall straight down. There was a muffled noise, and Kapasi's neck hit the threshold. Blood kept flowing out, forming a pool of blood. Kapasi is undoubtedly the strongest here. This rebellion is also the result of his careful planning. However, is such a mastermind who was killed by Solo casually with a button. What a joke! How terrifying is the strength of this navy! Kilu. The pirates rolled their throats and swallowed nervously. Don't talk, just breathe. They don't dare to breathe again. Until this moment, they suddenly realized. Why did Solo, the navy, dare to let them pirates go on this pirate ship? The reason is very simple, simply. Solo's strength is strong enough. As long as he wants to, he can kill them all. Even. From beginning to end, Solo didn't show any panic. To him, killing is as smooth as breathing, natural. For a time, the atmosphere became quiet and weird. Every pirate is like being petrified in place, staring at the spread of Kapasi's blood. Excuse me, what else do you have? Solo's voice sounded again, breaking the silence at this time. And, his voice still doesn't fluctuate at all. On the contrary, Solo's tone even gave people a lazy feeling. It's like killing Kapasi, it's just a trivial matter to him. Even. The pirates present were still silent, not knowing how to answer Solo's question. Don't know what to do. And Solo was not in a hurry, leaning on the bed with his back, watching them quietly for a while. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. If there is nothing important, please help me deal with the floor. Bring lunch to the room by the way. Okay. The corners of Solo's mouth raised, and a smile appeared. Regardless of his tone or manner of speaking, he was as elegant and polite as possible. However, compare with the scene in the room. Solo's smile was in the eyes of these pirates. Is like a devil. Do not. This guy is the devil. The kind that kills without blinking. Even they don't know how they left the room with Kapasi's body on this day. How did you clean up here spotlessly, and finally put Solo's lunch on the table respectfully? They only know. On this day, they half-footed into hell. On the next voyage, Solo naturally got along well with these pirates. Until one day early in the morning. Boom! A loud and exaggerated noise awakened Solo from his sleep. Then the patrol boat began to bump. Is like being bombarded. Soon, there was a rapid knock at the door. Did you encounter a pirate? Solo thought to himself, and put on his uniform quickly. Obviously the Navy flag is hung, is there really a pirate group so insecure? After 2 or 3 breaths, Solo came to the door and opened the door. A pirate who looked very embarrassed was standing in front of Solo, gasping for breath. Report, we have encountered the pirates. Chapter 13, Encountered an Eagle Eye. Good, terrible swordsmanship. Since the end of the Kapasi rebellion, all the pirates have obeyed Solo's words. Now encountering the pirate group, they immediately reported to Solo. According to their thoughts, Solo is as powerful as a navy. Is definitely not willing to stay in a small rogue town before leaving for the Navy headquarters. It is Solo's deeds to destroy the pirate group that he has encountered now. Is bound to be of great help to his future development. The most important thing is to get along after these few days. The mood of these pirates has changed greatly. It is not unprecedented for pirates to abandon the dark and cast light on this sea to become the Navy. And with Solo's strength, he is bound to be famous in the future. If you can become his subordinate, the future is guaranteed. Based on this and that relationship, they did it for Solo as well as themselves. Now I can't wait to fight the pirates I've encountered. Encountered the pirates. After hearing this, Solo understood what was going on with the noise just now. Do you know that it is the pirate group? Solo asked casually. This. The pirate couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression. When he was in the Bucky Pirates, he was just a trainee crew member. There will recognize other pirate groups. Go. After thinking for a while, Solo put on his uniform and went straight to the deck. The other pirates noticed Solo, put down their work, and came to the deck with him. About 2 or 3 nautical miles away, 2 pirate ships are fighting. But one of them was recognized by Solo at a glance. It was a small sailboat with a dark green hull and only 1 seat on it. The man standing on it has short black hair, eyes as sharp as eagles, a short beard on his chin, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy patterned shirt, a black trench coat. Eagle Eye. Solo frowned slightly, and recognized the pirate's identity at a glance. Without him, this man is really so famous. The king under the 7 Wohei. The world's largest swordsman. The owner of the strongest black knife. The rival of red hair. Sauron's master. Within a second, Solo thought of countless titles. I didn't expect to encounter Hawkeye here. But since I met Hawkeye here, it means that the pirate group doesn't need me to act. Solo thought to himself. Although Solo said all the time he wanted to hide his strength, but occasionally when he encountered a pirate group, he would kill him without revealing his strength. After all, kill all those who know their strength. I don't count as revealing my strength. There are not a few pirates who disappeared in the East China Sea inexplicably these years. Although One Piece is a story about the protagonist Luffy becoming One Piece, there are still few people like Luffy. Most pirates are despicable, selfish guys. Among the many roles in One Piece, he prefers Hannibal who advances the city. Because the pirates came to the sea, it caused the civilians to panic for fear of losing their loved ones. But Hawkeye is not a pirate who can harm civilians. Said he was a pirate, but Solo felt that he was more like a warrior pursuing swordsmanship. And the reason why the pirates of the East China Sea are so weak, Hawkeye also played a part. In other words, Solo just saw nothing. The pirate group will also be wiped out by Hawkeye. Notify the helmsman to leave the sea at full speed. In any case, don't get involved with that guy Hawkeye. With our strength, once caught by the Eagle Eye, it will only be wiped out. Solo said flatly. Even if these pirates don't know Hawkeye, they have at least heard of his reputation. Actually, when Solo broke the news, all the pirates who put them on took a breath. That man turned out to be Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman. I heard that his usual hobby is to hunt pirates at sea. For a while, the pirates present fought a cold war. Although Solo is a navy, they are all real pirates. Once they were spotted by Hawkeye. Let's not say whether Solo will protect them. Even if he has that heart, his strength is not allowed. You know, that's an eagle eye. The man who carries the title of the world's #1. I don't know how many times stronger than Kapasi. But just when everyone started to act because of panic. I don't know if Hawkeye did it intentionally. He held the cross knife in one hand and waved it vigorously. In an instant, a green sword aura spread out from his slash. The surface of the sea rolled suddenly, separated to the sides, and the picture grew bigger and bigger. After a few breaths, the rough sea was chopped into huge cracks. Soon, the sea water poured in towards the formed gully, under the rush, like a waterfall. And the sword aura that the eagle eye slashed, set off a 10-meter-high air current, and went straight to Solo's patrol boat. The speed is so fast that the helmsman can't avoid it when he advances at full speed. Ah! What kind of attack is this? Help! Help! The pirates who witnessed this scene screamed in shock. They covered their temples with their hands. You reading www.ukansha.com's eyes raised, as if they would fall to the ground at any time. The mouth is wide open, exaggerated to fit a fist. A chill spread across the patrol boat. Almost every pirate became desperate because of Hawkeye's slash. This eagle eye. Only Solo stood quietly on the deck, facing the attacking sword energy. It is a few nautical miles away clearly. Hawkeye's sword aura did not weaken at all, or showed signs of stopping. And at this speed, the patrol boat can't evade. With this sword going down, the patrol ship is afraid that it will not fall apart. It's so terrible sword spirit. Solo couldn't help feeling inwardly. Really deserves to be the man who bears the name of the world's largest swordsman. Easily separated the entire sea. Never mind. Solo shook his head and grasped the samurai sword on his waist. Just as the sword energy released by the eagle eye was about to split the patrol ship in two, Solo swept the katana with one hand. In an instant, the sheath of the katana directly resisted the attacking sword energy. A wave of coercion swept towards Solo. Forced him to use 10% of his sword skills. Boom! A loud noise exploded on the spot, and Eagle Eye's sword energy was immediately dissipated. A terrifying air current spread out in all directions, forming huge ripples on the sea, turning into huge waves, pushing the patrol boat away from the Eagle Eye. But Solo deliberately stepped back a few steps, appearing to lose his balance, and sat down on the barrel. Good, terrible swordsmanship. Solo mechanically shocked. Chapter 14, Uninvited Guest, Hawkeye get on board. The swordsmanship I just used is probably only at the level of a major general in this department. Should not attract Hawkeye's attention. Solo sat on the wooden barrel on the deck, thinking to himself. All the pirates present took a breath and stared at Solo dumbfounded. Hey, have you seen it? Warrant Officer Solo blocked the Hawkeye's attack just now. A pirate couldn't help but said. Although Solo had previously killed Kapasi in seconds, Kapasi has always been good at strategy, but his strength is very average. But who is Hawkeye? Well, deservedly the world's #1 swordsman. Especially the power of the blow just now easily split the sea in two, and it hasn't healed until now. The bottomless gully makes the scalp numb. However, is such an exaggerated slash, but it was blocked by Solo himself. Look, I saw it. Another pirate stammered. His eyes were full of admiration in addition to shock. It turns out that Warrant Officer Solo's strength is so terrifying. Too strong. All the pirates were dumbfounded. They are more determined in their hearts. They must follow Solo in this life. Abandon the identity of a pirate and become the navy of justice. And Solo also quickly noticed the reaction of these pirates, so he had to raise the volume a bit. What are you still doing? Get out of here quickly. If Hawkeye comes again, I may not be able to stop the second time. After Solo's reminder, these pirates reacted and hurried to their position, changed the trajectory of their sailing, and wanted to stay away from the Eagle Eye. However, because of the sword that just caused the sea to flow backwards, forming an extremely strong current, forcibly pulling the patrol boat towards the Hawkeye's sailboat. Even the helmsman is powerless. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, these pirates were able to see clearly who the pirate group Hawkeye was fighting against. Is exactly Bucky the clown who abandoned them in Rogue Town before. Rao was surprised by Solo. I will meet Bucky and Hawkeye here. Why do I always get involved in trouble? Solo couldn't help but complain. At the same time, Hawkeye and Bucky also noticed the patrol boat approaching them. I saw Hawkeye's right hand drooping naturally, and pointed the cross knife at the ground. His eyes condensed slightly as he looked at the patrol boat, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Although he used a cross knife to release the slash in the air just now, it was not powerful enough for ordinary people to take it. If you change to Sauron, you will definitely sink people into the sea with your boat. Do not. Is some Major General Jianhao from the Navy headquarters, and can't withstand the slash just now. The key is. Hawkeye vaguely saw that the opponent had used swordsmanship. Cut off his sword energy horizontally, making it invisible. This is enough to show that the opponent is also a swordsman. It's just that I didn't focus on the patrol boat just now, so I didn't see clearly who did it. Navy. Hawkeye looked intently and noticed the Navy flag on the patrol ship. However, the crew on the deck looked more like pirates. Interesting. Hawkeye was expressionless, but there was a huge wave in his heart. Thinking back carefully, when the opponent just shot, there was a momentary burst of powerful sword intent. This kind of sword intent is not to mention the weakest in the East China Sea. Is to look into the New World, and there are few people who can own it. As for whether the opponent is a navy or a pirate, is actually not important. The important thing is, the sword intent attracted Hawkeye's attention and interest. He wanted to try it out, at what level the opponent's swordsmanship was at. Yes. Hawkeye, who has always been casual, awakened the soul of the warrior at this moment. Even, recalling the Sauron he had met before, Hawkeye felt that this trip was more interesting. At the same time, Bucky also recognized the crew. Bucky's eyes were big, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time. He never dreamed that he would actually see his crew on a patrol ship with a Navy flag. Hey! I'm Bucky the Clown, your captain. In excitement, Bucky couldn't take much care of it, and quickly used the ability to split the fruit and flew toward the patrol ship. He doesn't want to stay with Hawkeye for a moment. But Alrita and others are confused about the situation in front of them. The pirates on the patrol ship are even more so. Captain Bucky. Why is Captain Bucky here? On the contrary, Solo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. I'm really afraid of something more. Soon, Bucky flew directly to the patrol boat, then turned around and called Alrita to quickly bring her feet over. Little ones, let's get out of here. Then, Bucky yelled eagerly, then put his hands around his chest, and began to imagine that after getting rid of the eagle eyes, he went to find the treasure. But just as Bucky's voice fell off, the eagle eye standing on the sailing boat immediately took action. He inserted the cross knife back in, and then with a strong kick with his feet, the whole person jumped up, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and finally fell impartially on the deck of the patrol boat. Accompanied by a muffled noise, the entire deck was suddenly silent. Bucky the Clown. Pirates. Even Solo, his eyes all focused on Hawkeye at this time. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Everyone held their breath at this moment, feeling their brains blank. A full 5 or 6 breaths, these people seem to wake up from a dream, and their eyes are bigger than bull's eyes. S mouth widened into an O shape, and his shocked jaw was about to fall to the ground. No one thought of the Hawkeye who bears the name of the world's #1 swordsman. It turns out, will appear on the patrol ship. Go on, just kidding. A pirate rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Hawkeye's hobby of hunting pirates has come to their minds. Everyone feels nervous. Especially Bucky. Hey, you fellow, do you really think the uncle is afraid of you? Bucky yelled at Hawkeye, but only yelled. Didn't really do it. Bucky was somewhat apprehensive when he thought of the name of Hawkeye. However, doubts arose in his heart. Why does my own crew appear here? Didn't they get caught by the Navy of Rogue Town? And many more. Suddenly, Bucky noticed that there was a man on the deck full of pirates who was incompatible with the environment. He sat on the barrel alone, without saying a word. Exactly, Solo. See, Navy. Bucky couldn't help but startled, then looked at the flag on the ship, and seemed to understand something. I am the captain of the Bucky Pirates. A 15 million Bailey is offering a bounty. I want to surrender. Bucky shouted suddenly. Solo. Chapter 15, You guys are awesome, let me swim to the head office of Marin Vatican. Bucky went straight to Solo, announcing loudly that he would surrender and surrender. Actually, this is just Bucky's stopgap measure. The identity of the Eagle Eye is the Kaiwahe under the king. Is a pirate recognized by the world government? But this recognition requires some price. For example, the king's Chiwahe needs to pay a certain amount of tribute to the world government. And must not conflict with the Navy. In other words, as long as you fall into the hands of the Navy. Naturally, Hawkeye can no longer shoot himself. Wait until Hawkeye leaves, a Navy like Solo can hold himself there. Just thinking about it, Bucky thinks he is a genius. On the contrary, Solo has a black line on his face. It's okay to surrender suddenly. But he had no idea of arresting Bucky at all. Sorry, I can't arrest you now. If you want to surrender, I suggest you go to Rogue Town. Solo still sat on the barrel, said calmly, and then pointed in a direction casually. Signaled Bucky as long as he set off in this direction, he could reach the town of Rogue. Bucky. In the next second, Bucky separated his hands from his wrists and flew out to grab Solo by the collar. Hey, this uncle is also a pirate offering a 15 million bounty. What's the matter with your tone? I personally arrested me, but a great achievement. Bucky said angrily. Was very dissatisfied with Solo's attitude. However, because of the sword intent he had just felt, Hawkeye suddenly lost interest in Bucky. He stood on the deck of the patrol boat and looked around, but found no decent target. So, Hawkeye had to ask, who is the one who blocked my beheading? Bucky was taken aback, and suddenly recalled. When he met Hawkeye just now, this guy wanted to cut himself. However, relying on the ability to split the fruit, that terrifying slash passed directly through his body. Now think about it, the direction that the slash was released seems to be this patrol ship. However, with such a powerful slash, this patrol boat was safe and sound. Thinking of this, Bucky looked at the pirate who had followed him. These people are mediocre, saying that they can withstand the attack of the Eagle Eye, then they are the next one piece. As a result, the pirates present turned their heads to look at Solo. Responded to Hawkeye in this silent way. Yes, is it you? Bucky blinked vigorously, his hand holding Solo's collar suddenly released, and his body couldn't help but back up a few steps. Well, although I don't know why you looked at me with that kind of eyes, it was obviously not my job. Solo got up from the barrel with an innocent expression, I'm just an ordinary navy. It was originally responsible for escorting these pirates to the 153 branch of the navy, but they encountered a rebellion halfway through. The other navies have been killed, leaving me hostage. If you don't believe it, you will find it impossible to find a second navy. Solo quickly explained. Said that he was the victim. On the contrary, the pirates present were all dumbfounded and confused about the situation in front of them. Is that what you did? How could we misread so many pairs of eyes? And you see, if I was really a swordsman, how could I use such an ordinary katana? Solo measured his weapon and showed it to Hawkeye. Tried his best to prove to Hawkeye and others that he had nothing to do with the situation just now. The other pirates are even more confused. Spit out Solo shamelessly. He the end. How did say such things without embarrassment? Could it be the eagle-eyed sword spirit that we can block? What a joke! However, although these pirates are very mad, they don't know what to say for a while. What can you say? Can't tell anything. Even Bucky can't help but wonder if there is really a great master hidden in his crew. Has been pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. But Hawkeye doesn't bother to reason about who is lying. Seeing no one admitted, he simply took off the black knife behind him. A chill descended on the deck, making the pirates hold their breath, only feeling that the temperature had dropped a lot. Since no one wants to admit it, then use the easiest way. Hawkeye made a low voice, squeezed the black knife with one hand, flicked it hard, and aimed the tip of the knife at the deck. His thoughts are very direct. Anyone can see it. He intends to use the method of destroying the ship to force the sword tyrant out just now. All the pirates couldn't help but start holding their heads with their hands, their eyes turned towards Solo, as if they were asking him for help. And, for this matter, Solo might not be indifferent. This patrol boat traveled on the sea for a few days. Is very far from the town of Rogue. And left Rogue Town, even if he officially embarked on the Great Route. There is no permanent pointer, and it is impossible to reach the next island. The most important thing is that even if Solo has a permanent pointer on his body, can he swim past without a patrol boat? To know if they want to go to the next island, they have to cross the Red Earth continent. And only by finding the correct ocean current can you pass through the Red Earth continent. But in the hearts of the pirates, Solo reached the moment when he had to take action. He directly raised his hand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mr. Joracle Mihawk, please wait a moment. Solo said slowly, and then took a step towards the edge of the deck. What are these guys doing? I just want to go to Marin Vatican quietly and be an ordinary navy. If you are lucky, you will be kicked to the branch because you are not actively training. Has no interest in fighting against the strong in the world of One Piece at all. Moreover, this guy, Eagle Eye, although he is the king of Chihuahua, is the world's #1 swordsman. And that kind of thing is naturally not selected with scissors, rock, or cloth. His strength must be very, very, very terrifying. If it really fights, your true strength may be exposed. Okay, you are all big brothers. I can't provoke you, can I still hide from you? I swim directly from here to Malinvander. Solo couldn't help but complain, and then, under all eyes, Solo stretched out his hands and jumped directly from the deck of the patrol ship. With a large splash of water splashing, Solo jumped directly into the sea, then took out a permanent pointer from his arms, determined the direction, and started the butterfly stroke. For a time, there is one on the deck of the patrol ship, and all of them look awkward. Rao is Hawkeye, a guy who often looks paralyzed. Is also completely confused at this time. What is this navy doing? Doesn't he want to swim directly to the Red Earth continent from here, right? Chapter 16, Bullying Honest People. Hey, you guy, don't you want to swim to the next island? Bucky flew to the side of the patrol boat and couldn't help but complain. This is the first time he has seen a navy like Solo. There is a problem. Solo soaked in the sea and glanced back at Bucky. With my own strength, it should be no problem to swim from here to Malinvander. If it goes well, maybe you can still meet a passing merchant ship. Let them take their own ride. For Solo now, as long as he can get rid of the guy Hawkeye. And the Hawkeye standing on the patrol boat was also speechless. This navy. Look at the details just now. Solo is almost the swordsman who blocked his slash. But Hawkeye really didn't expect that Thoro would rather jump into the sea than fight against himself. This guy is probably a guy with nothing but strength but no guts. A person like him, even if he is stronger than Sauron now, will sooner or later be surpassed by the opponent. For a time, Hawkeye only felt that everything was dull. Saw his black sword aiming at the deck of the patrol ship, releasing a green sword energy on the spot. Rumbling. A loud noise swept out in all directions, loud and deafening. The majestic force penetrates the hull directly, breaking it apart. All the pirates present took a breath, only feeling that their brains were blank. Immediately afterwards, the entire hull began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sea water poured up like a huge mouth, about to swallow the broken patrol boat in two. As for the Eagle Eye, naturally he would not look at these pirates more. He is disappointed now. Just want to leave the East China Sea and go back to the residence to take a good rest. But Hawkeye's patrol ship wasn't the only thing destroyed. He stood on the sinking deck, turned his head to look at the ship Bucky had snatched from elsewhere, raised the black knife again, and dropped the knife in his hand. Is another extremely sharp sword energy crisscrossing past, breaking Bucky's boat in two. In an instant, the pirate ship lost its balance, collided from the cut, and began to sink. After 2 short breaths, he destroyed 2 ships. This is the strength of Hawkeye. And he didn't even look at these pirates, jumped up and landed smoothly on the sailing boat called the Coffin Boat, preparing to leave here. Everything is so random, so understatement. Is full of force. Ah, it's awful. Instead, it was Bucky the Clown, unavoidably holding his head in his hands, his face pale. As a devil fruit-capable person, the biggest disadvantage is that he can't touch water. There is no boat now, and once you fall into the sea, it will be a dead end. How to do? Just as Bucky was in a panic, his gaze fell on Solo. Hey, you fellow, can you really swim to the next island? Bucky yelled impatiently. In this situation, he has no choice. As long as there is a second way, he would not pin his hopes on a navy. Solo was startled, and then replied, yes. He didn't expect that Bucky, this guy, would care about himself. How long can I swim by myself? What does it have to do with him? Alrita, throw my feet here. Seeing Solo's answer so surely, Bucky had no choice but to pin his hopes on him, turning his head and yelling at Alrita. His idea is simple. I am a shattered person. The body can fly. Only 2 feet can't work. But the weight of both feet is very light, allowing Soro to lift his hands and fly by himself. In this way, the 2 of them can safely reach the next island. As for the crew members who are about to sink to the bottom of the sea, that can only be blamed on their unlucky encounter with Hawkeye. I can hardly protect myself now. Solo. After listening to Bucky's plan, Solo couldn't help but look black. I am going to swim to Malinvando. You guys are endless, right? Although I have no ambitions or ambitious goals, you can't bully honest people like that. For a time, Solo, who has always been a gentle personality, couldn't help but gain a temper. Or just kill Bucky and Hawkeye directly here. Solo frowned, but he soon realized that once he killed Bucky and Hawkeye here, it would have a chain effect. Although Bucky seems to be arrogant, he is the funny man in One Piece, but his true identity is the investigator on Roger One Piece's ship. Blackbeard doesn't need to sleep, it's the intelligence that Bucky found out. At the same time, he and the 4 Emperors Red Hair are also brothers. If Bucky died, it's hard to say that Redhead wouldn't investigate the cause of his death. And Hawkeye? As the king of Chihuahua, he is even more valued by the world government. Will the Navy launch an investigation? Will the world government care? And Hawkeye itself is also one of the best in the world. If you fight him at sea, will it cause a series of ripples and be noticed by others? You know, Hawkeye doesn't have too many combat descriptions in one piece. No one knows where his ceiling is. Really fight, you reading www.yunsha.com may be able to kill Hawkeye in a flash. What if you get stuck? If others notice, do I kill others too? And Luffy, Small, they should not be far from here. The key is... Solo received information when he was in Rog. Carp took Monka from the 153 branch and was on the route back to the headquarters. Will his own battle attract Carp? Do you want to kill Carp together? If Carp dies, things will go wrong. At that time, the Navy headquarters will definitely launch a full investigation. Then do you want to destroy the Navy headquarters together? Warring States, Red Dog, Green Pheasant, Yellow Ape. For a while, Solo couldn't help but think of a headache. Obviously, he only wanted to kill a Bucky, but after a little thought, a lot of characters were involved. It's no wonder that the male protagonists of online novels I read before didn't have any brains, and killed them when they saw them. It's really troublesome if I move my head a little. Solo couldn't help but vomit. However, as long as there is a person who can know Solo's current thoughts, I am afraid that he will not help but complain. Are you crazy? Never mind. After Solo's magical brain supplement, he slowly pulled out the samurai sword hanging from his waist, and then determined the direction of Roger Town. In the next second, Solo lifted the mediocre katana and slashed it hard. A huge sword aura burst out in the direction of Rog Town, and suddenly a huge wave of 100 meters high was set off, dividing the entire sea in two. Boom! Chapter 17, Do you see the road on the bottom of the sea? Goodbye. At the moment Solo drew the katana, the eagle eye who had planned to leave here was immediately attracted to look over. That knife! A man who is the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye not only masters superb swordsmanship, but his knowledge of katana far exceeds other swordsmen. Although Solo's katana looks ordinary from the outside. But the moment the scabbard was pulled out, it gave Hawkeye an indescribable feeling. Especially the blade of that weapon. Actually, the katana used by Zoro is not a conventional weapon mass-produced by the Navy headquarters. But through rewards, obtained weapons from another world. Its name is Zanpakuto. The reason why it looks unremarkable now is because Zanpakuto is usually in a sealed state. Only after shouting out the original explanation, this weapon will show its true appearance. Chop! Seeing Solo burst out immediately, raised the knife in his hand, and slashed in the direction of Rog Town. In an instant, a huge sword energy burst out from the blade, set off a huge wave, and rolled out to both sides. The sea began to vibrate constantly, and the entire surface of the sea was divided by sword energy. Not only that. This sword chi is not only extremely wide, but also extremely deep. A few of them can't breathe, and they expose the bottom of the sea. Is as spectacular as Moses parting the Red Sea. The creatures in the sea were swept by sword energy and died tragically. Countless fish fell from mid-air to the ground. All the fishes who were lucky enough to escape were panicked and swam desperately. The scariest thing is, this sword energy went straight in the direction of Rog Town, and there was no weakening of its momentum. Separates the sea all the way. Rao was an eagle-eyed sailing boat, and he was not spared. He was swept in by the sword energy and was annihilated on the spot. This scene came too suddenly, causing Hawkeye to have no time to react. At the critical moment, you can only rely on your physical instincts to pull out a black knife to resist. With a loud noise, this sword aura forcefully forced the eagle eye to retreat 100 meters away and fell into the sea. Every pirate who witnessed this scene felt his scalp tingling. Row is the slash of Hawkeye just now. It just separates a small area of the sea and allows the sea to pour back, forming a rushing waterfall. Solo's slash abruptly opened up a piece of land in the sea. The terrible thing is that the separated sea water does not show any signs of healing. Hey, it's a lie. How can human swordsmanship achieve this level? How strong is that navy? His swordsmanship, I am afraid that it has surpassed Hawkeye. Do not. As soon as the pirate spoke, he shook his head frantically. Beyond the eagle eye? I'm afraid it's not Hawkeye's swordsmanship, it can't be compared with Solo at all. This guy is a monster through and through. However, just when these pirates were shocked, they suddenly reacted to their situation. Solo's swordsmanship was so fierce that it set off a huge ocean current. The ship that was chopped into 2 pieces by the eagle eye was directly driven by the ocean current and fell towards the bottom of the sea. All the pirates are implicated. All the shock was transformed into a scalp-numbing scream at this moment. What's the situation? Bucky's eyes widened, and his jaw was shocked to the point of falling into the sea. He didn't even dream of thinking that the Navy looking ordinary, unexpectedly, is so scary. And many more. That guy is only wearing an ordinary Navy uniform, not a coat with the word justice. In other words, Solo is not a Navy general. Why? There will be such monsters in the Navy team. I even thought about letting that monster take me to the next island, away from Hawkeye. This guy is obviously scarier than Hawkeye. Bucky couldn't help being mad. Who did you provoke? As soon as left Rogue Town, he encountered 2 monsters at the same time. Hawkeye first, then Solo. No, this guy is 100 times more terrifying than Hawkeye. For a while, Bucky couldn't even make a sound. How to do? What should I do now? Who is coming? Help me. And y'all Rita and others didn't get there either, they were dumbfounded when they looked at the scene in front of them. Especially those pirates on patrol boats. They didn't expect to develop to this point at all. If they just fall into the sea, they can still stay in the sea for a while by virtue of the water. But now, the sea is directly separated, they struggled desperately but failed to resist the ocean current, and fell to the bottom of the sea along the separated gully. There was a muffled sound, as if calculating how many people died. Y'all Rita is even more crying without tears. Holding a wooden board in both hands, she fell into deep despair, at a loss. The atmosphere became weird. Buggy. Suddenly, Solo, who was floating on the sea, made a sound, shouted Bucky's name, then inserted the Zanpaku knife into the scabbard and hung it back to his waist. And this sound pulled Bucky back from the shock to the real world. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He can still fly on the sea now because his feet were put on the plank by Alrita. But if you don't find a way to leave here as soon as possible, you will die sooner or later. The worst thing is that the 3 ships here were completely destroyed one after another. And looking at it, there is no other ship at all. At this moment, it's really a dead end. Bucky wanted to cry without tears, so he could only stare at Solo eagerly. Knowing this a long time ago, I shouldn't have chased and killed any Straw Hat Luffy. How nice to stay in the East China Sea. But Solo did not intend to kill Bucky. Because it is too much trouble. So, he pointed his hand at the bottom of the sea exposed to the air by his sword chi. Did you see that road? Solo asked lightly. What? Bucky was taken aback first, not understanding what Solo meant. Did you see the road in the bottom of the sea? Where do you go? Goodbye. Solo said, regardless of Bucky's reaction. He turned and started the butterfly stroke in the other direction. Baki and Yalrita are both demon fruit-capable people, unable to swim, walking along the seabed is their only hope. The other pirates all fell to the bottom of the sea and died. As for Hawkeye, although he is the world's #1 swordsman, he should not be as strong as himself. And no one among the living people at the scene knew what he was called. Also, there will probably not be any intersections afterwards. Row. Solo thought to himself, and began to swim towards Malenvander with peace of mind. Stay away from this place of right and wrong. Chapter 18, Hawkeye's thought begins to change. Hawkeye's body was immersed in the sea, and his mind was full of images of Solo just breaking away from the sea with a sword. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye felt a bit tingling in his tiger's mouth. Is the impact that I received when I subconsciously resisted the sword chi. It also means Solo blocked his air slash. And oneself did not make a judgment. Do not. The sword energy he wielded at the beginning was not his full strength, and he didn't even use the black sword. Thinking of this, Yinjian glanced at the sea that was separated by Jian Qi, and at a glance, the seabed was clearly visible. The scariest thing is this gully like an abyss, there is no edge in sight. Yes. Rao is so different from ordinary people's eyesight as an eagle eye, you can't see the end of the crack at a glance. Plus the words Solo just said casually. He wants Bucky to walk down the road from the bottom of the sea to Roger Town. This guy's sword spirit, could it be true that it spread to Rog Town? Hawkeye couldn't help blinking, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how could you have such unrealistic ideas? You know, it takes several days to reach the town of Rog, even if it is a patrol boat. Is enough to explain the distance problem. If it were me, would it really be possible to achieve this level? For a moment, Hawkeye couldn't help asking himself. With his current swordsmanship, he collapsed a mountain with one blow, divided the sea with one blow, and even smashed a meteorite with a knife. He is confident enough to do it. Only facing Solo's swordsmanship, the man who bears the name of the world's #1 swordsman, is shaken. Soon, Hawkeye wakes up like a dream, and his heart is shocked again. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying swordsmanship monster in the East China Sea, the weakest in the world. Do not. Suddenly, Hawkeye rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Although the East China Sea is said to be the weakest in the 4 seas, the top powers have been born in this sea area. Roger, the famous One Piece king, was born in Rog Town. And Carp, the figure who is hailed as a naval hero by everyone. Isn't it all from Donghae? Navy. Hawkeye looked at Solo again. Although he still had a facial expression, his heart was like a sea swept by squally rain, unable to calm for a long time. Think about it carefully. From the moment he saw Solo, his attitude was very casual. Doesn't seem to care about anything. And his Navy uniform, only warrant officer of the branch. A warrant officer of a branch has such amazing strength. Do not. To be precise, it should be a monster with such amazing strength. Why is it just a warrant officer? This guy, is he hiding his strength all the time? Hawkeye's brain works fast. The unremarkable man in front of him must have a huge conspiracy brewing in his heart. Yes. If it weren't for the ambition to shake the earth. How can a man urge him to become a strong man without any distractions? According to Hawkeye's knowledge of swordsmanship, the reason why Solo is so strong, in addition to his talent for swordsmanship, he must have enough hard work and sweat. This is almost the common sense in every swordsman's heart. It is not even exaggerated to say that at this moment, Hawkeye completely reacted. Why did Solo choose to jump off the boat just now, and why did he choose to swim and leave here? Because of his strength, he can definitely do this. Wait a minute, if you think about it according to this line of thought, then he just refused to fight me, maybe. It's not because of fear. But I think I am not qualified to force him to shoot. In an instant, Hawkeye's eyes widened, and he had always been paralyzed. At this time, he showed an unbelievable expression. He, Hawkeye, the man of the world's largest swordsman, unexpectedly, could not arouse Solo's inner desire for battle. And if this happens to myself, there is only one reason. That is the opponent's strength is too weak, so that he has no interest in shooting at all. Myself, was underestimated by Solo. For a while, Hawkeye was completely shocked by the series of logic supplemented by his own brain. Actually, what ambition and conspiracy does Solo have? He just finds it troublesome and doesn't bother to compete with Hawkeye. I don't have any thoughts that there are none. However, due to the lack of information, coupled with Solo's understatement and very casual attitude, only caused Hawkeye's thoughts at this moment to be somewhat dizzy. Completely headed in the wrong direction. And subconsciously determined, Solo is a super strong. So that, the soul of the warrior in the depths of Yunjian's heart was completely ignited at this moment. He, Hawkeye, wants to fight Solo. Navy. Thinking of this, Hawkeye can no longer hold his own heart, aiming at the direction Solo is swimming, and raising the black knife in his hand. Next second, Hawkeye's arms were directly wrapped around the black-armed color domineering, and swept out forcefully. With the sound of the air being cut through, the extremely exaggerated sword energy flew out. Is hundreds of meters wide, and the difference from the previous one is that after entwining the domineering armed color, the sword aura of the eagle eye is immediately dyed black. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Was just a matter of power, and he pushed the sea several meters down. It's not over, right? Soon, Solo, who was swimming, felt the momentum approaching him. The sea keeps rolling and the waves are rough. Moreover, the scope of this sword aura is so great that it is inevitable for oneself to avoid it. There is no other way, so Solo has to pull out the Zanpaku knife and make a parry action. Boom! A loud noise exploded in Solo's ears. If his tympanic membrane was not strong enough, he might be deaf on the spot. But Solo didn't make any effort to dissipate this sword energy, but simply took advantage of his strength, allowing the eagle-eye sword energy to lift himself away. Solo's body was only seen leaving the screen, drawing an excellent parabola in the air, falling into the sea again, and far enough away from the eagle-eye to the extent of 3 or 4 nautical miles. Then, Solo completely dropped Hawkeye and the others, and swam towards the Red Earth continent without looking back. Sure enough, all the warriors are crazy. While swimming, Solo did not forget to complain about Hawkeye. Is Hawkeye instead messy on the sea alone? The sword energy just now is countless times stronger than the usual slash. Result: not only did not have any influence on Solo, but he took advantage of him and left here. Make yourself unable to chase. This feeling, what's going on? Gurgle. Hawkeye swallowed, and looked down at his hands. An incredible scene appeared. Her hands are shaking constantly. Is not out of fear, but of excitement. He wants to fight Solo. Chapter 19, Shocked Carp for 1 whole year. Watching Solo leave the sea, Bucky the Clown can't help but feel a little mad. Although Solo's strength is indeed strong, it shocked his heart. But does this guy know how far it is from Rogue Town? I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk to Rogue Town without walking for a month or 2. Moreover, the picture of Solo's sword separating the sea is truly spectacular and amazing. There is no controversy on this point. But the separated sea water will recover sooner or later. When I am directly on the bottom of the sea, I will be drowned. But the words came back. Those crew members who were not capable of devil fruit were all buried under the sea. Only myself and Alrita are safe and sound. But neither of them knows how to water. There are no passing ships around. If this continues, I am afraid that it will be a death sooner or later. The strong desire to survive makes Bucky's brain work fast. Eagle eye my hawk. Soon, Bucky noticed Hawkeye's actions. He put away his shock at Solo, and began to splice the floating wooden boards together on the sea, trying to make a raft. Now he has only one idea. That is to catch up with Solo as soon as possible. Fight with him. Bet on the number one name in the world. Bucky gritted his teeth and stared at Hawkeye. Now he is obviously not interested in himself. If he can, Bucky doesn't want to get in touch with such a guy. But there is no way, here it is called the sky should not, and the ground is not working. Hawkeye is his only hope. Eagle Eye. Bucky took a deep breath and flew towards Hawkeye. He stroked his chin. You want to know where the Navy is going, right? Although Bucky's current strength is average, he is after all someone who has seen big winds and waves. He has seen a lot of warrior psychology like Hawkeye. To say that Hawkeye doesn't want to compete with Solo at all. He doesn't believe it. But Hawkeye didn't talk to Bucky, but focused on making small rafts. Ahem. Actually, I heard about him when I was in Rogue Town. I also know where he is going. Well, Hawkeye, as long as you take me out of here, as a trading condition, I will take you to the Navy, how about it? Bucky deliberately maintained his composure, as if he really knew where Solo was going. But in fact, he doesn't even know what Solo is called. But no matter how you say it, there is no loss to Hawkeye with Bucky. In addition, he was eager to fight, so after hearing this trading condition, he glanced at Bucky meaningfully. Finally, Hawkeye nodded. There is a general direction, which is better than knowing nothing. And if everything goes well, and you encounter the pirate ship, you might be able to go around in front of Solo. Just like that, Hawkeye and Bucky hit it off, ready to chase Solo. At the same time, in the other direction of the sea, the Monka riots caused Carp to be delayed in the 153 branch for 2 more days, and he was also smashed by Monka. Generally speaking, he has gained a lot this time. Got 2 good disciples, Kirby and Beelzebub. After subduing Monka, Carp returned to the headquarters. Today is also a sunny day. Carp stood on the deck of the warship, facing the sea breeze, looking towards the endless sea. The wound cut by Monka has begun to heal. Now he is in a very happy mood. Ka, Lieutenant General Carp. But at this moment, a Navy soldier hurriedly ran up to him. His face was extremely pale and his tone of voice was impatient. Oh no! An enemy attack was found ahead. The Navy soldier was breathless and reported. Just now, he detected an extremely majestic sword aura, which was approaching their warship. Menacing. This level of attack, even the elite of their headquarters, have not seen it. For a while, I was so nervous that I had to seek Carp's help. And the most incredible thing is, they didn't even notice the enemy. Only saw the enemy's attack. Is there such a thing? Carp blinked his eyes vigorously, only feeling that what the Navy soldier was saying was a bit mysterious. Go! Carp made a loud noise and asked the Navy soldier to lead the way and step towards the bow of the ship. Soon, the calm warship was like a fried ant. Hundreds of Navy soldiers temporarily dropped their work and gathered on the deck. In a short while, hundreds of Navy soldiers gathered on the bow deck, looking in the same direction. The huge sword energy is as exaggerated as hundreds of meters, and it is coming violently, setting off huge waves and approaching warships. The scariest thing is, sword chi cuts the sea directly wherever it goes, and the depth is unfathomable, exposing the uneven bottom of the sea immediately. Many navies were holding binoculars to observe, and they were shocked to the extreme. And the most incredible thing is, no matter how they observed, they couldn't find anyone who released this sword energy. A strong slash. Rao is Carp, who is hailed as a naval hero. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying slash in this sea area. Who is the other party? Golden Lion Shiji? Or the guy with the white beard? For a while, Carp couldn't help but think of these old-time powerhouses. Correct. I received information that Hawkeye was hunting pirates in the East China Sea. Could it be that guy? At this moment, Cap's close friend, Colonel Pockito, could not help but recall the news he had received before. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com linked this / to Hawkeye. In his opinion, the only person who can wield such a terrifying sword spirit today is the Eagle Eye, who bears the world's largest swordsman. Eagle Eye, my hawk. Carp frowned. Hawkeye is a junior kid to him. But in any case, Carp couldn't think of a more suitable person. Golden Lion Shiji disappeared from the prison after advancing into the city. If Whitebeard came to the East China Sea, the Warring States period would have long been uncomfortable and told him to go back. Ha 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 ha. After thinking about it, Carp also thought it should be the Eagle Eye guy, and couldn't help laughing. The kid of the new age, do you say hello to the old man? Come on then. In an instant, Carp stepped on one foot. In order to prevent the warship from being affected, he stepped directly out of the moon step and took the initiative to meet the 100-meter-high sword energy. Next second, Carp's right hand was dyed black by the burst of armed domineering, and aimed at the sword aura with a violent punch. Boom! There was a loud noise like thunder on a clear day, deafening. Immediately after that, a terrifying air current swept across in all directions, setting off a wave of several meters long, and beating it out. The huge naval warship is like a small boat, swaying on the sea. Poor and helpless. And Carp's face changed drastically, and his eyes were bigger than those of a donkey. Is the swordsmanship of that little devil that Hawkeye so strong? Carp was shocked in his heart. He wanted to punch the sword away with a punch, but he found out after a strong collision. This sword aura is stronger than I imagined. Chapter 20, What? Did you swim from Upside Down Mountain? Solo swam for 2 full days in the sea following the guide of the permanent pointer. What makes him feel depressed is that in these 2 days, he hasn't touched a pirate ship. According to Solo's original idea, this world is called One Piece naturally because there are many pirates here, and they are even so powerful that they can establish a country. Fight against courtesy of this part of the navy. Although the pirate forces in the East China Sea are the weakest in the 4 seas, it is a large sea area. From here, the pirate group heading for the Great Sea route should be quite a few. How can you meet 1 or 2? Isn't it easy to 1 or 2 pirate ships with your own strength? Result: a pirate group Solo hasn't come across. Soon, the Crimson Continent came into Solo's eyes, and one of the ocean currents was from bottom to top, forming a very spectacular scenery. This should be the rumored ocean current. Solo thought to himself. Although he has been in this world for more than 9 years, he has never left Rogue Town. Seeing such a scene now, I feel a little shocked in my heart. Of course, as a traverser, Solo still has a certain degree of understanding of the world. Such as this mountain range in front of me. As far as Solo knows, this is the first intersection between the Red Earth continent and the Great Route. There are 5 water channels on the mountain, forming an X shape, with ocean currents coming in and out. 4 of them rushed to the top of the mountain, converging in one place, and their starting points were connected to the 4 seas. The last ocean current rushes to the entrance of the Great Sea Route. Now Solo is located at the mouth of the East China Sea, as long as he swims past it. Is formally entering the Great Route. Hey! Solo took a deep breath and began to forge ahead. He has been in the sea for 2 days and 2 nights. Even if it was the mentality of swimming to Marin Vondo with a big deal at first, when he really took action, Solo could not help but miss the hotbed on the patrol boat. But after officially entering the ocean current, the turbulent sea frantically washed Solo. Even if you do nothing, you can move forward at a fast speed. In just 10 minutes, Solo followed the ocean current to the top of the mountain, and then pouring down. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid you'll be buried here long ago. But soon, a tall wall blocked Solo's path. That is. Solo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly recalled. Right at the only exit of Upside Down Mountain, Rab the whale has been waiting for Brooke to come back. At the same time, One Piece Roger's ship doctor, Kurikas, is also here. Wait, Kurikas. Since Kurikas can always take care of Rab in this place, it means that he has access to the outside world. Even if the food Kurikas can be self-sufficient. But things like drugs, this guy can't make it himself, right? Thinking of this, Solo immediately jumped from the sea and landed on Rab's back impartially. Solo stood firmly on Rabu's back, looked around, and found the door that could lead directly to Rabu's belly. It's really dark here. Walking in the long corridor, Solo didn't forget to complain about the environment here. Now he can't help but start to doubt his daily life in Rogue Town. But this did not last long. There was a map here, and within a short while, Solo walked to the exit and pushed hard with both hands. Everything is as he remembered. There is a different kind of world in Rab's body. The dark green gastric juice is like sea water, and there is a small island that looks very pleasant in the center area. Plus 2 days and 2 nights upstream, there is no food to satisfy your hunger. Solo's belly couldn't help but began to grumble. He rubbed his stomach a little, and couldn't take much care of it. With a hard kick on one foot, he jumped to the island in one step with his amazing explosive power. A muffled sound exploded, causing the island to shake. 2 or 3 could not breathe. A bald uncle in a red shirt walked out of the only house on the island. It is Kurikas. Navy. Kurikas blinked. During his years of guarding Rab, he has often encountered pirates here, but the Navy is rare. Is there anything to eat? Solo turned to look at Kurikas, and said without thinking, I need some food, fresh water, and a sailboat. Kurikas. What's the matter with this attitude and tone? Does he think he is some kind of shop owner? And also, I have indeed met many people here, but the Navy as calm as Solo is still the first. And he was not surprised at all when he saw himself. At any rate, he was also the person on the original Pirate King Roger's ship. Still, the current Navy doesn't pay attention to the famous pirates of the old age anymore? Is wrong. What is going on with this feeling of wanting to attract attention? There are so many slots that Kurikas didn't know where to start complaining. Never mind. Seeing that the Navy system has been soaked, I must have suffered a lot. Your boat must have hit and sank while passing by the upside-down mountain, right? Kurikas walked back to the room, took out some instant cans, and fresh water, and threw it to Solo, while chatting casually. In any case, a person guarding a whale Rab can say that life is comfortable www.readaloud.com, but it is also a little boring. People always need to communicate. When passing the upside-down mountain, if the helmsman is slightly improper, it will be the result of the ship's destruction. Presumably, Solo's companions also encountered the same disaster, but they did not survive. That's why Solo is emotionally numb. Even if I see myself, I am not surprised. For a while, Kurikas couldn't help but sympathize with Solo, but, it's a life that I got back, right? But who knows, after Solo took the can, he sat on the ground and chewed slowly. Does not seem to be a person who has passed through life and death at all. On the contrary, Solo's attitude is very calm. He glanced up at Kurikas, and replied very casually. Hey? No, I came here from swimming and there is no boat. I plan to go swimming directly, forget it, don't mention it. Solo wanted to spit out his experience, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. On the contrary, it was Kurikas. After hearing Solo's explanation, he stood still on the spot in an instant. What? What the hell? This kid in front of you came from swimming? From upside down the mountain? The upside down mountain that left countless pirate boats dead without a place to bury their bodies? Go on, just kidding. That kind of thing, at least it needs a monster of the level of Raleigh to be able to do it. What's the matter with the Navy in front of me? What the is he? Are you here to arrest me?" For a moment, Kurikas couldn't help but ask cautiously. Chapter 21, Isn't this Princess Vivi? Arrest you? Did you commit anything? Uncle. Solo answered without thinking. Since Roger disbanded the pirates, most of the crew have lived in seclusion. Kurikas is one of them. Although the Navy headquarters did not revoke their bounty, it did not bother to arrest them. After all, these guys are almost all legendary characters, powerful. Especially Hades Raleigh. Even makes the Navy headquarters a little bit afraid. What's more, after Roger disbanded the pirate group, these people never went to sea again. Everyone step back and have a good old age without disturbing each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be unknown in old age. So, Solo naturally didn't bother to care if he didn't even care about the Navy headquarters. Besides, there is no way to explain this matter. Although Kurikas looked harmless to humans and animals, and boarded Roger's ship as a ship doctor, his strength was not trivial. After the original work, Kurikas used his body to resist the shells fired by Princess Weiwei and Mr. The key is, in the world of One Piece, the ship doctor is a difficult role to mess with. Such as Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates. Are all ship doctors. If Kurikas was here and taken to the Navy headquarters, I was afraid that he would be left directly at the headquarters and promoted to the 3rd level. For a salted fish like Solo, this is a situation he doesn't want to see. And, with Kurikas's character, he would listen to his own words obediently. It's inevitable to do it again. Just thinking about it, Solo finds it troublesome. Forget it. No, I'm just a doctor. Seeing that Solo didn't mean to arrest himself, Kurikas also ended the topic. As for Solo's identity, he didn't bother to inquire. Simply chatted with Solo about the origin of the whale rab. This matter will start from 50 years ago. I'm not interested. However, Kurikas was interrupted as soon as he got up. And Solo also ate all the food in the can and added fresh water. For Rab's story, Solo knew it in his heart, and through Rab's actions. The Straw Hat group has not yet turned upside down the mountain. This surprised Solo. I don't know that it was the dragon who saved the walking flight this time, which caused the delay in the progress of his adventure. Or some other reason. But it is not important. The important thing is that Luffy will definitely prevent Rab from hitting the Red Earth continent. Since someone intervened, then I simply became a spectator. What a weird person. Seeing Solo's attitude, Kurikas couldn't help but vomit, turned back to his room, and found out the fishing boat. I don't have a boat here, only this. If it goes well, I should be able to stick to the next island. When you get there, it might be easier to find a boat. Kurikas explained with the canoe in his arms. However, he was still curious in his heart, are you really the upside-down mountain swimming through? I thought of the turbulent ocean current. Kurikas felt dangerous. Relying on the body to swim across the upside-down mountain in one breath, what kind of physical quality does this have? Even in Roger's boat, there are not many people who can compare to Solo. What's wrong? Solo glanced at the canoe. The hull is only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. And without sails, he can only use wood pulp to paddle. Fortunately, my physical strength is stronger than that of ordinary people. Reluctantly deal with it. Then, Solo thanked Kurikas, took the canoe, put it on his shoulders, bent his knees slightly, and then straightened hard. In an instant, a force burst from Solo's toes, leaving a spider web-like crack on the island. Soon, Solo carried the canoe and landed on the way out. Both power and speed surprised Kurikas. I don't even say exaggeratedly. Rao is Kurikas, and he didn't even see Solo's movements clearly. This guy's physical skills are not trivial. For a moment, Kurikas couldn't help feeling ashamed. Therefore, he also believed Solo's words. It is very possible, really relying on the body to swim over the upside-down mountain. What a terrible man! Looking at Solo's leaving back, Kurukas put his hands around his chest and let out a sigh of emotion. There was even a strong hunch in his heart. Solo, the Navy, will one day stand at the apex of the strongest. However, what he never dreamed of was that when he returned to the house, he suddenly found a gold coin lying on the corner of the table, which seemed to be used to cover the cost of the canoe and food. As for Solo, he came out of Rabu's body without looking back, then threw the canoe into the sea, jumped up, picked up the wood pulp, and started paddling. It really helped a lot. Although swimming to the next island is not a problem, paddling is always easier than swimming. Furthermore, Kurukas also prepared food and fresh water for himself. He is a pirate, but he has a good heart. However, it is precisely because Kurukas is a pirate that Solo did not deliberately act like a weak. After all, it is impossible for a person like him to go to the Navy to say something. Next. The so-called hidden strength is called hidden strength as long as you have not done your best. It's good to release the domineering look in Rogue Town. Cut the C in front of Hawkeye is just one of Solo's whole cards. And he will never expose his full power in front of anyone. That's enough www.readaloud.com. But then again, this is the entrance to the Great Route, the only place where you can choose the route. According to Solo's impression, there are about 7 routes here. Everyone can reach the final island, Love Drew. And only one of them is the route of Straw Hat Luffy. Is also the route that Solo knows the most. The advantage of his omniscience, but the disadvantage is that you may encounter Luffy. But then again, even if you choose another route, it may not be without any trouble. It would be better to use this understanding of the plot to stay away from trouble as much as possible. And once you get close to the windless zone, it means you won't encounter any pirate groups. Can also stay away from the troublemaker Luffy. The most important thing is that there is no wind belt, you can go straight to the city, and then pass through the Gate of Justice, which is Malinvander. Is a good shortcut. After thinking about it, Solo finally determined his route and set off for the next island. But this time it seems that the goddess of luck is smiling. About 2 or 3 hours after paddling, a small sailboat came towards him. And judging from the flag hanging on it, it seems to be a pirate ship. There is no need for manpower to paddle, and there is a room where you can sleep. For a moment, Solo's eyes flashed with excitement. Next second, Solo jumped directly onto the ship's deck. However, a graceful female figure suddenly made him feel calm. Vivi. Chapter 22, I am the Navy. Requisition your ship now. Reflected the two in front of Solo. A man in a green suit with a beard in the shape of a number 9 trimmed on his face, orange hair, and a golden crown. Is a cadre member of the Baroque Work Club, Mr. 9. The girl standing behind him wore aqua blue ponytails, hung down to the waist, matched with a green jacket, white shorts, and a pair of white mid-boots of the same color. As a traverser, Solo would naturally not mistake this guy. Her apparent identity is a member of the Baroque Job Club, Mr. Wednesday. But in fact, she is the princess of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Neferutali Vivi is also a very popular female character in the story of One Piece. I didn't expect that I would meet Waiwei here. Solo couldn't help but complain, and quickly realized what was going on now. If they didn't guess wrong, Vivi and Mr. 9 should be planning to solve the whale rab. Was there, because of the rab, the sailboat was damaged. So when I came back, I had to board Luffy's ship. This is also very reasonable. After all, Waiwei appeared in Zhuangzixia, can't she swim there? Navy. Waiwei and Mr. 9 looked at each other, but I didn't expect to meet the Navy in such a place. Actually, this was something Solo didn't expect. Logically speaking, he really doesn't want to have anything to do with Waiwei. However, when he boarded the ship, Solo didn't think so much, that his sudden force smashed the small canoe. If I go down now, I guess I can only swim to the Whiskey Peak. After thinking about it for a second, Solo broke the silence at this time. I want to requisition your ship as a navy now. He decided to let Wai take herself to the Whiskey Peak, where he could get a sailing boat. Then parted ways with Wai. She went to her twin gorges. Go to your own Marin Vondo. The well water does not violate the river water. Hey, even if you are a navy, you can't requisition our ship in a word. Also, how can the navy act alone? Mr. 9 refused on the spot. An inexplicable guy wanted to requisition their ship. This kind of thing is too outrageous. Besides, the ghost knew if this guy was a pirate, so he took the navy uniform to appear here. Secondly, he is a cadre of the Baroque Work Club. Next second, Mr. 9 decisively gripped the baseball bat he was carrying with him, and in an instant, he rushed in front of Solo, raised his weapon with one hand, and slammed it down at Solo's neck. I'm going to knock this guy out. However, Mr. 9's movements are as slow as a slide in Solo's eyes. He shook his head helplessly, and with only one finger he pressed the smashed baseball bat. Accompanied by a muffled noise, the baseball bat suddenly stopped moving, generating an impact force on Mr. 9. In an instant, his tiger's mouth was torn on the spot because it couldn't bear the power, and blood gushed out from it. Immediately afterwards, he felt a sharp pain sweeping from the palm to the entire arm, as if the bones were shattered. Ah! The scream of made Wai's scalp numb, and the raised whip suddenly hung in the air, so she didn't dare to fall down. Mr. 9 stepped back again and again. The severe pain caused him to sweat, and eventually lost his balance and sat on the deck. Can't grasp the 5 fingers, the baseball bat hits the ground. Princess Wai was even more dumbfounded on the spot. The Baroque Job Club is a secret criminal company in Alabaston, and everyone in the society never uses their real names. Are all called by code names. At the same time, the smaller the number of the senior agent code, the stronger the strength. And Mr. 9 can get this code. It shows that he is a senior cadre of the work agency. The strength is not weak anymore. Result: was defeated by the navy in front of me with a single finger. How strong is his strength? Just as Wai was so stunned, Solo spoke again. You guys, are you pirates? But this time, Solo burst out a murderous aura directly. Although it can't be said to be very strong, it is more than enough to deal with weak people like Wai. The powerful aura crushed in an instant. Makes it difficult for Wai to even breathe. She staggered, trying to stay away from Solo, but stepped on her whip on her back heel, and fell to the ground with a plop. After a pause, an unprecedented thought filled Vivi's brain. If her answer makes the other person dissatisfied, she will die. No. Not. I saw Wai trembling, and quickly denied that she was a pirate. And Mr. 9 did not get there. That's good. After getting the answer he wanted, Solo put away his aura. He already knew Wai's true identity. As for Mr. 9, although he joined the Baroque Job Club, he himself is not a bad person. From the beginning, Solo didn't want to hurt them. The reason for this is just to let them take themselves to the nearest island. Once there, everyone parted ways. Just ask Alabaston by herself, and Wai won't know her name. In that case, turn around and take me to the nearest island. While Solo was talking, he simply sat on the deck. And just judged to be 2 people. Wai and Mr. 9 looked at each other. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com also wanted to cry without tears, and there was no other way except to obey Solo's orders. Can only change the direction of sailing and return to the Whiskey Peak. Anyway, let's get there first. But as Solo returned to her lazy state, Wai's mood eased a lot. Although she is still a little afraid of this man, she still has a certain curiosity about him. Especially the atmosphere of returning home made her feel a little depressed. My name is Wednesday, and I am a resident of Whiskey Peak. Where can I send you? Wei asked tentatively. But in other words, why do you appear in such a place alone? In the case of the Navy, generally, it is based on the unit, right? Seeing that Solo did not resist, Wei continued to ask. The reason for this, in addition to curiosity, is also to find out more information. Use this to judge whether Solo is a dangerous person or not. My ship encountered some trouble and sank. Solo answered casually. In a way, what Solo said is true. While seeing Solo answer like this, Wei also made up some information. It must have been a pirate encounter at sea. In the end, only Solo survived. After all, a person as strong as him would probably not leave his partner to escape because of fear of death. For a while, Wei couldn't help but sympathize with Solo. Then, what's your name? Name. Solo didn't expect Wei to ask questions. He was silent for a moment. Call me Small. Chapter 23, Uninvited guests are coming, Mr. 5 is here. After a period of voyage, Solo followed Vivi and Mr. 9 came to the Whiskey Peak. This is the first island that the Straw Hat Pirates landed after entering the Great Sea Route. On the surface, it is a small town that welcomes pirates, but it is actually a gathering place for pirate hunters. It is also a subsidiary branch of Baroque Jobs. Many pirates who entered the Great Sea Route were buried here. But Solo didn't worry about his situation. As the mayor here, after seeing Wei returning to the voyage, Calum immediately called people to prepare for it, and at the same time felt puzzled in his heart. Wei hasn't been to sea for a long time? Why did you come back so soon? Is something wrong? Ikarim's face was flat on the surface, but he couldn't help worrying in his heart. His true identity is actually the captain of the guard of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Is the Baroque workplace that can protect Princess Vivi secretly. And became a middle-level agent. And considering that the pirates will only bring disaster and trouble to Alabaston. So he didn't feel guilty about hunting pirates all these years. Soon, Wei's boat docked at the pier, took Solo and Mr. 9 to get off the boat, and asked the people of Ikarim to entertain Solo warmly. Navy. Noting Solo's dress, Ikarim can't help but feel surprised. I don't understand how Princess Vivi met the Navy. Thank you, Wednesday. Solo expressed his gratitude to Wei when he saw this, and decided to rest here for a while, then requisitioned a sailboat and left. As for Wei's troubles, naturally, Luffy helped her solve it. Within a short while, Solo disappeared from Wei's sight. Hey! At this time, Wei also covered her chest, her tone relaxed. So, what is the situation now? Aren't you going to solve that whale? Seeing no one else, Ikarim simply resumed his honorifics. Also, what's the matter with that navy? I'm about to tell you about this, Ikarim. Vivi paused for a while, and then recounted what happened in the sea. When Ikarim heard Vivi say Solo's name, his eyes went wide, and he couldn't help looking in the direction Solo was leaving. That person is Smog. Smog, is it famous? Wei was taken aback when she saw this. She has been with Calum for a long time, and she knows Calum's character very well. Is just a name that makes him show such an expression. Is really rare. If that guy is really the Smog I know, then he is definitely better than you think. Then, Ikarim recounted what he knew. What a white hunter! There is no room for pirates in your eyes. And many more. So that's it. Wei suddenly realized when she heard this, no wonder he exudes such murderous aura when he mistakes us for pirates. Until now, when she thinks of that scene, Wei still feels scared in her heart. However, I have only heard of something about Smog, and haven't seen it. As for whether he is the Smog or not, it is better not to be arbitrary. Ikarim thought for a moment. I did not see Solo on the reward order. Even if you kill him, you won't get the bounty. And he is still alone in a navy uniform. There is really no motive to shoot him. Anyway, after entertaining him, give him a small sailboat and let him leave here. Seeing that Kalam couldn't confirm Solo's identity, Vivi gave up, and so ordered. Well, it has to be so. On this matter, Kalam has the same attitude as Vivi. So in the next time, Kalam led the residents of the town to entertain Solo in an extremely enthusiastic manner. Not only introduced him to the culture of this small town, but also carefully prepared a variety of food. And Wei plans to go to sea with Mr. 9 again to find food. Otherwise, the two of them can't deal with the boss of the Baroque Job Club. After 2 days and 1 night's rest, Solo's navy uniform was completely dry. Then he brought some more food and prepared to leave here. Anyway, thank you for your care these days. Although Solo always has the character of a salted fish, he is not a person who takes the good of others to himself for granted. Just before leaving, Solo expressed his gratitude to Kalam, and left part of his money to Kalam. The money is enough to pay for the food these days, as well as the cost of the boat. While talking, Solo threw a purse at Kalam. This sudden scene made Kalam unexpected. He caught the purse subconsciously, heavier than he expected. Not to mention just 2 days, just 1 week, I am afraid it is more than enough. For a while, Kalam couldn't help but believe that Solo was a navy, not a pirate. Kalam nodded, and he kindly reminded Solo. The current situation in Alabaston is a bit turbulent. Although I don't know what the purpose of Solo's trip is, it's better to be careful when passing there. Just like that, after a few more words of greeting, the two said goodbye. As for Princess Wei, Solo didn't ask any extra words. He didn't bother to ask either. There are Luffy anyway. There is no need to worry about Crocodile. However, just as Solo was about to leave here, an explosion suddenly sounded in the town. Rumbling. This sudden scene instantly attracted Kalam's attention, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. A flash of fire rushed into the sky. Then there was thick smoke billowing upwards, like a grey mushroom cloud blooming. Gurgle. Kalam rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In his heart, there was also an unknown premonition. But before Kalam could start the action, a man dressed as a rock singer walked out from the corner of the street. He puts his hands in his pockets, with a high attitude. No one else, but one of the high-level spies of the Baroque Job Club. Mr. 5. On the contrary, Solo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. This time, I met someone from the Baroque Job Club. And Mr. 5 quickly noticed Solo, especially the navy uniform on Solo, which made him startled. Made him more certain that his information was true and reliable. Mr. 8, I only ask you once, Mr. Wednesday, that guy, where is it now? Mr. 5 asked with a low voice. Chapter 24, Mr. Small, please protect Princess Vivi. Mr. 8, regarding this question, I advise you to think it over before answering it. As soon as the voice of Mr. 5 fell, another female voice sounded. We now know the true identity of Mr. Wednesday. If you don't want to die here, you'd better tell us honestly that she is there. Kalam and Solo followed the prestige, and they saw a young woman holding an umbrella sitting on the roof of the building on the side of the street, looking down at the two of them condescendingly. Is another senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. Valentine's Day. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day. Solo couldn't help but look black. The appearance of the two of them on the Whiskey Peak means that the identity of Princess Vivi has been seen by Crocodile, and issued an order to kill her. But, according to Solo's memory, it develops according to the normal plot. The pursuit of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day should be after Wei led Luffy and the others back to the Whiskey Peak. But now, Wei has not yet gone to sea to hunt the whale Rab. And many more. In an instant, Solo reacted. When she met Wei, she did not see Rab, but she was not far away from Shuangzixia. Plus the return flight and the time to rest here is now just connected to the timeline of Mr. 5 chasing and killing Wai Wei. Not only that, there is also the route of the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason why they choose the Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Alabaston and other routes. It is because Wai Wei and Mr. 9 asked Luffy to give them a ride, which led to the confirmation of Luffy's sailing route. The result is now. Because of her own relationship, Wai Wei did not meet Luffy according to the original plot. In other words, it is very likely that Luffy will not take this route anymore. This. After realizing this suddenly, Solo was stunned on the spot. And Akaram shook his head at Mr. 5 without thinking, I don't know. The reason why he joined the Baroque Job Club is to protect Wai Wei in secret. How could they easily inform them of Wai Wei's whereabouts now? Not only him, but also the people in the whole town. They gathered here from all directions. Actually, before Solo and Akaram met Mr. 5, he and Valentine had already been inquiring about Vivi's whereabouts, which caused one battle after another. However, the bounty hunters gathered here will be the opponent of Mr. 5. Noticed that these people rushed up towards him, he still had a calm expression, his right hand slowly left his pocket, and he dug his nostril. Next second, Mr. 5 pointed the booger dug out at these bounty hunters, and then flicked it lightly. And with an attack like this, naturally, that person will not be deliberately careful. In an instant, Mr. 5's booger flew in front of these bounty hunters, and then emitted a dazzling glare. Rumbling. The sound is deafening, and the firelight illuminates the whole street. Countless bounty hunters flew out in the explosion, fell heavily to the ground, and were seriously injured. The strength gap between the two sides is like cloud and mud. Gulu. Seeing the horror of the towners, Akaram couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowed nervously. He knew very well in his heart that the lower the number, the stronger the rank of the Baroque Job Agency. I am not an opponent of this guy at all. Thinking of this, Akaram had to turn around and look at Solo, and put all the money bags in his hand back to him. Mr. Small, I don't need your money. Now, Akaram has nothing to hide. In fact, my true identity is the captain of the guard of the Kingdom of Alabaston. And Mr. Wednesday, she is the princess of the Kingdom of Alabaston. The reason why she joined the Baroque Job Club is only to investigate their criminal evidence. Akaram pressed Solo's shoulders with both hands, feeling very excited. In fact, this is also helpless. Although he wanted to protect Princess Vivi with his own hands, he knew that he didn't have that kind of strength. And if the Navy in front of him is a special agent of the Baroque Work Agency, he can completely solve Wai Wei while on the ship. There is no need to pretend until now. Secondly, the direction where the explosion sounded was also the location where all the ships docked. In other words, Mr. 5 cut off Wai Wei's escape route from the very beginning. Based on this and that kind of relationship, Akaram can only pin his hopes on the Navy, Solo. On the contrary, Solo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. He really doesn't want to participate in the affairs of the Kingdom of Alabaston. And myself, Vivi, and Akaram are just a fate. Do these guys really believe in themselves so easily? They don't worry, are they in the same group as Baroque Jobs? It's not. Soon Solo denied such thoughts. In this situation, Akaram has no second choice at all. Even if he has a strict mouth, he would rather die than say where he fell slightly. In terms of the size of a small town, how long can Wai Wei hide? Was found out, but it was a matter of time. Please, Your Excellency Small, please protect Princess Vivi's safety at any rate. www.readaloud.com. Akaram's eyes were extremely sincere, this is the request of my life. Then, Akaram ignored Solo's reaction and directly told the whereabouts of Princess Vivi. Actually, Wai Wei does not know that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine are chasing her. She did not deliberately hide, but resting in a certain room. As for these two guys, I will resist. The moment I finished speaking, Ikarim ignored Solo's reaction and turned around on the spot to face Mr. 5. In the next second, Ikarim's curly hair stretched out the black barrel. In any case, I won't let you hurt Princess Vivi. Ikarim roared loudly at Mr. 5, and then decisively launched an attack. Da-da-da! The sound of machine gun fire suddenly resounded throughout the street. The rain of bullets blocked all the retreat of Mr. 5. At the same time as the fire was blazing, the billowing smoke was lifted from the ground and rolled upwards, instantly enveloping Mr. 5. Really, a guy who can't help himself. At this moment, Mr. Valentine's Day looked directly at Ikarim's behavior, with a very disdainful tone. She stood up from the edge of the roof, with her legs closed together, and jumped up. Soon, Mr. Valentine fell from the air and hit Ikarim's body impartially. Accompanied by a loud noise, Ikarim was crushed by Mr. Valentine on the spot, and the street was crushed instantly because he could not withstand the impact, leaving a spider web-like crack. Ikarim was killed on the spot. Chapter 25, Please save Princess Vivi. Weight sublimation. Sitting on Ikarim, Mr. Valentine's Day instantly raised his weight to 1,000 kilograms. Is equivalent to the weight of half an elephant, crushed firmly on Ikarim. Not only made him immobile, he even felt a little difficult to breathe. I am a person who has the ability to eat light and fluttering fruits. I can freely change my weight. Once my weight reaches 10,000 kilograms, all the internal organs of your body will be crushed by me. Mr. Valentine's Day introduced his abilities without hesitation. A guy like Ikarim, she can kill anytime. If you don't want to die so ugly, it's better to tell us, Mr. Joe. No. You should call her Princess Vivi. Where is she? At the same time, the billowing smoke that Ikarim raised with his machine gun began to dissipate. Mr. 5 is not only safe and sound, but also has no bruises on his body. The strength between the two sides is judged by superiority. But Wei did not drop Ikarim, or shivered in fear. Maybe her strength is not strong, but she has courage and will, but she doesn't lose anyone. After hearing the noise, Wei rushed here non-stop. When she saw that Ikarim would rather die in order to protect her whereabouts, she didn't hesitate to raise her whip and shook it out towards Mr. Valentine's Day. And Mr. 9 also followed Wei closely, and at a glance recognized that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day were both members of the Baroque Job Club. Click! I saw Mr. Valentine's Day holding the flying whip easily, and then pulled it hard. The overwhelming power immediately made Wei lose her balance, grabbed the ground with her head, and fell to the ground with a plop. You guys, what do you want to do to my partner? Although Mr. 9 was shouting, his voice was trembling because of fear. He knew in his heart that he could not be the opponent of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day, but at this moment he still waved his baseball bat bravely and rushed up quickly. However, in the next second, Mr. 5 appeared behind him, slowly raised his right foot, and kicked Mr. 9 in the ass. Mr. 9's exploded on the spot, and the power of terror blasted him out. For a while, everyone in the town was easily suppressed by the duo. Princess Vivi. Ikarim gritted his teeth, his face in pain. Looking at Wei lying on the ground, he was worried and anxious in his heart. But Mr. Valentine's Day was pressed on him like a hill. No matter how hard he struggles, he can't get rid of it. To make matters worse, from the moment Mr. Valentine sat on him, her weight has been increasing and never stopped. By now, her weight has reached 2,000 kilograms. Is equivalent to the weight of an adult elephant. If I changed to a normal person, I would have been crushed to death a long time ago. Princess Vivi, why, you have to run here, you should have escaped. Ikarim gritted his teeth, his facial features twisted together, making him look a little hideous. He is not worried about his situation. The big deal is to die for the country. But in case Princess Vivi has some shortcomings, then Alabastan will completely lose hope. Ikarim, I can't, just leave you here. Wai Wei heard the words and said without thinking. Although her strength is very weak, but at this moment, she resolutely stood up. Then, bang! Was kicked to the ground by Mr. Five. Not only that, this time Mr. Five took a step forward and stepped on Princess Vivi's back. Although Mr. Five does not have the overwhelming weight of Mr. Valentine's Day, as a senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, he has the power to crush the current Vivi. Stepped her on the ground, unable to escape. Soon, Mr. Five even raised his right hand, and dug his nostril again. I am an explosive person who ate the fruit of the explosion. A violent explosion can occur anywhere on the body. Mr. Five did not forget to elaborate on his abilities before the final execution of Wai Wei. In his opinion, there is no possibility of a comeback for Wai Wei now. Her death is destined. And all this, if you want to blame, you can only blame her for not being able to do anything. Must be opposed to the Baroque Work Club. Stop it, you bastard! Ikarim watched Mr. Five aim his booger at Wai Wei's head, and couldn't help tears. And Mr. Valentine's weight at this time has soared to 3,000 kilograms, further squeezing Ikarim's internal organs, causing him to spout a mouthful of blood on the spot. There are fragments with a few internal organs on it. Mr. Nine, and other bounty hunters, desperately wanted to stand up and rescue Princess Vivi. But I can't do it at all. Rao was Princess Wai Wei and couldn't help crying. However, this cry is not for herself, but for the innocent people of Alabaston. For a while, the atmosphere became desperate. It's over, Princess of Alabaston. Mr. Five made a low voice and threw the booger out. But at this moment, Ikarim seemed to suddenly remember something important. Tried his best and shouted out his request. Your Excellency Smog! Save the princess! The sound resounded throughout the Whiskey Mountain. In the next moment, Ikarim's voice was completely submerged in the explosion. A black mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Blooms on the Whiskey Peak. Bounty Hunter www.readaloud.com. Ikarim. All stood there blankly, feeling a blank brain. It is as if the last faith in life has completely collapsed. An explosion of that magnitude, with Princess Vivi's body, she couldn't survive at all. But just when everyone subconsciously thought that Princess Vivi was bound to die, Mr. Five couldn't help but lowered his head. Princess Vivi is still under him, and safe and sound. Next second, Mr. Five looked back in the other direction. The booger that he threw out, unexpectedly exploded in the other half of the town. Didn't hurt anyone. And Mr. Five didn't remember that he threw his nose over there. The order she received was to execute Wai Wei, but not to get any information from her mouth. Hey, Mr. Five, what are you doing? Mr. Valentine's Day, I can't help but frown, and can't help but complain about Mr. Five. Kill Wai Wei quickly and go back for business. Otherwise, if the boss gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. Not me. Mr. Five answered without thinking, and then he suddenly realized that he turned to look at the third person standing here besides him and his partner. Solo. It was you just now? Navy. Mr. Five looked straight at Solo and asked loudly. Apart from him, Mr. Five couldn't think of anyone else who could stop him. I am not, don't talk nonsense. Solo shook his head on the spot and denied, but, don't you think it's a bit too much to bully a girl like this? Chapter 26, Thank you for giving me a reason to kill you. Solo and Mr. Five face each other, his tone is very flat. Although he is a traverser and has a certain understanding of the evil deeds of the Baroque Work Society, he does not want to participate in these things. Because even if you do nothing, Crocodile will be defeated. Why push yourself into the pit? Next. Who is Crocodile? The King Shishiwahei recognized by the world government. The attitude of the world government towards Kaiwahei has always been difficult to describe. Once Kaiwahe is defeated, it will only make everyone question the judgment of the world government. In other words, even if it is for their own face, the world government must protect the Kaiwasi. For those who defeated Kaiwahe, they are bound to launch a carpet investigation. I am afraid that I will be involved in even greater troubles. Next. Smog is also in Alabaston. If he had a conflict with Crocodile, it is very likely that Smog's attention would be drawn to him and he would find that he had been hiding his strength for so many years. Just thinking about these consequences, Solo found it troublesome. So, he really didn't want to get involved with the people of the Baroque Job Club at all. After all, he doesn't like to say any hot-blooded big words, and he doesn't have any secondary thoughts of greater ability and greater responsibility. He is just an ordinary person with no desires. I want to stay quietly in a place with salted fish. But watching a group of little boys bullying a little girl. If not encountered, that's fine. But let myself meet. How can be indifferent? People are not vegetation, how can squares stop, and round ones roll? Looked at Waiwei who was still strong when she was dying. Looked at the bullying, sinister and vicious Mr. Five again. Are you talking to me? Mr. Five looked up and down Solo, then raised his right hand, and once again dug out a booger, which was twice as large as before. Although Solo is now wearing a navy uniform, Mr. Five is not afraid at all. From the beginning, he had no intention of staying alive here. And just kill everyone present. Naturally no one knows that he has taken a shot against the navy. Heard the words of Mr. Five. Mr. Valentine beside couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckled. Seems to be laughing at Solo's ignorance. Navy like Solo, they don't know how many they have killed. The Baroque Job Club's order is absolute. No one can resist. Rao is the navy, and that's not good. Next second, Mr. Five flicked hard and threw his nose at Solo. However, even the full-speed blow of Mr. Five is as slow as a slide in Solo's eyes. He just panned his steps to the left, and Mr. Five's nose passed him. Rumbling. Booger finally hit another building, and the flames shot straight into the sky, and a wave of heat swept across in all directions. And Solo did not even glance back. Real man, never looking back at the explosion. You are right, I agree. Solo took a deep breath and nodded slightly, agreeing very much with Mr. Five's words. Just kill all the people here. No one knows that he is an enemy of the Baroque Job Club. Thank you for giving me a reason to kill you. The moment S voice fell, Solo grasped the Zanpaku knife tightly around his waist and flicked it with one hand. Draw a sword. A silver arc spread out like ripples. Before Mr. Five could react, this arc light had already passed through his body. In an instant, Mr. Five stood blankly on the spot. It wasn't until the moment when Solo took the Zanpaku knife back into its scabbard that he realized that Solo had made a move. As for the action of drawing the knife, he did not see clearly. The other bounty hunters who were watching this battle did not even see Solo's move. Because of the speed is too fast. Their eyesight can't catch it at all. Who are you? Mr. Five's face suddenly became pale, and his voice was even more trembling. Soon, blood oozes from the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Not only that, the upper body of Mr. Five, in a very strange scene, began to separate from the waist position and slowly tilted forward until it fell to the ground with a plop. Waiwei's eyes suddenly turned round, her face was frightened, and she quickly moved her hips back. And Mr. Valentine's Day is even more dumbfounded on the spot. As Mr. Five's partner, she naturally knows how strong he is. Result was cut by Solo in just one round. And, when did it happen? Solo, when did he make the move? Why didn't I see anything? Actually, it is not just Mr. Valentine's Day, everyone present has the same question. What happened just now? Who can explain? Mr. Five, who has been arrogant to the point of failure, suddenly fell down? And the wound on his body, too smooth, right? Is this really what swordsmanship can do? You guy! Mr. Valentine stood up from Ikarim's body with a loud voice, his pupils dilated, and he looked at Solo in horror and anger. Soon. On Valentine's Day, he lowered his weight to 1 kilogram, opened the umbrella in his hand and pressed his toes a little bit harder, and the whole person instantly jumped to an altitude of 30 meters. She is not only for revenge for Mr. 5, but also for herself. She has an ominous premonition in her heart. Or, get rid of this navy by yourself. Either, the tragic death is here. And she didn't want the latter to happen anyway. In an instant, Mr. Valentine's Day directly climbed his weight to 10,000 kilograms. This is the limit of her body now. A full 10 tons of weight, reading www.yunsha.com plus a fall of more than 30 meters. S impact is enough to kill an adult whale in seconds. Go to hell, you Navy! 10,000 kilograms top pressure. Even in the process of falling down on Mr. Valentine's Day, the kinetic energy generated instantly lifted the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out towards the surroundings. In an instant, the bounty hunter who had finally gotten up flew out on the spot. Plop! The impact sounded one after another, and countless bounty hunters passed out. However, facing Mr. Valentine's Day who sat down, Solo still stood there, not even hiding. Boom! There was a loud noise over the whiskey peak, and Mr. Valentine's collided strongly with Solo's shoulder. The shock wave spread to all directions like ripples, and instantly shattered the street under Solo's feet. Left a shocking crack, like a huge spider web. As for the buildings on both sides, because they could not withstand the pressure of this shock, they fell apart on the spot and turned into pieces of rubble. But the worst is Mr. Valentine's Day, even with a weight of 10,000 kilograms, it cannot overwhelm the current Solo. On the contrary, the majestic impact force directly acted into Mr. Valentine's body, shattering all her internal organs and 6 lungs. I saw Mr. Valentine spouting blood against his umbrella, and his body rolled down from Solo's shoulder. Chapter 27, The Sand Crocodile is Furious. Smog, I'm never finished with you. Plop! Mr. Valentine's Day rolled off Solo, fell to the ground, and died on the spot. Ikarim was lying on the ground, just in time to see the death of Mr. Valentine's Day. He couldn't help blinking his eyes, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain the scene in front of you? First, Mr. 5 was inexplicably divided into 2. Was followed by the sudden death of Mr. Valentine's Day. What did Solo do? Who can explain? Moreover, Mr. Valentine's Day is a fruit-capable person and can adjust his weight at will. The weight she was sitting on herself just now has indeed reached the ton level. It hit Solo in the end, it didn't work at all. For a while, Ikarim's heart can't help but believe it. The Navy man in front of him is the white hunter who has scared countless pirates, Smog. Good. Only the man Smog can defeat Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day so easily. Ikarim suddenly realized in his heart, and at the same time felt fortunate. Princess Vivi chose to take Smog back to the Whiskey Peak at this time. It was so wise. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day were defeated. At the corner of the street, Mr. 9 sat on the ground with a look of confusion. And, it's not that Solo took a lot of effort to defeat the 2. Is a spike on the spot. In other words, this means that Solo's current strength is far superior to that of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day. Among them, the bounty of Mr. 5 is as high as 10 million Baileys. Is stronger than the branch kernel. As a result, one move is a spike. I've heard before that Smog's strength is not inferior to that of the Brigadier General of the Navy headquarters. It's just that he is too selfish and often ignores the action orders of his superiors, so he has never been promoted. It seems that the rumors are true now, said a bounty hunter lying on the ground. Being able to become a bounty hunter must be familiar with the pirates and the navy. He has heard a lot of rumors about Smog. Just never had the chance to see it. The strength of the Brigadier General, is it so terrifying? I didn't even see his drawing of the knife. The same is true for me. Thanks to Mr. Small, we are saved. The bounty hunters who haven't lost consciousness can't help but start talking. While shocked by Solo's powerful strength, their hearts are also very grateful to Solo. He not only saved his life, at the same time, also saved the kingdom of Alabastan. Otherwise, Duke Waiwei is mainly solved by Mr. 5, they really don't know what to do. Especially Akarim. He clenched his teeth, his facial features twisted together due to pain, his hands tried his best to support his body and stand up. Now Akarim, even breathing, will cause great pain. Your Excellency Smog, please. However, Kalim was interrupted as soon as he spoke. He looked subconsciously and found that it was Princess Vivi. Mr. Kalim, please leave it to me next. Waiwei slowly stood up from the ground, adjusted her breathing rhythm, and then took 3 steps and 2 steps before walking to Akarim. Is completely different from the previously unlucky image. Although Waiwei looks embarrassed at this time, but raising her hands and feet gives people a very dignified feeling. Especially her eyes are extremely firm. In front of everyone's eyes, Waiwei folded her hands in front of her, bowed to Solo and thanked her. Today, if it weren't for Soro's rescue, then she and the people in the town will definitely be wiped out. She is very aware of the methods of the people in the Baroque workplace. These guys will never leave anything alive. As the princess of the kingdom of Alabastan, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Waiwei said loudly. At the same time, she is also very clear in her heart. Although Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day were solved by Solo, their identities have been exposed. The boss of the Baroque Job Club will never let him go. On this route back to Alabastan, there must be other killers coming. Based on repeated consideration, she told Solo her request. I hope he can himself to Alabastan. The reason why Waiwei is like this is that, on the one hand, she has no other choice. The civil war in the kingdom is imminent. She must return to Alabastan to stop this. On the other hand, if it weren't for Solo, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. So at this moment, in her heart, she naturally thinks that Solo is a trustworthy person. The most important thing is that Solo's identity is the Navy, not a pirate. However, Solo couldn't help but a black line. She obviously saved her once. This guy, how can he avenge his revenge? I don't want to participate in the messy things at all. And, if I take you, the killer on the road will be endless. Soon, Vivi and Akarim also noticed Solo's reluctance written on his face. Your Excellency Smog. For a moment, Akarim took a decisive step forward, knelt on his knees, and knocked his forehead to the ground. Due to excessive force, the bright red blood spread from the wound to the stone slab. In the next second, the bounty hunters present followed Akarim's behavior and knelt before Solo. Your Excellency Smog, please. This is my only request for Akarim in this life. Not only for Princess Vivi, but also for this country. Rao Waiwei didn't expect everyone to be like this. Looking at Akarim's determination, he saw Solo's hesitation. She inevitably bit her lip www.readaloud.com and asked Solo with a trembling voice, Mr. Small, to you, what is the so-called justice? Do you really have the heart to let the people of Alabastan die in the war that shouldn't happen? At the same time, inside a mysterious office in the kingdom of Alabastan, a man with a cigar was sitting alone at a table, on which there was a phone worm for contact. Its image can be said to be exactly the same as Mr. 5. Actually, this man and Mr. 5 have been using the phone worm to keep in touch. The death of Mr. 5. And the speeches of Princess Vivi and others. He heard everything clearly through phone bugs. And this man, no one else, is the boss behind Mr. 5. Established the Mr. 0 of the Baroque Job Club in one hand. Sand crocodile. Crocodile. At this time, he couldn't help but his face was pale. Because he heard a name many times. Smog. The famous white hunter. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the former Admiral Zifa. However, Crocodile never dreamed that the fellow Smog would interfere in his own affairs. If it's that man, Mr. 5, their strength is really not enough. However, you want to be my enemy, Small, you are not qualified. Crocodile's eyes flashed with killing intent, and then he grabbed another phone worm and contacted his subordinates, hundreds of millions of elders. Go ahead, once Smog shows up in Alabaston, don't let him go. Chapter 28, Uninvited Guest, Nicole Robin. Seeing Vivi, Ikarim, and the many bounty hunters gathered in the town so sincere, Solo finally loosened his tone and allowed Wei Wei and the others to get on the boat and go to Alabaston with him. It is also worth mentioning that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day are in order to ensure the death of Princess Vivi. Before they started, they deliberately blew up all the boats on the Whiskey Peak, lest Princess Vivi escape. However, the two of them are not dead men. After solving Princess Vivi, it is natural to need Alabaston to make a deal. So they left their boat specially. Now, it has naturally become Solo's trophy. In other words, Solo is the only person on the Whiskey Peak who has a boat. That's all. Solo, Princess Vivi, and Ikarim, Mr. 9, traveled to Alabaston together. As the captain, Solo began to give orders. Handed over the task of sailing to Ikarim and Mr. 9, while he and Wei Wei tried to draw a clear line. Try not to talk too much with her. However, Wei Wei doesn't think so. She thought about it all afternoon in her room. Finally decided to tell Solo what he knew. So, Wei Wei left her room, went to the deck, and walked towards Solo, who was enjoying the sun. Ikarim also seemed to realize something, and stayed away from them as much as possible. Mr. Smaller. Wei Wei plucked up courage and spoke slowly. What's the matter? Solo glanced at Wei Wei, and answered casually. After this time of contact, he also adapted to others calling himself Smog. Actually, this incident is really unintentional. According to Solo's original idea, he just wanted to requisition Wei Wei's ship, and when he got to the next island, he parted ways with her. Far away from her. And, before the Arabistan incident completely broke out, leave that ghost place. Go to Malenvander. But who knows, my idea is just that inch. Happened to run into Mr. 5. Can't screw Wei Wei and the others again. After the episode, the other party gradually became convinced that he was Smog's identity. Ugh. I hope this kind of thing will not have any effect on Small. Have you heard of the Baroque Job Club? Just when Solo was thinking about these things in his heart, Wei Wei slowly spoke, leading to the topic of Baroque jobs. I haven't heard of it, and I'm not interested. Solo answered without thinking. The implication is to hope that Wei Wei will not bother herself. However, Wei Wei was taken aback for a moment, and then went on. The civil war and drought in the kingdom of Alabaston. All kinds of questions, Wei Wei unreservedly told them all. It is precisely in order to investigate the black hand behind all this that I, as Mr. Wednesday, sneaked into the Baroque Work Agency as an undercover agent. It turns out that the chief culprit of all this is the president of the Baroque Job Club. Wei Wei made a loud voice, thinking that this kind of thing would be enough to attract Solo's attention. Unexpectedly, this guy is still indifferent. This makes Wei Wei feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. And the people who established a Baroque work agency and attempted to seize the kingdom of Alabaston. It is the famous pirate. In order to make Solo change his attitude, Wei Wei deliberately increased the tone of the word pirate. After all, Smog hates the navy where pirates exist. He is, Crocodile, who has the title of King Kaiwahe. Wei Wei speaks surprisingly. This matter has always been little known. Rao is a senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, and he doesn't know the identity of the president. Crocodile. Solo frowned when he heard the words, since it's Kaiwahe, it's even more inconvenient for me to take action. He really didn't want to promise Princess Vivi. Ran to fight Crocodile. And Solo couldn't help feeling a little strange in his heart. When Wei was with Luffy, it didn't seem to be so direct. Please ask Luffy to defeat Crocodile. Why did you get here? But soon, Solo suddenly realized. After all, it's a difference in identity. Luffy is just an ordinary pirate. The bounty is not even half of Crocodile's. And this is Crocodile's bounty before becoming Kaiwahe. Who is you now? The famous white hunter Smog. Although this is not my original intention, Wei takes it seriously. In her eyes, the navy strikes at pirates is a matter of division. This also means that the two of them, in a sense, should have a common enemy. Yes. Suddenly, Wei's attitude seems to have changed. This time, she didn't wait for Solo to answer. Because she got the answer only from Solo's eyes. This guy doesn't want to be an enemy of Crocodile at all. Perhaps this so-called justice has always been a ridiculous thing in your eyes. Wei couldn't help but spit out Solo, her hands clenched into fists. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I shouldn't have counted on a savior to save this country. The only person who can save Alabastan is himself. Yes. There is no need to blame Solo for his attitude. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He just let himself recognize this thing again. I think this Navy brother made a very wise choice. But at this moment, a soft female voice sounded on the boat. Wei and Solo also looked at each other together. I saw a girl dressed like a cowboy sitting on the top of the cabin, looking down at them. And Solo, also by virtue of the identity of the traverser, recognized the visitor at a glance. Nicole Robin. With the power you going to the kingdom of Alabastan is just a dead end. Robin couldn't help but began to mock Princess Vivi, even, let alone the kingdom of Alabastan. The small garden island ahead is also a very dangerous place for you. The people there are not only powerful and very vicious. With your strength, I am afraid I can't make it through. While speaking, Robin shot on the spot, sucking the Zanpaku knife on Solo's waist and the whip from Wei's body. Like. She has the same ability to fetch things from the air. And her attitude seems to be satirizing Vivi and Solo. Can't even hold his own weapons. With your strength, how can you defeat Crocodile? It's just like a dream. However, what Robin never dreamed of was. Solo's unheard voice suddenly appeared behind her. For a moment, Robin couldn't help but stared in panic, and looked towards Solo's position. On the recliner. No one. Chapter 29, This man must have more terrifying ambitions than sand crocodiles. Solo, disappeared? No, it's not right. Robin suddenly realized that the voice that appeared behind him was Solo. But when? He clearly didn't even blink his eyes. How did Solo do it, flashing behind him? Click. At the moment Robin stood still on the spot, Solo grabbed the Zanpo knife directly from her hand. Although this weapon looks ordinary, but it actually contains very powerful power. And this power is not something Robin can bear. Of course, Solo had no intention of killing Robin here. He just retrieved his Zanpak knife, then returned to the recliner, and continued to bask in his sun. It was Robin, who was completely shocked by Solo's inconspicuous behavior. Whether it was he suddenly flashed behind him and took away the Zanpadao, or he suddenly lay back on the chair. I didn't even react. Even didn't feel Solo's breath. This kind of thing is undoubtedly quite terrible. You know, Robin is not Mr. Five and his ilk. As a descendant of O'Hara, her bounty when she was 8 years old exceeded 80 million Baileys. Whether it's the Navy or the pirates, Everyone doesn't want to get her. The enemies she encountered and the betrayals she suffered is not something ordinary people can imagine at all. And these encounters naturally gave her strength and mentality ample training. I don't even say exaggeratedly. She was confident when she came to see Wai Wei. If you want to, you can solve Wai Wei and others in minutes. Until, solo shot. This guy's strength is probably stronger than me. No wonder he can easily solve Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day. Robin rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, and began to mutter in his heart. Smog, as a branch colonel, his uniform is different from the General Navy. Also, this guy is only in his 20s at most, a lot younger than Smog. Who is this guy, and why is he impersonating Smog? Why follow Wai Wei again? For a time, Robin couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his heart. However, she did not expose Solo on the spot. The reason is simple. Solo's uneasy behavior just now scared her completely. Appeared silently to disappear silently. If it weren't for Solo to make a sound midway, she wouldn't even notice it. In other words, if Solo wanted to, he could completely take off his head at that moment. And myself, I'm afraid that he won't be able to react until the moment the head falls. This man is terrible. Even when I was with Crocodile, I didn't feel this way. No. I must quickly leave here. Thinking of this, Robin's thoughts returned to the real world. However, although she was calm on the surface, she was unable to calm down the shock of Solo in her heart. She took a deep breath, took out a permanent pointer from her pocket, and threw it directly at Wai Wei. For this sudden scene, Wai Wei was also unexpected. Click! Wai Wei caught the pointer and glanced down. Follow this pointer and you can go around the small garden. Robin spoke again and glanced at Solo meaningfully, and found that the other party was indifferent to it. After a pause for about a second, Robin jumped from a high level, over the guardrail on the deck, and landed on the back of a huge turtle. Wai Wei took a look. This tortoise is not only dangling a cigar, but also has a comfortable seat on its back. Obviously Robin came here riding this turtle. Without waiting for Wai Wei to ask her why she did this, Robin had already rode Wu and left without returning. This guy's pointer is probably a trap. Soon, Mr. 9 came up. Robin just noticed when he appeared, but he didn't dare to step forward. Now that Robin is gone, he can't help but express his thoughts. Now they are enemies of the Baroque Job Society. How could the other person help him kindly? Maybe, the direction the pointer is pointing is exactly well-designed trap. Mr. Small, don't you think? Seeing that Wai Wei didn't respond to herself, Mr. 9 simply asked Solo, who was still basking in the sun. I hope he can help persuade Wai Wei. How would I know? Solo glanced at Mr. 9 and said without thinking. But Robin itself is not a bad person. In Alabaston, Robin also saved the Straw Hat Pirates many times. Also concealed important clues about Pluto from Crocodile. Said that the pointer she gave would lead them to the trap. Solo doesn't think so. If there are really any traps waiting for them to take the bait, Mr. 3 from the Baroque Work Agency and his partner will not appear in the small garden. However, if you can bypass the small garden, you can arrive in Alabaston a few days in advance. Solo thought for a while, and guided him casually. After all, someone who is so troublesome like him naturally has no interest in going to the small garden to fight against Mr. 3 who is waiting for Princess Vivi. For the current Wai Wei, the most lacking thing is time. The Arab Civil War is imminent. Ikarim, let's change course and follow the direction indicated by this pointer. For a time, Wai Wei made a choice. She decided, trust Robin this time. At the same time, leaving Soro's boat, Robin also made the turtle get rid of the opponent as fast as possible www.readaloud.com and then returned to Alabaston. After Robin couldn't see Solo's ship at all, she reacted violently. My back is already wet. There are also big beads of sweat on the forehead. What a terrible man! Robin thought to himself. Clearly has great strength, but wears a warrant officer level uniform. Pretending to be small. Such a guy, I am afraid that it is not the same kind of person as Crocodile. Are all using false identities to hide their own secrets. And Solo's handwriting is even more amazing than Crocodile. He actually broke into the navy directly. For a time, Robin was determined in his heart that such a guy must have lofty ambitions and deliberate conspiracies. Bolu bolu. Just as Robin was so sure, the phone worm she carried with her suddenly rang. He hesitated for about 3 seconds before Robin answered the call worm. And the image of the phone worm became very similar to Crocodile. Mr. Sunday, how are things going? Crocodile asked directly. Not good, do it. Smog is now with Princess Vivi. Robin thought for a moment and helped Solo conceal his identity. Of course, Robin doesn't even know who Solo is. She can't do it even if she doesn't want to hide it. Cut, that fellow Smog, it seems that I really want to have trouble with us this time. Crocker Dalton paused, also, let him see the terrible part of our Baroque walker. Chapter 30, Arrive in Alabaston. After a period of sailing, Solo and others successfully bypassed the small garden relying on the permanent pointer left by Robin. Besides, the reason why the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work deterred to the Drum Kingdom is because of Nami's physical condition. Now that Nami is not on Solo's boat, they naturally have no reason to go there. So after bypassing the 2 islands in succession, Soro and his team successfully arrived in the Kingdom of Alabaston. But what Solo didn't expect was, he thought that after he got here, Princess Vivi would do everything possible to convince himself to go with her to deal with Crocodile. But who knows, Princess Vivi seems to be a different person at this time. She thanked Solo for bringing herself to Alabaston. Then he took Mr. 9 and left Solo with Ikarim. Fair enough. Looking at Waiwei who left him, Solo was relieved instead. Without Vivi, I naturally have nothing to do with Baroque jobs. The only flaw is, Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine are a duo, they use very small sailing boats. This kind of ship has the advantage of speed in the short distance route to and from the Whiskey Peak. But if it is Malinvander as the target, I am afraid that even the City of Seven Waters can't hold on to it. Of course, these words were also made by Ikarim during the parting. Is a gratitude to Solo for saving Princess Vivi. Never mind. Solo looked around, simply chose a different direction from Waiwei's group, and moved forward. Anyway, find a tavern first, find out where you can get a boat to go to sea, and then leave here. Solo thought to himself. Although his current strength is enough to swim to Malinvander. But there is no need. About half an hour away, Solo arrived at a pub that looked pretty good. However, before he could push the door in, a tall man rushed out of it. Faced Solo's eyes, just in time for a face-to-face. Despite some accidents, Solo recognized this guy at a glance. No one else, it was Smog who left Rogue Town without permission to hunt down the Straw Hats. Behind him, there is still De Psyche who is at a loss. And the confused Marines. Solo? Why are you here? For a moment, Smog also recognized Solo, his eyes were wide and he looked very surprised. But now he can't take care of that much, and with a vigorous flick of his right hand, it turned into a cloud of smoke on the spot, rolling up Solo without thinking about it. Solo. Now. What is going on? Solo looked awkward, completely unaware of what Smog was doing. Could it be that he met the Straw Hat group? That's not right. If you run into Straw Hat Luffy, Smog should go straight up. Eyes the Fire Fist? Does not seem right. The fruitful ability of him and Smog, no one can do nothing. Can't think of a Solo, so he has to choose to lie flat, and let Smog run with him all the way. Behind Smog, there were countless men, women, and children, holding various weapons in their hands. There is everything from long knives and long swords to knives and forks for eating. I'm afraid I don't know if Smog aroused the anger here. Ran for nearly 10 minutes before Smog was able to find an empty dead end and got in instantly. Other navies also went into hiding. Waiting for the guys who chased them to go away, Smaller breathed a sigh of relief, put Solo down, and slumped on the ground. What the is going on in this kingdom? Smog breathed loudly, still not forgetting to vomit. SMR. Mr. Small. Suddenly, Da Psyche on the side seemed to be frightened, and pointed his finger behind Smog. Smog next to Solo also took a look. Then Smog himself and the other marines. I saw. A poster similar to a reward order was printed on the wall. The man printed in the portrait is not someone else, but Smog. Moreover, this poster also stated in detail that it was the head of the Baroque work agency who offered money to reward Smog. Anyone who solves Smog can get a bounty of 30 million berry. Baroque work agency. Solo frowned suddenly, completely understanding why so many people were chasing Smog. It turns out that all this is the ghost of the guy Clocktle. As for the reason, it must be because someone angered Clocktle with his identity as Smog. Must be so. Thinking of this, Solo stretched out his hand and patted Smog's shoulder sympathetically. However, according to Solo's guess, Crocodile shouldn't really want to kill Small. In any case, he is a navy, and his rank is not low anymore. Coupled with the identity of Zifa's disciple, Smaller's connections are actually not bad. What's more, Clockdalman knows that Smog is stronger than Mr. 5. If you really want to kill him, how could you send the weak? With the power of Smog, it is easy to solve those who chase and kill. It's just that among those who pursued and killed, the number of civilians was not small. Only made it difficult for Smog to shoot. If I'm not mistaken, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, the guy Clocktle should want to use this method to hold Smog, so that he will not affect his plan. After some reasoning, Solo guessed at odds. Of course, Solo would naturally not say these things. Mr. Small, what have you done? Dusky couldn't help asking. She really wanted to know why Smog was offered a reward. How could I know such a thing? Smog yelled irritably, I can only say that this is a weird country. There will be people who offer a reward for the head of the navy. While talking, Smog pulled off the poster. But by the way, why did you appear here? Smog looked at his portrait and couldn't think of anything for a while, so he didn't think about it at all. Concerned about Solo's situation. To tell you the truth, I originally planned to go to the headquarters for training, but the ship going to sea was damaged. Thanks to the people of this country, I was able to come here. Solo explained. Actually, he had long thought about what to do if he met Smog here. So I thought about the reason in advance. Then it's not easy for you. But if you need a boat, you can go in this direction. Smog pointed in a direction. In any case, his route does not include Malinfando. He just wanted to hunt down the Straw Hat Gang. So, I don't plan to use my own boat to send Solo to the headquarters. Really, that's great, Colonel Smaller. Solo answered with a smile. In every sense, it's great. Chapter 31, Go to the Rain. After talking to Smog, Solo planned to say goodbye to him and Dashki, so as not to be involved in the mess again. And Solo also confirmed the current timeline from Small. Not long after they arrived in Alabaston, they were looking for a group of Straw Hats. But so far, they haven't touched each other. Instead, he met Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The two sides fought a big fight, but the outcome was undivided. Then, Small was recognized by the people here. After that, Solo knew everything about it. At the same time, thanks to Small, Solo now knows where he can go to find a boat to go to sea. Is the rainy place? It is the dream city of Alabaston, the only capital city that has not been affected by drought and civil strife. The famous casino rain banquet is here. So there is also the easiest place to find a boat and go out to sea. After Solo wanted to say goodbye to Smog, he set off toward the rainy place. But now Alabaston is not only plagued by drought and civil strife, but many pirates and bandits often plunder their property here. Considering that Solo was promoted to warrant officer by his headquarters, but his strength was not as good as Dusky. Worried about what danger Solo would encounter, Smog decided to let Dusky Solo to the rainy place. After everything is arranged, he will come back and arrest the Straw Hat Gang with him. Naturally, Dusky would not refuse this. Then trouble Miss Dusky. The corners of Solo's mouth raised, and a polite smile appeared. Ah, you are welcome, this is what I should do, but when Mr. Solo returns from the headquarters, he must become stronger. Dashki parted with Smog temporarily, and at the same time brought a dozen marine soldiers to the rainy place with Solo. In any case, Crocodile only knows Smog. So he just asked the billions of elders to find a way to hold Smog, so as not to affect his plan. As for Dusky and other navies, Crocodile is naturally unclear. Can be considered a blunder. After all, you are a warrant officer now. Dusky added. Originally, the two of them belonged to the same level. It's just that Solo got it through his seniority, so invisibly, it's not as good as Dusky. Can now accept the appointment of the headquarters, causing Solo to be one level higher than Dashki. Said it was to Solo to the rainy place. In fact, Solo has the power to give orders to Dashki. This is also the reason why he did not refuse. In any case, Alabaston's current situation is very delicate. A little carelessness will get involved in the civil war. When the time comes, it will inevitably be shot. Besides, Solo can't be sure now. Did the Straw Hats take the route of Alabaston? Just in case you run into them. Is another trouble. Based on this or that kind of relationship, it is very important that I can mobilize Dusky. When necessary, she can leave her with only one command. Then, killed all those who saw their own strength. Oneself is equivalent to not revealing the strength. After some calculations in his heart, Solo went to the rainy place with Dusky with peace of mind. After you find the ship, leave this place of right and wrong. Solo thought to himself. But at this moment, a bundle of goods was dumped from the side, and part of the food happened to roll down at the feet of Solo and Dashki. Interrupted their conversation. Solo looked around and found that it was a mother and daughter who were carrying their luggage to the camel. It was only because the little girl was not strong enough that she overturned something. And after seeing Solo, the little girl took 2 steps back subconsciously, hiding behind her mother, as if she had done something wrong. Solo looked at the little girl up and down. There are patches on the clothes in several places, and the cheeks are a little dirty, and he looks only 6 or 7 years old. Is very cute. And her mother's dressing didn't go well there. And the mother and daughter worked very hard and moved things very hard. There is no man to help. Mostly because of the girl's father, he died of civil strife. Such things are not uncommon in Alabaston. While living in Rogue Town, although there were many pirates, Solo rarely saw it like the scene before him. For a moment, Solo couldn't help feeling a little moved in his heart. The question Princess Vivi once asked herself on the boat suddenly came to mind. What is the so-called justice of the Navy? Justice. Solo muttered to himself, then slowly bent, picked up the potato that had just rolled to his feet, and gently wiped the dust on it. Finally walked in front of the little girl and passed the thing over. Dusky saw this and quickly asked someone to help. Yee, I am not afraid. The mother squatted down quickly and began to calm the little girl's emotions. These people are not bad people, they are the Navy, they are people who will protect us. Then, the mother responded with apologies and thanks to Solo and others. After explained, the little girl carefully took the food from Solo. Then, the little girl seemed to think of something suddenly, and quickly took out a small flower folded from white paper from her pocket www.readaloud.com and handed it to Solo. It is not difficult to see that the little girl cherishes this flower made out of paper in terms of the newness of the paper. Thank you, Big Brother, for protecting us all the time. However, such a simple sentence made Solo's smile froze. He never dreamed that he would be thanked in this way. Before crossing, he had seen the news of a child saluting the police uncle. Although his emotions were touched at that time, it was completely different from his senses at this time. Especially the suffering that Alabaston is now suffering. An age who should play under the blue sky, but was displaced by the war. For a while, Solo once again came up with a picture of Princess Vivi asking questions to herself when she was on the boat. What is the so-called justice of the Navy? Yet. Solo nodded vigorously, then touched the little girl's head lightly. Thank you Yi for the present. Soon, with the help of the Marines, the luggage of the mother and daughter were all put on the camel. And Solo and others also watched the mother and daughter drift away. Mr. Solo. Suddenly, Daisuke slowly said, what do you think this country will become? She really wants to stop the disaster that is happening in this country. Once the war starts, not only will countless people die, but countless families will also be torn apart. However, with her current strength, she has no idea what she can do for this country. Can't be sure, the fate of this country. Chapter 32, Encounter Clockle. Regarding Daisuke's question, Solo didn't answer. It's not that he didn't know how to respond, he just didn't bother to say it. And even if I said that, Daisuke's character would not be submissive. The next thing is relatively simple. Solo followed Daisuke to the rainy place, and found a ship that could go to sea here. But Daisuke suggested that some of the Marines should go to Malinvander with Solo. Can be regarded as a reference. It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Solo refused without thinking. I don't need any care for myself. Once I meet pirates, I'm afraid it's not necessary to take care of these Marines by myself. Seeing Solo insisted that no help was needed, Daisuke had no choice but to give up. In any case, Solo's current military rank is one level higher than that of Daisuke. But in this way, Solo needs some crew. Simply handed this matter to the Marines to deal with. Considering that the whole process will take some time to process, Solo simply went to the casino with the largest rain. Yuan. Anyway, waiting is also waiting, it is better to relax. Within the Yuan, Solo exchanged all his money for chips, and then found a spot to sit down. Mr. Solo, is it not so good for us to do this now? Daisuke saw this and couldn't help but complain about Solo's behavior. Anyway, they came to the kingdom of Alabaston just to catch the Straw Hat group. Then do you know the whereabouts of the Straw Hats? Solo glanced at him and pressed down all the chips in his hand. This. I don't know. Daisuke inevitably shook her head. If they knew the whereabouts of the Straw Hats, they wouldn't be spinning around here like a headless fly. That's it. Solo gave Daisuke peace of mind. Are here, why don't you have fun? Open, big. The staff opened the dice cup and shouted loudly. Ah, I'm hit. Daisuke's eyes suddenly enlarged, but Solo won it. On the contrary, it was Solo, who was not surprised by the scene before him. It's not that he did anything. But, in addition to his domineering look, he now also masters the domineering look. Although I can't talk about how proficient it is, it's easy to listen to the size of the dice. It's natural to bet. Of course, Solo is not a gambler. It's just that this rain banquet will be hidden in the flames by Crocodile in a short time. Instead of ruining the money here, it's better to count as much as you can take in a limited time. So Soro chose stud without any evasiveness in every game. Every time it's a big fight. For a while, more and more people gathered behind him. "Mr. Solo, is that enough?" Daisuke was stunned. She never dreamed that Solo's luck would be so good. In less than half an hour, he won almost 30 million Baileys. You know, Luffy's bounty is only this amount. Is equivalent to winning a Luffy. It looks like the goddess of luck is smiling. Solo said with a smile, simply squeezing all the chips down again. If you win again this time, you can almost get hundreds of millions of Baileys. Not only that, the passengers standing behind Solo even followed Solo to bet. Just make the staff here feel ashamed. But at this moment, a man in a coat walked down slowly from the second floor. His face is not pretty. But soon he noticed the situation on Solo's side. The most incredible thing is that when this man showed up, all the people present turned away. As if Solo's winning streak was nothing great. Crocodile. Soon, Daisuke noticed the visitor. She pushed her glasses, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. A staff member hurriedly ran to Crocodile, and recounted the current situation in the most concise sentences. However, Crocodile is not thinking about casino matters now. For him, his dream plan is about to come true. What's the use of something like money? It doesn't matter, he wants to win, just let him win. Crocodile said without thinking, but suddenly noticed Solo who was at the gaming table. Navy. Crocodile frowned. He didn't expect a navy to come to his casino to gamble on money. I just thought that my plan had already begun. Crocodile didn't stay here much. After explaining a few words to the staff, he hurriedly left here. And the staff has no other way. Had to continue gambling. The result can be imagined. Solo, who has the domineering experience and color, will naturally not lose. Boom. But when Solo succeeded in beating 1 billion Baileys, there was a loud noise. The hall began to vibrate continuously. Is shaking like a mountain. Earth, there is an earthquake. I don't know who among the crowd yelled such a sentence first, and the guests fled out in a panic, not even the chips. The whole hall suddenly turned into a pot of porridge. Even the staff want to run. But Solo stopped him. www.readaloud.com before running, please help me exchange the chips. However, the staff member ignored him and walked around him directly. Forget it, let's do it ourselves. When Solo saw this, he had to instruct the Marines around him to take as much cash as possible here, take all of it, and then leave the chips behind. On the contrary, Daisuke looked confused. Now the entire casino is shaking violently. Solo still wants to do this? The more at this time, the more you have to be calm. Solo said without thinking that after he and the Marines found hundreds of millions of Baileys here, there were no more people left in the entire UN banquet. And Solo knew very well what was going on with the shaking just now. That was not an earthquake at all. But cannons. The war in the Rainland has begun. It's time to leave. Solo took a deep breath and left UN. According to his inference, the ship is almost ready to go to sea now. But when he walked out of the rain banquet, the messy sight on the street made him frown. Although he had been prepared for a long time, the scene before him was worse than he had imagined. Daisuke, who followed Solo after walking out of the rain banquet, couldn't make a sound, even more shocked by the scene in front of her. Her eyes were wide, her mouth seemed to fit a fist. There are wounded and corpses everywhere. The screams are endless. Glanced at it, there was no end in sight. Is war erupted? Chapter 33, I want to go, but I also have my own bottom line. Looking at the scene in front of her, Daisuke and the navy behind her stood still on the spot. Just an hour ago, it was a lively market, full of laughter. In a blink of an eye, blood in the stool flowed into a river, and the corpses were everywhere. A pungent smell came over. The civil war in the kingdom of Alabastan has broken out. Mr. Solo, what should we do? For a while, Daisuke felt very uncomfortable. Before seeing this scene, she had asked Small. Will the Navy prevent the civil war in Alabaston? However, Smog said that even if this war eventually broke out, it would be the internal affairs of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Is an era, a country, the destiny that will inevitably usher in a certain period of development. Them can't stop it. Actually, Da Psyche understood it very well. Don't talk about stopping a country's civil war, she was not caught by the Straw Hats. What is it doing to stop all this? Her power is too small after all. Anyway. Solo looked around. He had planned to stay out of the affairs of the Kingdom of Alabaston and not participate in these things. But in the picture before him, it is difficult for him to remain indifferent. Especially those who are seriously injured, want to live, and cry out, praying for someone to save themselves. Try to treat the wounded as much as possible first. Even if there is no force to stop the war, we must save as many people as possible. Solo took a deep breath and gave orders to the men behind him. For various reasons, the scenes that appeared in One Piece naturally avoided some details of the war. When all this has become a real event, the visual impact caused is undoubtedly huge. However, just when Zoro couldn't help but hesitate to leave Alabaston as planned, a voice that made him somewhat familiar came from the side. Then, he looked away subconsciously. I saw a little girl wearing a tattered patch, lying on a woman lying in a pool of blood. With just a glance, Solo recognized the girl's identity. Yee. Solo couldn't help being taken aback, he even blinked vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. Result. Repeatedly confirmed and found that the little girl was indeed Yee. The family chose to go to Yudi, the city of dreams, just to escape the gunfire of the civil war. Because they firmly believe that even the war will not spread to this city. Because Crocodile is the patron saint here. All the pirates who make trouble here will be executed by him in public. As everyone knows, the man behind this war is actually the guy Crocodile. This scene had a tremendous impact on Solo. If he can tell the mother and daughter in advance to keep them away from the rain, perhaps this disaster will not happen to them. Suo, Mr. Solo. Are you okay? Da Psyche quickly noticed the change in Solo's expression and looked in the direction of his line of sight. Just one glance, Da Psyche was completely dumbfounded. Because she also recognized Yi. That they promised to protect their girl. Her mother died in this gunfire. For a while, Da Psyche's heart became uncomfortable. She can't help but hate her weakness. But Solo quickly recovered his calmness. He slowly reached into his pocket and found out the origami flower that the little girl gave him. I traveled into the world of One Piece and rarely made any promises to others. Crocodile wants to get Hades and rule the world. That is a matter for the Navy headquarters. Crocodile wants to steal the country and seize Alabaston. That is a problem that the world government should deal with. Even the one who should have defeated Crocodile is also the Straw Hat group. He just wants to live a stable life and not cause those troubles. In other words, Solo. Want to go? Want to salt fish? I want to be an ordinary person. Crocodile. Solo's tone was very cold. Even a salted fish like him has principles and bottom lines in his heart. There are countless civilians here who are dying because of Crocodile. And I am a Navy. That nature has completely changed. As expected, I thought things too simple. Mr. Solo. Seeing Solo standing there was no response for a long time, so Da Psyche had to raise the volume of her voice. This is the first time she has seen Solo be like this. Da Psyche, I leave it to you for the time being, and then contact Colonel Smog so that he can get to the rain as soon as possible. Even if we can't stop the war, we must at least save the wounded. While talking, Solo collected the origami flower in his hand and strode forward with the meteor. This sudden scene made Da Psyche unexpectedly, she quickly stepped forward and quickly asked Solo what she was going to do. And felt confused. But this time, Solo did not answer Dusky directly. "On. What are you going to do?" "Of course. Going to that guy Crocodile." In fact, Solo is not a complete believer in Taoism. His mentality is more like an ordinary person. He doesn't say any big words. Also has no lofty goals or ideals. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. He just wants to salt fish. But seeing someone falling down on the street, he will go up and help. When he meets a thief, he will kindly remind the stolen. Under the premise of his ability, he will not be indifferent. And Dashki looked at Solo's distant figure, and finally gritted his teeth, turned around and started to command everyone to rescue the wounded, and contacted Smog with a phone worm to report the situation on the rainy ground. But just when Solo left Dashki and others far behind him, a seriously injured man suddenly appeared in front of him. Both eyes met, and the man's eyes were full of surprise. "Sir, Mr. Small." And Solo quickly recognized the identity of this person. "Is the guard of Princess Vivi. Ikarim. Please, Mr. Small." With a plop, Ikalim knelt on the ground and quickly said the current situation, the guy Crocodile is behind the war. He took Princess Vivi. Actually, Ikarim's injury was caused to protect Vivi. If it were not for the strong willpower to support his body, he might have passed out long ago. Although he knew in his heart, Solo didn't want to participate in the affairs of Alabastan. But right now, he doesn't have the ability to pursue Crocodile at all. And, even if he catches up by luck, he can't save Princess Vivi now. Now he can only pin all his hopes on Solo. "Mr. Small, please, save the princess." Chapter 34, Let me tell you what justice is. When Ikarim uttered his request to Solo, his willpower reached the limit of his body. His vision suddenly went dark, and he fell straight in front of Solo. Plop! All kinds of wailing, crying for help came from all directions. You don't even need to see or be aggressive to hear clearly. After a pause of 2 breaths, Solo called a seaman to take care of Ikarim who had passed out. Then left the rainy ground without looking back. According to the last information given by Ikalim, Crocodile is taking Vivi to the capital of the Kingdom of Alabastan, Albina. At the same time, to get there from the rain, you need to cross a large desert. There is not only a vast area, but also sparsely populated. In other words, even if you are there to deal with Crocodile, no one will know. After thinking about it, Solo quickly confirmed the route. After he completely left the city of Udi, he increased his speed several times more. Crocodile. Solo's eyes narrowed slightly. In order to ensure that he would not pass Crocodile, he even released his domineering look. Expanded the search range to several kilometers. Found it. Soon, Solo confirmed the location of Crocodile. He pushed hard with one foot, and the sand under his feet instantly sank, forming a huge deep pit. Had spread nearly 100 meters in diameter before stopping. With a muffled noise, Solo descended from the sky and stood firmly, blocking Crocodile's path. And Solo also deliberately confirmed with the domineering experience. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there was neither a rebel army led by Kosha, nor a navy, or a king's army. This is a good place to kill. Navy. Facing the navy that appeared in this way, Crocodile could not be indifferent. He stopped subconsciously and looked Solo up and down. You are the one who gambled at Yuan before. Although Crocodile and Solo are only one side, but he still remembers him at a glance. Vivi, who was caught by Crocodile in her hand, also slowly opened her eyes at this moment and noticed Solo. Actually, Crocodile has countless opportunities to kill Vivi. The reason why she is still alive now is only because she still has some use value. What Crocodile really needs is not to control Alabastan. Is the ancient weapon Pluto. At the same time, the king of the kingdom of Alabaston is the only one who knows the clues to the Pluto. In other words, as long as he has enough chips in his hand, Clockville doesn't worry about the old guy saying nothing. Mr. Smaller. Wai blinked her eyes vigorously, seriously wondering if she had any hallucinations. In her cognition, Solo would never come here to save herself. After all, from the very beginning, he had an attitude of hanging on top of everything. Why are you here? Wai couldn't help but ask. On the contrary, it was Crocodile, who was startled when he heard the name Smog. Why? Wai would call this guy Smog? You said this guy is a white hunter, Smog. Clockville heard the words, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Although he doesn't know who Solo is, it's definitely not small. And this sudden scene also made Wai stand still on the spot. Isn't this guy Smog? Then who is he? For a moment, Wai couldn't help looking at Solo with doubts. However, Solo didn't say much about who he was, and he didn't even care about Clockville's reaction. He just fixed his eyes slightly, looking at the grey-headed Wai. After seeing the tragedy of Alabaston, Solo's mind would occasionally show up in Vivi asking herself what justice is. Wai, when you were on the boat, you asked me what the is justice, right? Solo spoke calmly and said slowly. At the same time, his right hand stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed the Zanpo Deo on his waist. Wai heard the words and responded very quietly, tapping her forehead lightly. I don't know if it was her own illusion, she suddenly felt that Solo was totally different from that time. I will answer you now. As Solo spoke, he took a step forward and his 5 fingers clenched the handle of the knife. An extremely serious aura burst from him, and then swept in all directions. Seems to float in a breeze. Wai saw this, and even held her breath at this moment. It is worth mentioning that Solo's looks are like sword eyebrows and star eyes, fresh and handsome, with a slender and tall figure. If you travel to the real world, just this appearance is enough to become a top star. Plus his now very serious aura had a strong impact on Wai's heart. The so-called justice. It is to ensure the people's lives and health are guaranteed. Let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people be old-fashioned. Let the people live with dignity. Solo is not loud, but it is loud and powerful. And what Crocodile did, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com should have completely touched his bottom line. Looking at Solo who was approaching Crocodile step by step, Wai was stunned for a while. He kept repeating Solo's words and sentences in his mind. The justice of the people. Is Solo's justice. He didn't fight against Clockville for himself or this country. But for the people here. Is this the reason why Solo broke up with himself before? From the standpoint of a princess in a country, I ask Solo for help. However, Solo's remarks caused Clockville to laugh. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Even, Crocodile couldn't help but hide his face, tears of laughter pouring out from the corner of his eyes. Although he doesn't know who Solo is, but this joke is definitely the funniest one I have ever heard. The guy in front of him actually said that he wanted to do it for the week. Make yourself an enemy. Does he know who he is? I am the King Shishibukai recognized by the world government. And this title is related to the 3 navy generals and the 4 emperors of the New World. And known as the 3 great powers on the Great Route. In other words, the reason why I can become Kaiwahei is precisely because powerful. The guy who solved Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine's Day at Whiskey Peak, is that you? A person who didn't even dare to use his real name, said something about justice without embarrassment. It's really funny enough, Navy. Chapter 35, Sand Crocodile, Today You Must Die. Haha. Seeing Clockville could not help laughing, Solo also let out a hearty laugh. Is what I said so funny? But the next moment, Solo's laughter stopped abruptly, and the zampai knife was pulled out cleanly with his right hand. Stroke. The invisible sword slashed forward and horizontally, dividing the sand between Solo and Crocodile into two. Creates bottomless gully. Not only that, but this sword cut went straight through Crocodile's arm. Crocodile's face changed drastically, and the corner of his eyes glanced at his arm subconsciously. I saw that the arm holding Weiwei was perfectly cut, and the surface was as smooth as craftsmanship. Plop! Weiwei fell onto the sand and quickly rolled to the side to prevent the flowing sand from pushing herself into the abyss. Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief until she got rid of the danger, but then her face became extremely pale. Just now Solo cut off Crocodile's arm in just one move? Is his swordsmanship so terrifying? Although Weiwei has witnessed Solo beheading Mr. 5. But Mr. 5 is obviously not a hierarchical figure with Crocodile. For a while, Weiwei's heart was also extremely shocked. But she couldn't figure out why a person like Solo should pretend to be small. Just now, what happened? Crocodile, who was standing on the other side of the gully, couldn't help showing a surprised expression. The speed of the slash just now was faster than his reaction nerves. I didn't react until the arm was chopped off. This guy. Is it so strong? Of course, Solo's slash was swift and violent, but for Crocodile, who had eaten the fruits of the natural devil, the blow did not cause any substantial damage. I saw that half of Weiwei's arm quickly turned into yellow sand, and flew towards Crocodile's wound. In the blink of an eye, he reconnected the cut. This is also a difficult point for those with natural abilities. Any part of their body can be elementalized, thus immune to all physical attacks. In other words, no matter how powerful swordsmanship is, you can't hurt yourself. Do you want to join forces with me? Crocodile moved his arm slightly, and threw an olive branch to Solo on the spot. The slash just now made him understand. Solo is definitely like him. He joined the navy only to hide himself, just like he created a Baroque work agency and became Kaiwohei. Otherwise, how could someone as strong as him remain unknown? And his uniform is just the rank of warrant officer. Swordsmanship at the level just now. Do not. Crocodile shook his head. That level of swordsmanship is much better than those stupid colonels in the Navy headquarters. However, with such a person, he is willing to be a warrant officer. He is not hiding himself, what is it? And this method of hiding oneself can never be for fun, or the so-called welfare in the Navy system, right? This guy must be because of some ulterior conspiracy and ambition. Just did this. Yes. Crocodile's brain moved quickly for a while, and his brain made up a lot of evil plans. Let me join forces with people like you, and you think it out, Crocodile. Solo shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. His attitude is very obvious and determined. Will never join forces with trash like you. Immediately afterwards, Solo's body exuded a strong murderous intent, and he approached Crocodile. Even because of this aura so fierce, that Weiwei on the side can't even bear the aftermath. She only felt the buzzing of her brain, as if she had hit some heavy object, and her vision suddenly became dark. The consciousness became more and more blurred until it disappeared completely. Weiwei slammed her head on the sand and passed out into a coma. Did you dizzy? Solo quickly noticed Weiwei's condition. It wasn't his intention to do it, but he didn't expect Weiwei to be so weak. Couldn't even bear his own breath. Never mind. Fair enough. Without Weiwei as an eyewitness, I can release my strength further. Solo thought to himself. Although his hidden system requires that his true strength cannot be exposed, it is not impossible to use any strength. Next. Just kill the people who have seen their true strength. Is not exposed. For example, Solo played a game called Assassin's Creed before crossing. There are two ways to complete most of the assassination missions. The first one is clean and tidy. It solves the goal without being noticed, and then escapes, without knowing it. And the second. As long as I kill all the people present, no one will know that I assassinated it. Thinking of this, Solo took a step forward. But no matter how you say it, Crocodile will not be afraid of Solo's murderous aura. Actually, Crocodile's strength is not the top powerhouse in One Piece. But his temper and character www.readaloud.com are quite hot. At the top of the war, he shot against Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and aka Inu one after another. 4 emperors, Kaiwahei, Admiral of the Navy. Didn't take any of them. How could he be afraid of Solo's swordsmanship? The reason why he would invite Solo is just because of his strength. If you can join the Baroque Job Club, you will definitely become your own right-hand man. But since I refuse, then forget it. Kill him here, and then go find Hades. Tell you one thing, Navy. Crocodile took a deep sip of the cigar, and returned to his casual expression again. I am a person who has the ability to eat natural, rustling fruits. Not only can I turn my body elements into sand, but I can also turn everything here into my weapon. Crocodile opened his arms, as if emphasizing to Solo. His navy is now standing in his arsenal. Crocodile stared at Solo's expression. Yes, in the desert, I am an invincible existence. Soon. Crocodile even took out an hourglass directly from his arms, and threw it at Solo's feet without thinking about it. The sand in the hourglass flows downward. Began the timing. At most 3 minutes, I can solve you here, Navy. Crocodile said in a low voice, confidently. However, these words made Solo chuckle. Then you will be disappointed, Crocodile. I didn't plan to let you live that long. Chapter 36, Your whole cards disappointed me. Crocodile's face was completely gloomy. He never thought that Solo, the Navy, would be so arrogant. He even claimed that it doesn't take that long to solve himself. It looks like you haven't understood the current situation, Navy. I am Kaiwahei recognized by the world government, which means that even the world government does not want to be an enemy of me. Why do you think this is? Well, it's an honor for you to die in my hands. Crocodile said calmly while holding his cigar. And when his voice fell, the entire right arm suddenly turned into yellow sand, and then swept out forcefully. Arc moon-shaped sand dunes. Like the name, this move is like a round of meniscus. The attack range is extremely wide, and it goes straight to Solo. And, this move does not cause any slashing damage to Solo, but absorbs the water in his body as soon as it touches his body. Turned it into a dry mummy. Is a very scary way to die. S power is even more frightening. However, the moment Crocodile's sand was about to attack Solo, Solo's body suddenly turned into an afterimage, disappearing from the spot, avoiding Crocodile's attack range. Shave. Crocodile saw Solo and jumped into the distance in an instant, and suddenly thought of 6 forms in his mind. This is an advanced physical skill. Sure enough, it's not that simple to think of solving you. So. Crocodile's eyes narrowed slightly, and he simply used a larger attack range. In this way, even if it is shaved, he cannot escape his own attack. Desert Sunflower. I saw Crocodile holding his breath, deepening his power into the sand, manipulating the invisible water flow below, and turning the area under Solo's feet into a quicksand zone. Not only that. In order to be able to kill with one blow, Crocodile even expanded the diameter of this quicksand to hundreds of meters. Exaggerated dozens of times than when fighting against Luffy. You should understand now. The reason why I am called the King of the Desert. Crocodile raised his arms like a winner. In his opinion, even the 6 style shaved, it is impossible to escape from the sunflower. The battle is over. Solo glanced at his feet after hearing the words. Countless sand was slowly sliding down, trying to swallow himself. But he didn't have the slightest panic or fear. On the contrary, Solo was just indifferent. Lifted his right foot slightly and took a step forward. Only this step, Solo walked out of the desert sunflower. From Crocodile's perspective, Solo's behavior is almost like a teleportation. This is definitely not what the 6-style shaving can do. You should know that the principle of shaving is the technique of using the explosive force generated by continuous pedaling on the spot to move quickly. In the quicksand, let alone the force of trampling, it is impossible to do it even if it is trampling. Now, what's going on? How did Solo get rid of his attack? Is some kind of fruit ability? No way. Crocodile quickly shook his head in denial. Although I don't know how Solo did it, it's definitely not a fruit ability. Haha. But at this moment, Solo raised his head, looked at Crocodile in front of him, and couldn't help but chuckle. This move was caught by Crocodile. What are you laughing at? I don't know why, but my current self has an ominous premonition. However, Crocodile continued to speak. Yes, you guy can only laugh now. Because I have already decided, it's a quick decision. At the end of the speech, Crocodile directly raised his right hand, and in the next second, the breeze and yellow sand gathered in his palm from all directions. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a sandstorm formed in his hand. Heavy Sharon. Crocodile's low-pitched voice, this is almost the strongest blow he can make right now. Although this sandstorm looks very delicate in Crocodile's hands, as long as the storm progresses, it will continue to grow stronger until it becomes uncontrollable. Whether it is a hard rock or a solid building, can't bear this violent power. And this world, naturally, there will be no more suitable place for Shalan to grow up than this desert. Is also because of this. He will be called the king of the desert. Will be invincible. Tell you, the Navy, with this power, you can easily destroy a city. With your strength, you can't bear it at all. And Navy, do you know where is behind you? Crocker Dalton became extremely excited. Behind Solo, nowhere else but the capital of the Kingdom of Alabaston. In other words, if Solo chooses to escape, then, the sandstorm that you set off will sweep the capital of Alabaston and kill the people there without leaving it. Since you believe in the justice of the people, then, take this trick for the poor people. Actually, Crocodile does not intend to use this trick to destroy the capital of the Kingdom of Alabaston. The reason why he did this was just because he wanted Solo to take up his attack. And, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com firmly believes in his heart that his moves are enough to kill Solo in a flash. Everything will be over. Who made you, an overweight Navy, oppose me? Die! Crocodile roared loudly, and shook his right hand vigorously, throwing out the sand and dust in his palm. Next second, the sandstorm contacted the sand, collided frantically, absorbed countless sand, and strengthened itself. Suddenly, a giant tornado that connects heaven and earth greeted Solo's eyes. And come straight to him. Rumbling. As the violent wind gets stronger and stronger, the thunderclouds in the sky are also absorbed, and lightning and thunder are coming. Deafening. Crocodile laughed heartily. It is the first time since he established the Baroque Work Agency that he has unreservedly released his power. Don't talk about a capital city. Even if it is a country, in this desert zone, Crocodile is sure to destroy it. Everything is over. Should be like this. However, in the face of Crocodile's all-out battle, Solo shook his head helplessly. A sandstorm was directly set off. The power is indeed good, but it's a pity. Whether it is power or speed, it's a little bit worse. If this move is your ultimate hole card, then I am disappointed. The corners of Solo's mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. He didn't even figure it out, so he gave Crocodile a minute to perform. In the end, what are you looking forward to? Chapter 37, End the battle in an instant, kill Crocodile in seconds. Disappointment. Too disappointed. At the moment Crocodile shot, Solo was more or less expecting his performance. No matter how you say it, he is the king of Kaiwahe. And on the occasion of the war on the top, one after another Hard Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and the General Akadog can't be said to be domineering. And the most important point is, when Crocodile appeared, the world view of One Piece was not perfect. Judging from the later plot, it would be unrealistic for Luffy to defeat Crocodile. Based on this or that kind of relationship, Solo was actually quite sure in his heart. Crocodile's strength is definitely stronger than when he played against Luffy. Result: this is the whole card that Crocodile showed? What am I looking forward to? Solo couldn't help but complain about himself. Then, he was expressionless and decided to end the farce. This time, he not only squeezed the Zanpaku knife on his waist, but also whispered the name of this weapon. In fact, all Zanpaku sabers are in a sealed state at ordinary times, facing the eyes of the world with a shallow shot. Only when the real name is pronounced, can Zanpakuto show its true posture. I saw Solo slowly pull the Zanpaku knife out of the scabbard. The reason why he chose to end up in Crocodile in the desert instead of in the capital of Alabastan, besides not wanting to expose himself, there is another very important reason. That is, the power of this weapon is too powerful. If you are a little careless, the entire Albina may be turned into ashes by yourself. Because the initial explanation of this Zanpakuto is, the whole world is all ashes. The blade is like fire. Accompanied by Solo's burst of shout, the Zanpodeo in his hand suddenly changed. A group of hot flames burst out from the handle, and instantly covered the entire blade. At first glance, it looks like a fire knife. So far, Solo has never used the true posture of this knife to kill an enemy. Crocodile was the first one. The air is distorted. Immediately, Crocodile's eyes widened, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time. His mouth gradually opened, forming an O shape. The calmness I had always had has completely disappeared. The heat from that katana can twist even the air. Not only that, but a heat wave hits this side even more. The temperature of the entire surface began to rise at an exaggerated rate. Makes Crocodile feel extremely hot. His forehead, behind, are all puffy beads of sweat, constantly pouring out. He was unwilling to believe that a navy could have such a powerful force. The scariest thing is, his uniform is just a warrant officer. What kind of ambition does this guy have? Is so hiding his strength? It is no exaggeration to say that in Crocodile's cognition, Solo's momentum alone is enough to serve as a lieutenant general of the headquarters. It's hot. Soon, the temperature on the surface reached an extremely exaggerated point, and Crocodile's shoes were melted away forcibly. Then was the golden hook on his left hand, which melted into liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. To know the melting point of gold is as high as thousands of degrees Celsius. Is it possible that the temperature released by that samurai sword can be compared with the sun? At this moment, Crocodile's cognition inevitably collapsed. You know, he is a pirate who has been to the Great Sea route. What kind of big winds and waves have not been seen? But a guy like Solo has never seen him before. I saw Solo slowly lift up the blade like a fire, and he waved at the sandstorm in front of him. A ball of flame was released from the tip of the knife, and it instantly merged in the sandstorm created by Crocodile. The fire spread rapidly until it covered the entire sandstorm. Then abruptly burned the dust storm, swallowed it completely, nothing left. Crocodile was even dumbfounded on the spot. My strongest hole card, unexpectedly, was cracked easily. Who is this guy? Incredible! Unbelievable! Is it possible that his strength has been infinitely close to the Admiral? What do I do? For a moment, Crocodile froze directly. The situation in front of him, directly beyond the scope, has become a blind spot for his knowledge. Yes. With Crocodile's knowledge, he has no idea how to deal with it. Even his ambition, reason, and conceit were all replaced by an emotion. That is the first emotion that human beings have since the birth. Something inscribed in the bone. Fear. Wait a minute. Seeing Solo again raising his blade, Clocktle rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. He raised his right hand and wanted to surrender in fear. Solo can give him whatever he wants, as long as he can let go of himself. However, Solo didn't give Crocodile any chance at all. After realizing that his strength was so weak, Solo lost all interest. As soon as his arm fell, the bright light of the knife suddenly shone. The fiercest fire that swept across went out towards Crocodile. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the sword energy and the sea of fire merge into one, passing through at such a speed that it is so fast that the line of sight is hard to catch. In an instant, the air seemed to be cut off by Solo. I saw Crocodile in fear, and elementalized his whole body. www.readaloud.com. I wanted to be immune to Solo's slash. However, although Solo's knife was just an ordinary attack, the flame it released was sufficiently close to the temperature of the sun's surface. Even a grain of sand can melt easily. Crocodile, there is no way to escape. Even his thoughts about asking for mercy were suddenly interrupted. In the end, what happened? What's the matter with Solo's knife, and what's the matter with the slash? Can't see clearly. There is also that terrifying speed and destructive power, which is simply incomprehensible. Why? Will someone with such a terrifying power be a warrant officer? Why? Why? Crocodile was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to complain, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. Only a scalp-like cry echoed in this desert, and the scorching heat melted Crocodile clean. Whether it is a grain of sand or a cell. Do not stay. In the true sense. The world has evaporated. Even after devouring Crocodile, this hot sword aura did not stop. Instead, it continued to fly forward until it fell into the desert. Rumbling. There were loud noises like thunder, and the endless desert could not cushion this slash. The entire ground is directly divided into two, the cracks are not bottomed, like an abyss. Standing still, Solo blinked his eyes vigorously. At this moment, the atmosphere became deadly silent. Am I overdoing it? Chapter 38, Hawkeye is ecstatic. It's him, it's him, it's him. Looking at the picture in front of him, Solo instantly released his domineering look. After repeatedly confirming that there was no Crocodile's aura, he resealed his Zanpaku knife flowing blade. Returned to shallow hit. And Crocodile even had no ashes left, so Solo's strength was not exposed naturally. Then, Solo glanced at Princess Vivi, then took off his uniform jacket and put it on her. Make sure that several points are covered later. Solo woke up Princess Vivi. The result was exactly as Solo expected. When Wei woke up and noticed her condition, she screamed. Soon, Wei began to look around and saw the sight of Solo and Crocodile's fight. With only one glance, she stood there blankly. If it hadn't been before I passed out, there would be nothing here. She might really think that there was some natural disaster happening here. What about Crocodile? However, compared to the picture in front of her, Vivi is more concerned about the guy Crocodile at this time. Let him go. Solo thought for a moment, then replied. Wei did not witness Crocodile being killed by herself anyway. Naturally, there is no need to tell her the truth. Coupled with the death of Crocodile, there will be no more crisis in the kingdom of Alabastan. This matter is the end. Gone. Wei blinked her eyes in disbelief. But she reacted quickly. It is very likely that Crocodile did not leave as Solo said, but escaped. And if Crocodile can escape, there is only one possibility. That is, Solo is stronger. Crocodile was jealous, even fearful. Otherwise, with Crocodile's means and ambition, how could they be here and let them go? But isn't Crocodile under the King Kaiwahe? The super pirate recognized by the world government. Gurgle. Wei looked at Solo again, wondering in her heart. Why does this navy, which has power not inferior to Kaiwahei, pretend to be small? Can I ask you a question? Strong curiosity made Wei couldn't help asking. Yes. Solo nodded. Who are you? I won't tell you. Wei. You can ask, but I never said I will answer. Okay. Wei had to wrap her body in her clothes, and then stood up from the desert. Although Crocodile is gone, the crisis in the kingdom of Alabaston has not been completely resolved. According to the information that Wei has, Crocodile used the abilities of his men to completely arouse the contradiction between the rebel army and the king. Now, the rebel army led by Kojia is marching towards the capital at full speed. If it is not stopped as soon as possible, this country will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Wei took a deep breath and told Solo the truth. And hope he can help. Solo nodded, just send you to Alba, right? In Solo's impression, if it wasn't for Crocodile's order, with Vivi's courage at the time, the war could be prevented. After all, she is not a mere vase princess. Wei heard the words, nodded vigorously, and then followed Solo to the capital. At this time, the other end of the desert, Hawkeye my hawk hit it off with Bucky the clown and embarked on a journey to chase Solo. How far do we have to go? Bucky lying on the camel couldn't help but complain. In order for Hawkeye to bring himself, he had to lie that he knew Solo's clues. But in fact, he doesn't even know what Solo is called. Can only choose a random route, and walked with Hawkeye for several days. While following Hawkeye, not only was the pressure great, but the environment of Alabaston was even worse than he thought. For a moment, Bucky felt that his endurance was reaching the limit. He weakly complained to Hawkeye, maybe the Navy has already returned to the headquarters at this time. Or just give up. A powerful swordsman like you can't be guilty of working so hard for a navy. However, Hawkeye seemed to have missed the complaint of Bucky. He still sat on the camel, and walked forward slowly, without arrogance or rashness. But for Bucky, he doesn't think so. Since he was on the throne of the world's largest swordsman, there have only been many people who want to challenge themselves. Until now, among these challengers, there is no man who makes his heart beat. Maybe Sauron will become his rival one day. But now he is undoubtedly lacking the most important things. Strength. But that navy is different. He only made one shot, which made himself question his own strength. If you can fight him, maybe you can make your swordsmanship stronger. Yes. Such a man, myself. But when Hawkeye thought of this, a wave of heat suddenly hit his face. What happened? Bucky beside couldn't help but exclaim again and again. This heat wave is even more terrifying than the noon sun. Ah, so hot, so hot. For a time, Bucky quickly split his body to pieces, reading www.uuganshu.com hid in the shadow of a camel. At the same time, he and Hawkeye also saw the picture ahead. A huge slash is coming towards them. And this slash is burning with raging flames, and the height is nearly 100 meters, dividing the desert here in two. Such a terrifying scene immediately caused Bucky to shrink behind Hawkeye. It's him. Was Hawkeye. Seeing this unknown attack hit him, Solo suddenly appeared in his mind. And I was sure in my heart that this slash was probably released by Solo. Hurry up, if you get hit by that thing, you will definitely die. Bucky yelled. Hide. Hawk's eyes narrowed, staring directly at the slash. If I avoid here, it means I can't compare to Solo. Snapped. I saw Hawkeye leaping 1 foot and jumping up from the camel, holding the strongest black knife firmly with both hands. Night. Soon. Hawkeye took a deep breath, his nerves tense, and he burst into armed domineering. Calculated the distance between the slash and himself. Drink. In an instant, the eagle eye screamed, swiping the sword with both hands, swept across and released a green sword aura, facing the attacking flames. Rumbling. The two slashes collided strongly, stirring up the surrounding air, forming a terrifying air current, sweeping in all directions. Two camels were lifted off on the spot. The sky was full of sand and was rolled into a sandstorm. Bucky even hugged his head with his hands, completely frightened by the scene in front of him. This is... what kind of power is it? Chapter 39, Smog was shocked by the huge misunderstanding. Rumbling. The two slashes collided together, rubbing a loud noise like thunder. Hawkeye my hawk even held his breath, staring at the scene in front of him intensively. There is a strong hunch in his heart. This menacing slash is definitely from Solo's handwriting. I found us, so did you say hello in this way? Hawkeye thought to himself, but soon denied the idea. Although he didn't have much contact with Solo, he could feel that the guy's mentality was somewhat lazy. Just when Hawkeye thought of this, the two slashes merged into one, compressed crazily, forming a huge ball. The moment it was compressed to its limit, the majestic energy burst out instantly and swept in all directions. Set off a second shock. While slashing the area at the junction, it was bombarded out of a huge pit because it could not withstand this force. Is like an abyss, unfathomable. It takes a full minute or so before the desert is calm again. Bucky the Clown's body pressed against the ground, rolling his throat, swallowing nervously. What happened just now? The level of confrontation is almost like when Uncle Raleigh and Barrett were fighting. And the Raleigh in his mouth, Barrett, is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying strong men in this sea. For a while, Bucky even regretted it a little. Why do I have to tell Hawkeye? I know where to find Solo. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this guy. Soon, Bucky noticed the change in Hawkeye's expression. This guy who has always been paralyzed and has no mood swings has a flash of excitement in his eyes at this time. Do not. Is fanaticism. Let's go. Hawkeye my hawk put away the black knife on the spot. The soul of the warrior deep in his heart is completely awakened. Today, he has to fight Solo anyway. That slash just now was very powerful. Rao is taking it seriously, and he almost missed the next step. The key is, this kind of air slash does not always maintain the same intensity. It will increase with the distance of the attack, resulting in reduced power. In other words, Solo must be around here. Can make the slash have such an intensity. Thinking of this, Hawkeye strode forward. Follow the direction of slashing the desert. In his eyes, this huge crack is a guide. And Bucky the Clown naturally doesn't want to be thrown in such a place by Hawkeye alone. Finally, he gritted his teeth, forced his body to stand up from the sand, and chased the eagle eye. However, the more Hawkeye moved forward, the more he felt shocked. According to his original idea, Solo is not far away. But who knows? He walked for a full 7 or 8 minutes, and the crack still didn't see the boundary. This is equivalent to saying, the slash that he took has actually been weakened. And this kind of thing is undoubtedly a huge impact for him, a great swordsman. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this guy? Bucky couldn't help but exclaimed. I feel that my seriousness in swordsmanship is about to be subverted. The two walked a full 10 kilometers before they finally came to the end of the sword mark. Looking at the picture in front of him, Hawkeye was completely stupid. Here. Hawkeye blinked and looked around. This is not only the starting point of the huge sword mark. An extremely powerful sandstorm and a large area of quicksand. It is not difficult to see that just now, a fierce battle broke out here. And relying on eagle-eyed keen intuition, he suddenly realized that the sword mark and the sword aura were not directed at him at all. But Solo only released a slash in order to solve his opponent. Then the question is coming. Solo. Who is playing against? Wait, this doesn't mean that the slash I saw was just a aftermath. Hawkeye was dumbfounded again. Even for the swordsman, the slashing distance just now is too far, right? With the feeling of step volume, it is at least 10 kilometers. It took a long time for Hawkeye to calm down some emotions. But he was shocked at Solo, but he couldn't calm down. How strong is that man's swordsmanship? But unfortunately, all the clues about Solo are completely interrupted here. Hawkeye, look over there. Suddenly, Bucky's right hand floated in front of Hawkeye and pointed his finger at a piece. Hawkeye took a look. A large number of navies are coming here. The person headed by rode a locomotive that was extremely inconsistent with the environment here. Is no one else, it is Smog. After receiving the contact from De Psyche, he rushed to the rainy ground non-stop and learned that the rebels had begun to attack the capital. After hesitating many times, Smog decided to take all the navy and go straight to Albina. Now, happened to meet Hawkeye here. Eagle Eye. Soon, Smog noticed Hawkeye, began to slow down, and stopped right beside him. Immediately afterwards, he was stunned on the spot. Without him, the picture before me is really shocking. The scene of the super dust storm sweeping, the huge quicksand. And, that huge sword mark beyond sight. Anyone can tell that a fierce battle has taken place here. Go on, just kidding, what happened to that crack? Was it cut out by a slash? The seamen were all dumbfounded. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com talked a lot. Wait, that man, isn't Hawkeye my hawk? Suddenly, no one in the crowd yelled. Everyone else noticed Hawkeye. The Hawkeye of the world's #1 swordsman? Why is he here? So, was the eagle eye caused the huge crack? This power is too terrifying. Otherwise, how could he be the #1 in the world? The Marines suddenly realized. Yes. This is the #1 slash in the world. On the contrary, it was small, frowning, with a green face, and asked Hawkeye, what happened here? However, how could Hawkeye answer Smog's question honestly? He just shook his head, as Kaiwahe, I have no obligation to report to the Navy. In a simple sentence, without extra explanation, Hawkeye strode away from here. Is so lonely. Bucky saw this and quickly followed. 7 Wahe. Smog's expression was even more unhappy, but he was helpless. On the one hand, the King's Kaiwahe is a pirate recognized by the world government, and even the Navy can't easily take action. On the other hand, there is too much difference in the strength between the two sides. I am not the opponent of this man at all. Thinking of this, Smog couldn't help but glanced at the exaggerated sword mark again. Just the width, there are tens of meters, and it's not bottoming out. Hawkeye's swordsmanship, is it so terrible? Smog was completely shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Chapter 40, Mr. As soon as you go, I don't want to kill you. In response to Smog's question, Hawkeye my hawk was naturally lazy to say something. What's more, he still has a very clear goal now. Look for that guy Solo and fight him. So, Hawkeye directly ignored Small and set off. And from the standpoint of Smog, there is naturally no way to stop Hawkeye here. After some thoughts, he had to give up his entanglement with Hawkeye and command all navies to march towards the capital Albina. At the same time, Solo took Waiwei all the way to Albina. In about half an hour, the two successfully arrived in the capital Albina. Princess Waiwei's mood also became tense. This time the civil strife will affect the survival of Alabastan. She changed her clothes in a street shop as quickly as possible, and then set off towards the palace. Fortunately in misfortune, all the rebels are assembled towards the palace. The civilians in this city who do not want to participate in the war must either hide at home or stay away from this place of right and wrong as much as possible, thus keeping all the avenues leading to the palace unblocked. Just rush all the way. Waiwei can reach the palace and stop all this. However, just in front of Wai Wei's sight, a member of the Baroque Job Club was sitting on the side of the road, as if waiting for something. Actually, Crocodile has always been a pirate who pays attention to double insurance. After learning of Wai Wei's true intentions, he summoned all the members of the Baroque Working Society and asked them to guard all directions in Albina. Prevent Vivi from passing. And now the man blocking Wai Wei is not someone else. Is the man in the Baroque workplace, second only to Crocodile in strength. Mr. 1. His real name is Das Bonus. Is the blade man who ate the cut fruit. The whole body is not only as hard as steel, but the strength and speed are not bad at all. During the war on the top, he even received Hawkeye's slash from the front, and he was unharmed. Is a man who can remember his name even with eagle eyes. When he saw Wai Wei appear, he straightened up from the box on the street, stepped forward, and walked slowly. Then, Mr. 1 shook his arm lightly, and the whole arm suddenly turned into a sharp blade. This road is nowhere. Mr. 1 low voice, full of momentum. Although it is not clear why Vivi would stay with one of them, he would not disappoint Crocodile. Mr. 1. Wai Wei frowned. As the undercover agent of the Baroque Work Agency, she knew in her heart that this man was very strong. After a while, he stopped and turned to look at Solo. That guy Crocodile has escaped. Seeing this, Solo had no choice but to start flicking. How could Mr. 1 believe Solo's words? Not only the hardness of his body is like steel, but his inner will is even more so. With a grim expression on his face, he exuded a fierce murderous intent, and with a hard kick on one foot, he went straight to Wai Wei. His ideas are simpler and more crude. Just get rid of Wai Wei here. No one can stop this war. Also, there is a navy. Can't stop myself at all. Can't breathe for two. Mr. 1 rushed directly in front of Wai Wei, waved his arm and swept across at Wai Wei's neck. Ended. Can be when Mr. 1 is so determined in his heart. Solo, who was 5 or 6 meters away from Wai Wei, suddenly disappeared from the spot, raising the katana, and using the scabbard to block Mr. 1's slash. The impact sounded a little dull, and sparks were caused by the friction between the blade and the scabbard. Made Wai Wei retreat subconsciously. When her heel touched an inconspicuous stone, her body instantly lost her balance, and she fell to the ground with a plop. In order not to highlight his strength, Solo also deliberately put on a look of difficulty. Wai Wei, you go first. Leave it to me here. Solo spoke loudly. Wai Wei, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked back and forth between Solo and Mr. 1, and saw that Solo took a step back because his strength was not as strong as Mr. 1. She fully reacted. Please. Wai Wei shouted to Solo, and then ran towards the palace without looking back. Now she has more important things to do. But Mr. 1 is not a fighting madman. Rather than solving Solo here, he followed Crocodile's order. Seeing Wai Wei passing by, he pushed hard, separated from Solo's scabbard, turned around and pursued it. However, as soon as Mr. 1 turned around, he saw Solo standing between himself and Vivi. What a fast speed! 6 styles of shave. Mr. 1 half squinted his eyes, thinking of the Navy's advanced physical skill called 6 types. What skills are said to be mastered? Even those with fruit ability can defeat it. However, I am not an ordinary fruit-powered person. Want to defeat oneself with only 6 forms, it is even more foolish. Use your own life to resist the enemy's footsteps. It seems that this should be your justice, right? Mr. 1 took a deep breath, but it's a pity. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how good justice is, it's just empty talk. The moment S voice fell, Mr. 1 further activated his fruit ability, turning his arms into several blades, and then spinning at high speed. He decided to completely solve Solo here. Spiral cut. As long as this trick is used, Solo's katana is useless. But who knows www.readaloud.com. Sorrow put down his weapon at this time. There is no such thing as desperately trying to stop the enemy. On the contrary, seeing that Wei has run away, Solo appeared rather helpless. If I want to solve you, I can do it at any time. You are still alive, but my character really doesn't like fighting. I just want to lie flat until I retire. Solo is very kind to persuade him, hoping that Mr. One will stop pestering himself. But for the current Mr. One, how could he give up all this because of Solo's words? Even, he couldn't help but sneer at Solo's words. When you decide to block me, you are already dead. After that, Mr. One lunged forward, and his two sturdy arms slammed down towards Solo. Next second, a cold light flashed, split Mr. One's body into two diagonally on the spot. The blood spurted from his body like a column. Whether it is muscles, organs, or bones, they are all cut into a smooth balance. His upper body slowly pours downwards and moves with the effect of gravity. For a time, Mr. One's eyes were even more exaggerated than Bull's eyes. He lowered his head slightly and saw a pool of blood formed under his feet. Plop! Soon, his upper body fell into a pool of blood, and his lower body also leaned forward and patted heavily on the ground. And from beginning to end, he had never seen Solo pull out the ordinary-looking katana. This guy, how did do it? Chapter 41, really deserves to be the world's #1 swordsman. Mr. One both eyes stared big, and my heart was extremely shocked. He never dreamed that the navy in front of him would kill himself with only one move. What's even more terrifying is that he didn't even see Solo's movements clearly. How could there be such a scary guy in this world? His strength, I'm afraid it's not already infinitely close to Hawkeye. Yes. At the moment when Mr. One fell, he not only thought of the man sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Why? A man with such terrifying power is just a warrant officer. What is his ambition and conspiracy? Mr. One panting heavily, trying to raise his arm and grab Solo's ankle. However, the distance between them seems to be close at hand, but it is far away. Mr. One, I gradually felt that breathing became more and more difficult. The body does not have the power to stand up or crawl forward at all. Even consciousness is becoming more and more blurred. Just 10 seconds of effort. His heart stopped beating. The body becomes stiff in the sun. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Solo sighed softly. He really didn't want to participate in the fight at all, but since leaving Rogue Town, it's like walking wherever I go in trouble. Is often encountered strange guys. After leaving Alabaston this time, I really have to plan carefully. Never mind. Solo took a deep breath, didn't stay here for a long time, turned and left. Now Crocodile is no longer there. As long as Vivi and Koja meet, this war can be over. Thinking of this, Solo is already drifting away. About half an hour later, Eagle Eye and Bucky the Clown also rushed to the capital Albina, and settled the Mr. 4 and Mr. Merry Christmas of the Baroque Job Club. Then he was in the city, looking for Solo's figure. As for those rebels, Hawkeye is not interested. Soon, the corpse lying on the flat road attracted his attention. That person. Hawk's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked over in 3 steps in 2 steps. When Bucky saw this, he had to follow him silently. When he saw Mr. One's death, the corner of his mouth couldn't help taking a breath. What a strong man, he was cut into 2 pieces. Is really miserable. However, Bucky suddenly noticed Hawkeye's eyes. Judging from his reaction, Hawkeye seemed to know the man. You know him? Bucky couldn't help asking. Hawkeye thought for a moment, and then nodded. His name is Bonus, and he is a bounty hunter from Zihai. In order to fight Shanks, he once ran to the other side's hometown, Zihai. Is also at that time, I met Mr. One. He can turn any part of his body into a blade, and he can make his skin as hard as steel. Although he can't be called a swordsman, his own strength is very impressive. Otherwise, Hawkeye would never remember his name. On Bonus's body, there was no second wound left. Hawkeye muttered to himself, and judging from the fall, the opponent should have shot in front of him. Duel. Based on the information on the scene, Hawkeye quickly inferred two things. The opponent is not a sneak attack, but a head-on confrontation. And only used one move to kill Bonus in seconds. It's the Navy. Solo's figure suddenly appeared in Hawkeye's mind with such exquisite swordsmanship. It must be him. He is in Albina. Once confirmed this, the passion deep in Hawkeye's heart finally cooled down, and it boiled again. The key is. According to the changes in blood stains, Mr. 1 was resolved by Solo within half an hour at most. Shows that he has not gone far. If it goes well, I might fight him today. On the contrary, Bucky had an ominous premonition in his heart. It seems that the pirates who have something to do with Solo have no good end. If it weren't for letting Hawkeye take him, I am afraid that I will hide in the sea. This guy is of death. Thinking of this, Bucky couldn't help holding his head in his hands, wishing to disappear where he was. But just when Hawkeye was about to turn around and leave, searching for Solo, Smaug led the Navy team and ran into Hawkeye again. You again? Seeing Hawkeye again, Smaug frowned, and then noticed the corpse at his feet. Judging by Smaug's many years of experience, he was very convinced that this man was beheaded. Is it Bonus? Suddenly, the Psyche beside Smaug couldn't help but exclaimed. She blinked her eyes vigorously, seriously wondering if she had any delusions. Bonus, who is offering a bounty of up to 75 million Baileys, turned out to be. Just died like that. Bonus. After Dashki's reminder, Smaug also reacted. The guy who died at Hawkeye's feet is not a little pirate. If such a guy is put in the East China Sea, it is definitely a boss-level existence. Hawkeye, my hawk, what do you want to do? Smaug couldn't help asking. Who is he fighting with in the desert? Why are they here to solve Bonus? For a time www.readaloud.com Smaug's heart can't help but a lot of questions popped up. And with years of experience, he seriously suspects that there is a conspiracy in it. As for Smaug's conjecture, Hawkeye naturally didn't bother to explain anything. On the one hand, he has no obligation to help the Navy understand the truth. On the other hand, his character has always been this way. I am the world's most magnificent swordsman, why explain to the Navy colonel? You don't need to know. Hawkeye stared at Small, leaving a cold sentence, and then left here without looking back. Seeing Hawkeye's lofty attitude, Small also clenched his fist. It's really unpleasant, these Kaiwahe. Smaug couldn't help but vent his complaints. Then, he glanced at the corpse on the ground. Although he has great resentment towards Kaiwahe, he has to say. Killed Bonus of 75 million Bailey in one move. I am afraid that only a strong person like Kaiwahe can do it. Really? Terrible swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsman. Da Psyche couldn't help rolling her throat, swallowing nervously, not only shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship, realized his insignificance even more. The gap in strength. Too poor. And the sea soldiers behind them turned their worshipful gazes toward Hawkeye. It is true that he is the world's #1 swordsman, and he solved the pirate Bonus with a single sword. It's horrible, when will I have that kind of strength? Eagle Eye, I am afraid, is the strongest one among the 7 Wuhai. Chapter 42, The Civil War broke out. Speaking of which, the guy Crocodile seems to have left a bomb. Solo had planned to leave Alabaston and go to Marin Vatican after he got rid of Mr. 1. Anyway, the follow-up problem can be completely solved with the courage of Princess Vivi. But on the way to leave, Solo suddenly recalled this incident. Crocodile in order to get clues to the ancient weapon Pluto. In addition to provoking a civil war between the rebel army and the kingdom army, in order to threaten Weiwei's father. He also stored a super bomb in the capital Albina. Is enough to flatten the entire city. At the critical moment, it was still the adjutant Bell of the Guardian of the Kingdom of Alabastan who used the fruit ability to transform into a birdman before taking the bomb into the air and detonating it. Thus saved the city. However, Weiwei and others knew the whereabouts of the bomb because Crocodile himself tried to threaten Weiwei's father to obey his orders. Said it deliberately. Now Crocodile is solved by me. Naturally no one will tell Weiwei about the bomb. Even if Vivi finds Koja and prevents this civil war, the power of that bomb is enough to wipe out everyone. Solo thought to himself. This is also the reason why he hates trouble. To win a battle is very simple, but often after winning the next battle, it will only lead to a series of troubles. Forget it, now is not the time to entangle these things. Solo took a deep breath and slowly approached the clock tower in Albina. This is also a great advantage of being a traverser. Give Solo a part of what hasn't happened. The bomb prepared by Crocodile and the location of the bomb. Solo remembers very clearly. So, he hurried, bypassing the rebels attacking Albina. Came to this city, the oldest and most iconic clock tower. And whether it is the rebel army or the kingdom army, their attention is all attracted by the other, no one pays attention to the clock tower or the navy at all. Within a short while, Solo quietly sneaked into the clock tower and found the bomb. The senior spies of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day, are now here. Is going to launch this super bomb as planned. However, as Solo got close enough to them, they also found Solo. Who are you? Mr. On Father's Day, he turned his head first, and then noticed the navy uniform on Solo. Immediately took out his weapon. Aimed at Solo's vitals. And warned him not to be nosy. They worked for the king, Kaiwahei Crocodile. Looking at the two guys in front of him, Solo didn't say a word. Saw him pull out the unliberated Zanpakuo with one hand, aim at the huge bomb, and chop it down. This sudden scene is even more shocking to Mr. Father's Day and Mr. 7. They never dreamed that a navy suddenly came here and shot the bomb they were guarding. Is it possible that Crocodile's plan has been revealed? But it's not right. Even if the navy really discovered Crocodile's conspiracy, and found the bomb based on the clues given by Crocodile, that wouldn't be so reckless. Does he not want to live anymore? That's a bomb. A little collision may detonate it in advance. Stop it now. Mr. Father's Day is almost subconsciously shouting. Although he is very centered on the Baroque Work Agency, he does not want to be buried for the work agency. What are you lunatic doing? That's a bomb, powerful enough to raising the entire Albina to the ground. Mr. 7 beside was even scared, holding his head with both hands, and warned Solo loudly. But now they, apart from showing their horrified eyes, they don't know how to stop Solo at all. Can Solo care about what they say? Didn't even look at them. One-handed flick, another flick, and the last slash. A sharp cold light flashed. 3 invisible sword auras passed through the bomb at the same time. Cut off all the most critical internal connections. Next second, after slashing this huge spherical bomb, it shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground one after another. There was a dull knocking sound. Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day stood on the spot in an instant, like two statues, they didn't even dare to breathe. Time passed by every minute. The bomb did not detonate at all. Solo put the Zanpakuo sword into the scabbard calmly. In this way, the greatest crisis in Alabastan should be resolved. Solo muttered to himself. But in this way, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day also saw their own swordsmanship. When Smog rushes to Albina, maybe they will be arrested. May interrogate something terrible. Combined with them, it is not a good person's setting. Solo shot instantly, punching the air. It was just the fist wind, which stirred up the air here, forming a terrifying air current, crushing it towards Mr. Seven and Mr. Father's Day. How can such a majestic power be something they can resist? For a moment, the two of them backed back with a look of horror, and couldn't stop at all. Until I hit the window here, I turned over and fell from the window. Instead, in the midst of an inconspicuous muffled noise, the two of them fell into sludge one after another. www.readaloud.com. As for the screams they made during the fall, was overwhelmed by heart-piercing roars. The civil war in Alabaston broke out. Has the war begun? Solo couldn't help but frowned, and took 3 steps and 2 steps to reach the position of the clock tower, and looked down from a condescending perspective. Although Crocodile did not appear in Albina, he had assembled all the members of the Baroque Working Society long before that, and told them of their plans. Now, these people have started their own work. Used the status of the undercover agent in the Kingdom Army and the rebel army to open fire at the other side, causing war. That person is. Soon, Solo took advantage of his position and noticed that Waiwei was standing in the street in despair. She wanted to find Koza and tell him the truth. But because of the smoke and the fighting between the two sides, Vivi and Koza passed by. Now she has not been able to stop all of this at all. Not only that, several members of the rebel army quickly noticed her, raised their weapons, and approached Waiwei. In their eyes, as long as it is not a rebel, is the enemy. And as long as it is an enemy, it should be killed. In an instant, a rebel army raised a scythe for mowing the grass and swept it towards Waiwei's white neck. And the Straw Hat group who was supposed to protect Waiwei is not here at all. Thinking of this, Solo couldn't help raising his forehead. That's why he hates trouble. Once involved, it will be endless. Chapter 43, The Overlord Color That Shocked Everyone. Seeing that Waiwei was in danger again, Solo had no choice but to take action. Anyway, I have to shoot, it's better to. Let's end this farce easily. Solo thought to himself. The so-called rebel forces are nothing but civilians who have been deceived in the dark. Even the weapons they use are not regular cold weapons. Are all tools used in some farm work. Scythes, rakes, shovels, etc. And those kingdom troops are not bad guys themselves. If you don't see it, forget it. But I just happened to run into such a thing. It's still uncomfortable to watch these people die. Solo couldn't help but murmur, his eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes became serious. Next second, a faint breath burst out from Solo, and then spread like ripples. In an instant, this faint breath quickly strengthened, formed into a semi-transparent sphere, covering the rebel army and the kingdom army living in the field. This force directly acts on their brains, stimulating their innate emotions. Fear. This kind of fear keeps hitting their hearts. Completely dominate their consciousness. Soon. Regarding Solo as the center, the rebel army in this domineering dominance, or the kingdom army. His eyes suddenly turned white, and his vision became pitch black. Then, their 5 fingers loosened subconsciously, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground one after another. Next second, the bodies of these people began to lose their balance, and their bodies fell forward or backward one after another. This scene came so suddenly that Waiwei couldn't react. Her brain is blank, she can't understand the situation here. What is the problem? I saw Waiwei looking around, then blinked her eyes vigorously, seriously wondering if she had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how can I explain it? These rebels and the kingdom army will fall in an instant? Correct. Waiwei suddenly realized that just now, there seemed to be some air current passing by her. Is it related to that thing? But who the is? For a time, Waiwei was puzzled. I don't know the current situation at all. And Solo has no plans to show up at all. He stood in an unremarkable position of the clock tower, condescendingly looking down at the whole situation. After confirming that no one was awake except Waiwei, he turned and left here. It's time to. I have gone to see to Malinfandu. But what Solo didn't know was. The overlord look he released almost swept across Albina. Had an indelible effect. The first to bear the brunt is the king of Alabastan, Cobra. He was standing above the king's city, and he was still having a headache. How to stop all of this? Actually saw that the rebel army and the kingdom army fell to the ground one after another. Do not. It's not just these people. Rao is the guards who followed King Cobra, and at this time he also fell into a blockbuster. The scared King Cobra quickly ran over to confirm. Realized that they had only passed out and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God! Alabastan, finally saved. For a while, King Cobra was relieved and sat on the ground with a plop. And the captains of the guards hurriedly stepped forward to investigate the physical condition of King Cobra. But Robin at this time is also here. I didn't expect that the incident in the kingdom of Alabastan would end in this way. Robin couldn't help feeling. Presumably, it is also a masterpiece of the Navy. In Robin's view, the only one who can do this is the Navy who rescued Princess Vivi in the desert. But what is he trying to impersonate Smog? Robin suddenly had a lot of questions in his heart. With Solo's strength, he can definitely become a major admiral of the Navy headquarters at a young age. It's hard to come true, as Clockville said. Is this guy like him? Huge ambition and conspiracy buried in his heart? At the same time, Albina, Hawkeye and Bucky are still looking for Solo's whereabouts here. But Solo was not found. But suddenly, a powerful aura flooded all over the world. Instantly attracted Hawkeye's attention. So strong and domineering. In an instant, he realized that this is someone who has released the strongest domineering. In his cognition, this domineering power is no less inferior than the red-haired Shanks man. And Hawkeye's heart is certain. Can release this level of domineering in Alabastan. Mostly. Is the Navy I am looking for. Only he can be worthy of such a terrifying domineering. Really, a long-lost feeling. Hawkeye's mouth raised, and just being immersed in this domineering spirit made him extremely excited. Now he can't wait to fight Solo. And Bucky, the clown standing beside him, was completely shivering at this moment. He suddenly remembered that he seems to be in the town of Rog, feeling this domineering look. The other party, but the dragon known as the world's most ferocious criminal. Go on, just kidding, except for the unknown Navy whose swordsmanship is so terrifying. That guy from UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Lien Long is also in Roger Town. Bucky can't help holding his head with his hands, only feeling that his brain is blank. Will die. I will definitely die here today. The other side. Hai Cow in Albina. Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He did not pursue the defected Blackbeard in Alabastan, and was about to set out to sea from here to the next location. But at this moment, a powerful breath immediately caught his attention. I saw that Ace's face changed drastically, and he quickly moved away from the fighting posture. Looked in the direction of the Albanian palace. The one just now. Is it overbearing? This overwhelming aura lasted for about half a minute before it stopped. And the coverage is extremely wide. The Overlord's domineering style is different from other domineering styles. It cannot be inherited through genes, nor can it be cultivated. It is a super rare domineering that can only awaken 1 in a million people. Moreover, even those who awakened the domineering, not everyone is the top domineering. This guy's domineering, simply. Ace rolled his throat and swallowed nervously, not much to lose, Dad. He never dreamed of it. In the first half of the Great Route, there is such a terrifying powerhouse. Could it be that guy Clockdale? Soon, Ace recalled that Crocodile, one of the 7 martial arts under the king, was entrenched in Alabastan. It's a weird guy who has such a powerful force but doesn't enter the New World. Chapter 44, 1. It must be the Revolutionary Army dragon that prevented the civil war. Overlord look and domineering. Smog's face suddenly changed in shock. He couldn't be more familiar with this domineering look. When the Straw Hats were making a fuss in Rog Town, the Revolutionary Army dragon appeared there and released the overwhelming domineering look. Rescued the Straw Hat group. This domineering now is exactly the same as at that time. Then combined with the identity of the Long Na Revolutionary Army. Is like the Civil War in Alabaston, he does have the possibility to participate. Dragon, what are you thinking about? However, feeling this domineering so close has also made Small's brain suffer a lot of shock. The seaman behind him with insufficient willpower, rolled his eyes on the spot, lost consciousness and fell forward or backward. The seaman with a stronger willpower just persisted for a few more seconds. A few can't breathe, only Smog, Hawkeye, Bucky, and Dashki have not lost consciousness. But Dasaiki's condition is not getting better there. Her forehead and back are full of new sweat, and her brain just feels like a hammer hit. The state of the whole person was extremely collapsed. He knelt on the ground with a thump, and had to use a samurai sword against the ground to maintain his balance. Otherwise, she would collapse to the ground like other Marines. This power is really terrifying. This is Dasaiki's most intuitive feeling. Fortunately, this overwhelming domineering came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Probably only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, Dasaiki would not be able to stand firm. You stay here. Pay attention to Smog, who has reached the state of psyche, and ordered it on the spot. On the one hand, he is worried about Dasaiki. On the other hand, if the person who releases the domineering front is really a dragon. With her strength, she is not qualified to participate in this battle. Even, let alone Dasaiki. Even oneself is not sure to keep the dragon behind. After all, he is the world's most murderous criminal. That fellow Tina doesn't know when he can arrive. Smog thought to himself, but noticed that Hawkeye was faster than himself. As soon as the Overlord's domineering dissipated, Hawkeye kicked one foot and rushed out very quickly. The direction of advancement is the center where the Overlord's domineering color spreads in all directions. Colonel Smaller. Dasaiki clenched his teeth, trying hard to get up from the ground, but couldn't do it. The more so, the more she hates her weakness in her heart. At the critical moment, I am useless at all. I seem to understand Mr. Solo. Dasaiki couldn't help but think of Solo. I am afraid that it is because of lack of power that he will always have an indifferent attitude. That kind of powerlessness will really hit a person's righteous heart. Don't think so much, miss. If you feel that you are too weak, then just become stronger. The really terrible thing is not weakness, but no sense of justice. Ahead, leave it to me. Smog glanced at Dashki, and finally resolutely rode on the motorcycle and ran towards the palace in Albina. However, when he came here, the scene greeted him completely shocked him. Rebel army, Kingdom army. Now all fell on the street, his eyes rolled white. It is not difficult to see why they became like this. Domineering. And Bucky the Clown and Hawkeye are also here. Is it gone anymore? Hawkeye was a little disappointed. As soon as he arrived here, he used the domineering look and feel for the first time. Wants to find Solo. The result was nothing. Bucky is even more dumbfounded again. Although there is no exact data, the scene in front of you. Even if it is conservatively estimated, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people who were killed by the Overlord's domineering. And can do this kind of powerhouse. Bucky's first reaction was the Revolutionary Army dragon. The most dangerous man. But, shocked, Hawkeye did not give up the idea of tracking Solo. Anyway, he himself is the Lone Ranger in the 7 Marshalseas under the king. There is nothing more important at present. And the more I track Solo, the more Hawkeye can discover, this guy is stronger than he thought. While at sea, he split the sea with a single sword. In the desert, his aftermath of slashing is like a hot sun. Now, Solo once again swept the entire Albina with overwhelming domineering. Every piece of information shows that he is a top powerhouse. Even in the eyes of Hawkeye, Solo's true strength, I am afraid, will not lose to Shanks in his heyday. Really? A long-lost excitement. It has been a long time since no one has been able to make me so excited. Hawkeye took a deep breath. There is no clue for Solo here, so naturally he doesn't plan to stay long. So, he glanced at Bucky the Clown, and left here without looking back. But Bucky's sight was on Hawkeye and Smaug back and forth. Only hesitated for a second before he caught up with Hawkeye. In any case, he didn't want to stay with the Navy Colonel. Gurgle gurgle. But at this moment, the phone worm that Smaug carried with him began to buzz. Ugh! Smaug sighed long, and had to take the phone bug out of his pocket to answer it. www.readaloud.com. Tina has arrived in Albina with a rain boat. Do you want to start raining now? Colonel Smaller. After learning that the civil war in Alabaston was caused by drought and dancing fans, he decisively contacted Colonel Tina of the Navy headquarters and asked her to borrow an artificial rain boat in an attempt to stop the civil war. But now, Smaug looked around and looked at the rebel army, the Kingdom Army, who fell unconscious on the ground. There is no need for that now. However, Alabaston has a more serious problem. Smaug paused and explained to Tina. It's a Revolutionary Army dragon. Although I don't know what his intention is to appear here, he has stopped this civil war with domineering looks. Tina's face also changed drastically as soon as she heard the key information about the dragon and the Overlord's domineering look. Tina is shocked. Colonel Smaug, are you sure? If what you say is true, I'm afraid this incident will cause a sensation in the world government. Even Tina's tone was somewhat trembling. And Smaug's answer is even more affirmative. Otherwise, who else can feint an army of hundreds of thousands of people in an instant? It's definitely a dragon. But Smaug's answer is more affirmative, the more he feels about the justice of the Navy in his heart, which shakes. The man behind this disaster was the 7th Bukai Crocodile, who was recognized by the world government and saved the people of this country. Is known as the world's most murderous criminal Revolutionary Army dragon. It's really ironic. Smaug couldn't help muttering to himself. Chapter 45, Shocked Sengoku. Marin Vondo. Navy Headquarters. A lieutenant general wearing a coat of justice, hurriedly walked straight to the office of the Marshal of the Warring States. The knock on the door was rapid and loud. Please come in. With the permission of the Warring States. This lieutenant general pushed the door in. And his face is pale. As if something terrible happened. This is indeed the case. Marshal of the Warring States. The big event is not good. The lieutenant general couldn't wait to speak. What he stated was nothing else, it was the Arabistan incident. And, according to Smaug's detailed investigation, can basically be confirmed. No one else is to blame for the civil strife in Alabaston. Is exactly Crocodile, one of the 7 seas under the king. At first, I saw this lieutenant look so rude. The Warring States also frowned. But after he broke this information, Sengoku's face couldn't help but become surprised, then shocked, and finally fell into silence. That guy Crocodile. After a long time, the Warring States murmured. He had heard of the situation in Alabaston a long time ago. It's just that there has been no evidence to prove that the civil strife in Alabaston is related to Crocodile, the Kaiwa Sea, and the internal affairs of a country. Let alone the Navy headquarters, even the world government has no position to intervene. But if Crocodile is the man behind all this, the nature is completely different. Even if it's the King Shishibukai recognized by the world government, in essence, is also a pirate. Do not. This is more influential than ordinary pirates. Once this matter ferments, it spreads. Will undoubtedly have a big impact on the credibility of the world government. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Is not only the face of the world government, but also the justice of the Navy. Certainly. For the current warring states period, his heart is more towards justice, rather than face problems. At the same time, the warring states also thought that the lieutenant general in front of him gave such a panic notification. It is because Alabaston is completely out of control. That's why Colonel Smog asked the headquarter for support. Then consider the strength of Crocodile. This time, at least the lieutenants of the headquarters will be dispatched. But who knows? The lieutenant took a deep breath and shook his head towards the warring states period. It's over. Hey? What do you mean by the end? Could it be that the fellow Smog defeated Crocodile? The whole person in the warring states period couldn't help being taken aback. For Colonel Smog, he also had some impressions in his heart. Although the level is not high, but the strength is very outstanding. And also a student of Zifa. If it wasn't for his personality that had a little problem, it would be no problem to be promoted to Brigadier General or even Major General. But compared with Crocodile, the warring states period felt that there was still a certain gap. Actually, this part is what made the Lieutenant General so flustered. Because Smog clearly emphasized in the content of the report. This time, they hardly played a positive role in the Alabaston incident. Is the Revolutionary Army Dragon saved the country? What? As soon as he heard the name of the dragon, the warring states period also got up from his seat with a loud noise. He never dreamed of. Is the name of the person who heard the dragon the world's most ferocious criminal in this situation? Worse. If the truth is exposed once, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar all over the world. The pirate recognized by the world government wants to steal the country. The Revolutionary Army regarded as criminals by the world government saved Alabaston. Such a thing, just thinking about it, the warring states period feels a headache. But the dragon guy really used his domineering look to kill an army of close to 1 million people. The whole person in the warring states period couldn't help taking a breath. Actually, there are levels of domineering and domineering. Junior Overlord's domineering look is just awakened, and is often triggered by emotions such as anger. It can stun the people around it, but cannot control it on its own. Intermediate Overlord look domineering, you can control according to your own will, power, range, and even target can be accurately selected. In an instant, the Overlord's domineering can be diverged in all directions, and an army of hundreds of thousands of people crashed to the ground. This is undoubtedly the most superior domineering control. Is something that can only be done by a truly strong man with both mind, skill, and body. Rao is the combat power of the Navy headquarters, and those who can achieve this level are rare. Although I knew that dragon is not easy, but... Sengoku took a breath. Joke. Can form a revolutionary army and overthrow men from more than a dozen countries. How could be ordinary people? He has cultivated the domineering and domineering to such a degree, it is actually reasonable. Only the whereabouts of the dragon has always been secretive. Do things more cautiously. Before this, all the information about dragons was mostly speculation. And now, confirmation by smaller guessing has become a fact. For the warring states period, it is naturally an extremely shocking thing. At the same time, this also means that the dragon is perhaps even more terrifying than the world government imagined. Where is Crocodile? It took a long time before the warring states period calmed down. However, what Sengoku doesn't know is, the fact is not what he thought. Smog didn't see the dragon at all this was just his reasoning and his brain was filled. And really have that level of overlord look. Actually it is. Solo. The man who really shocked the Sengoku period is also Solo. It's just because of all sorts of mistakes that caused a huge misunderstanding. This, not very clear. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Lieutenant General heard the words, his face became awkward again. Because Smog did not see Crocodile. Whether it is the person or the corpse. The only thing he saw was an extremely heroic battle scene. And the eagle eyes present. Then combined with Crocodile as a person who has the ability to eat the rustling fruit. Smog speculated that Crocodile was defeated by Hawkeye, and then fled. But he has no evidence. Even if I asked Hawkeye, this guy had a cold posture and didn't say anything. And, regarding the whereabouts of Crocodile, he doesn't know. Even Crocodile is the evidence of all the criminals behind the scenes. Was brought out by Princess Vivi. But there is one more point, which Smog particularly advocates. He believes that the matter of Alabaston should be, frankly declared to the world. Let this world know the truth about everything. Lieutenant Admiral Yajeng said. In fact, the justice in his heart is very close to Smog. Only the face of the Warring States period was volatile. It's not that he doesn't want to, but considering the influence of this matter, I am afraid that the world government will not allow it. Who was involved in the Alabaston incident? The Warring States period seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and asked again. In addition to Colonel Small, there is also Sergeant Dusky. Lieutenant General paused. By the way, I heard from Smog that Warrant Officer Solo, who should have been here for training, also happened to be in Alabaston. Chapter 46, News from the Headquarters, Solo was promoted to Second Lieutenant. Kingdom of Alabaston. Albina. Although Solo washed the ground with a domineering look, he stunned the rebel army and the Kingdom army and prevented the civil war. But this is just a means of delay. When these people wake up, they may calm down, but they may not. So taking advantage of the time when everyone was in a coma, Smog asked Tina to act according to her original plan. Soon. The sky is densely covered with dark clouds, appearing in patches in various areas of the Kingdom of Alabaston. Tick, tick. Raindrops gradually fell from the sky. The fighting rebels and the Kingdom army also slowly regained consciousness. When they saw the rain coming, they stood there for the first time, seriously wondering if they had any hallucinations. Even some rebels called the rain a miracle. But in fact, even if Sorrow raised Crocodile's ashes to the heavens, it would be impossible for Alabaston to experience such a large-scale rainfall. The truth is that Smog asked Tina to borrow the artificial rain boat from the headquarters. After all, based on Smog's investigation, Crocodile was able to provoke the civil war in Alabaston. Is to take advantage of the drought caused by dancing powder, making it difficult for the people to survive. At the same time, Albina and Rainland became the only cities where rainfall can occur. Coupled with the rumors that the king used dancing powder, has caused the current situation. Since Crocodile took advantage of the drought, the method of cracking him was simple. A nationwide rainfall is enough to calm everyone down. No matter how you say it, no one likes war at all. And Princess Vivi took advantage of the time when everyone calmed down and found Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, and revealed Crocodile's conspiracy. The key is, although Crocodile has disappeared from the world, Mr. 2 was defeated by Smog and fell into the hands of the Navy. Plus the evidence that Waiwei collected when she was undercover also successfully convinced everyone. Recognized Crocodile's true face. Then the war came to an end. And Solo had planned to leave directly after solving the bomb problem, but after thinking about it, he still found Princess Vivi. Although Waiwei didn't know why Solo wanted to conceal his identity. But she knows it very well. If it weren't for Sorrow's help, the entire kingdom of Alabaston is very likely to be destroyed in the hands of Crocodile. If anyone saved this country, Solo is undoubtedly the person who contributed. Seeing Solo again, she naturally expressed her gratitude to Solo without hesitation. The words you said to me in the desert, I will definitely remember them. Waiwei crossed her hands and bowed deeply to Solo. Justice means ensuring the lives and health of the people. Allows people to live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people depend on their old age. Let people live with dignity. These words will be her life creed and will be thoroughly implemented in the future. But just as Solo was about to turn around and leave, Wai Wei took the initiative to take a step forward. Her eyes were firm. Could you tell me your name? Actually, Wai Wei actually thought about persuading Solo to stay in the kingdom of Alabastan. Help yourself to govern this country. But I changed my mind. How could someone like Solo stay here? After thinking about it, Wai Wei felt that at least he had to know Solo's name. Looking at the sincere face of Wei Wei, Solo was silent for a few seconds, and finally said his name. Solo. With two simple words, Solo left here without looking back. The other side. Artificial rainfall on the boat. Smog and Psyche arrested the fugitives of the Baroque Job Club based on the clues provided by Vivi. But I found nothing about Crocodile's clues. It just happened that Crocodile escaped. Smogger couldn't help but complain. With that guy's ambition and strength. Even if he was deprived of the title of Kaiwahei by the world government because of this incident, he will try his best to make a comeback. Is precisely because of this. Smog hates pirates very much. These guys are always reluctant to give up. Colonel Smaller. A first-class soldier brought a phone worm to the deck of the artificial rainfall boat, and said to Smog, "My phone." Smog glanced at the other party. A few hours ago, he had reported all the situation here to the headquarters. It is worth mentioning that after learning that Sorrow also played a part in the Alabastan incident, he deliberately informed this part to the headquarters. This is also to allow Solo to get the attention of the department when he is training. Now receiving a call from the headquarters is also a regular process. I am Small. Colonel Smog, the upper level has made a decision regarding the incident in the Kingdom of Alabastan. The operator on the other side paused for a while, awarding medals to you, Chief Dashki, and Warrant Officer Solo, and at the same time upgrading you 3 to 1 level. Awarding a medal. Smaller frowned upon hearing this. He is not surprised about the content of each level up www.readaloud.com. But the medal. Have you read the report of my fight? It is not us who defeated Crocodile. Although the shots of the dragon and the eagle eye made him unexpected. But I have to admit that if there were no such people, their strength alone is not enough to shake the Baroque work society of Crocodile. The most important thing is that Small has a strong sense of justice in his heart. Is not his credit, he doesn't want it at all. However, the other parties seem to have not heard Smog's words. The upper management hopes that you can come to the headquarters and attend the ceremony of awarding medals. After all, you can save the hero of Alabastan. Although the world government has read Smog's report, if it assigns the credit to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is more than telling the world that it was the pirate who saved Alabastan. After some discussion, Smog became a backer. If you change someone else, you might just accept it with peace of mind. But for Smaller, this kind of treatment makes him very unhappy. Hey, you guys, tell me the old men of the world government. The green veins on Smog's forehead violently, and he took a deep breath. Smog. Realizing what Smog was going to say, Tina hurriedly stopped his behavior, but she was still a step slower. Let them eat shit. Smog yelled, then hung up the phone angrily. These guys, in order to maintain their own image, would rather deceive the world. What kind of justice is this kind of behavior? Chapter 47, Robin, being a pirate has no future. Albina Doc. In order to thank Solo for saving Arabates, Princess Vivi specially sent Solo a boat that can go to sea. But before leaving Alabastan, Sorrow has one more thing to deal with. In fact, your true identity is Nicole Robin, right? Solo blocked a woman's path with her body. Although she pressed the brim of her hat very low to block her appearance, Solo caught her in the crowd. Although Hancock is the world's #1 beauty recognized by the original author. But Robin's appearance is not much worse than Hancock. As long as you dress up a little, walking in the crowd is bound to attract the attention of many people. Coupled with the domineering experience, it is not difficult for Solo to find Robin. Robin stopped when she heard the words. She raised her head and looked straight ahead, facing Solo's eyes. Actually, Robin joined the Baroque Work Agency to a large extent to understand the historical text owned by the Kingdom of Alabaston. She has no interest in Crocodile's ambitions. And the two sides are not companions. That's why she helped Waiwei several times. Now Crocodile is killed, and the Baroque workshop is forcibly disbanded. Most of the members were arrested by the Navy. Rao is Robin, and there is no reason to stay in Alabaston. Today she is preparing to leave this country. Go to the next place, looking for clues to the historical text. Unexpectedly, he foresaw Solo here. Until now, she still remembers clearly the shock that the other party brought to herself when she first met Solo. With the strength of this guy, if he wants to shoot himself, can do a spike in an instant. There are also battles in the desert. Although Robin was not present for the first time, he inferred from various clues. The person who solved Crocodile was probably Solo. And later domineering. Is more convinced of Robin's thoughts. The strength of this guy. Very horrible. For a time, Robin couldn't help feeling stressed. Forehead and back are all fresh cold sweat. But Robin still suppressed this emotion, pretending to be calm, and tentatively asking, "So, are you here to arrest me?" "Yes, nor is it." Solo answered ambiguously. "It mainly depends on your attitude. I'm here to negotiate terms. Since Luffy appeared in Rogue Town, I seem to be in bad luck all the time. When I didn't want to meet Luffy, I happened to run into Luffy. When I didn't want to foresee the dragon, I ran into the dragon again. Then there is Hawkeye. After passing the Red Earth continent, she is again the killer of Princess Vivi and the Baroque Job Club. Crocodile again. Obviously, I only want to salt fish, but I always encounter a lot of trouble. If it continues, maybe before Malin Vander, there will be some trouble." After thinking about it for a while, Solo thought about whether he should go to sea with Robin. You know, she was regarded as a demon girl by the world government at the age of 8. The bounty is as high as nearly 80 million Baileys. However, she did not fall into the judicial island until she was 28. This is because she wants to protect the Straw Hat Group. If only she is herself, maybe she can stay anonymous for a while. What is this ability? This is Go. Apart from that, she herself is quite a smart woman. I easily sat down with the Deputy President and Supreme Commander of the Baroque Working Society, codenamed Mr. Sunday. Is also very knowledgeable. I know the world government, navigation, pirates, and other things in detail. And her fruit ability. Can easily eavesdrop on information. With a calm personality, he can read a book in a chair safely even in a storm. Except for being wanted by the world government. Robin can be said to be a pretty good teammate. Even if it weren't for the wanted by the world government, he would like to invite Robin to join the Navy in a fair manner. Has become his assistant. So Solo recounted his general thoughts. He hopes Robin can get on the boat. This sudden scene naturally made Robin unexpected. She was stunned on the spot, seeming a little at a loss. Now, what's going on? I was invited by the Navy to board the ship? Still saying that he was not arresting himself? Stop kidding, Navy. A black line appeared on Robin's forehead. Since you know who I am, you should know the attitude of the world government towards me. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Solo said slowly, disguising your identity is what you do best anyway, and what's wrong with being a Navy? There are salaries, benefits, and safety. As long as you don't let the world government find you, there will be no problem. And the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. It is better than you to be a pirate at sea. Being a pirate has no future. Solo gave a serious explanation. Actually, going to the Navy headquarters this time is just a process. When the time comes, just stay away from those lieutenants, generals, and others. Give Robin another identity. No one should find out. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you find out. Said he was fooled. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Was deceived by Robin. This kind of thing that will never lose. There is no reason not to do it. Looking at a serious Solo, Robin frowned. She knew very well in her heart that she could not beat Solo. Knowing that he couldn't beat him, he still shot Solo. That is undoubtedly an idiot behavior. What on earth what purpose do you have? There was a moment of silence. Robin couldn't help asking. In her opinion, Solo must have some conspiracy and ambition in his heart. Otherwise, how could such a thing be done? I need your mind. Robin. It's like this, I have a friend. Solo organized the language a little. He is an excellent Navy, but he is easy to be content with life. There is nothing to maintain the public order of the town, and life is also nourishing. As a result, because of some force majeure accident, he was called to the Navy headquarters. You should know a lot about world government, Navy, and other things, right? So I want to help my friend ask if there is any way for him to go to the Sahai branch safely, preferably the East China Sea. Solo thought for a moment. After the road flew out to sea, all the big things were focused on the Great Route. In addition, after the war on the top was over, Carp returned to the East China Sea. There are very few pirates there. There is simply no better place for elderly care than there. This friend you are talking about, is it you? Robin couldn't help but spit out. Is this man's ambition in the East China Sea? The birthplace of One Piece Roger. Chapter 48, Depart for the Seven Water Capitals. Although Robin still didn't guess what Solo's ambitions and conspiracies were, she still decided to go to sea with Solo. On the one hand, the power gap between himself and Solo is very large, and the opponent is the Navy. Said it was an invitation, but I'm afraid I have no chance to refuse. On the other hand, it is not the first time Robin has met Solo before this. He is not only powerful, but also a little mysterious, which makes Robin somewhat curious. After thinking about it, Robin felt that there was nothing wrong with agreeing to Solo's terms. In this way, Robin and Solo hit it off and boarded a boat together in Albina and set off for Malinvander. It is worth mentioning that Shuangzixia, although you can choose 7 different routes to enter the Great Route. But as we approach the holy place of Mary Joya, the islands will become less and less. This is also the reason why the 11 supernova will eventually meet in the Chambord Islands. Is simply because the further the route, the less the choice. Does not consider windless belts and naval forces. Chambord is almost the last island for the pirates in the first half of the Great Route. If you want to continue traveling, you can only coat the pirate ship, and then pass under the holy place Mariajo to the Fisherman Island. Set off again from there and arrived at the second half of the Great Route. Solo is a traverser himself, coupled with Robin's profound knowledge. He quickly figured out the next route. There are about 3 routes to reach Malinvatican smoothly. The first is to go to the Windless Zone. From there you can go directly to the Great Prison Advance City, and then go to Malinvander. But Princess Vivi prepared Solo only an ordinary sailboat, unable to sail in the Windless Zone. Next, between Push City and Marinvander, there is a Gate of Justice. There is basically no hope of passing through. Although the windless route is the safest, it has a lot of problems. Solo thought to himself, vetoing the first route. Then it's the route taken by the Straw Hats. After leaving Alabaston, head to Gaia Island, then Long Ring Long Island, and finally arrive at the City of Seven Waters. Or you can go left and head to Carnival City, and then use the sea train there to ride all the way to the City of Seven Waters. The good thing is that you won't encounter the Straw Hats or the Blackbeards along the way. Can avoid a lot of trouble. The only drawback is probably, if you choose to take a sea train, you must go to the City of Seven Waters and find a new ship. But one thing is certain, no matter how Solo chooses, the City of Seven Waters will not be able to bypass it. After thinking carefully, Solo decided to take Robin to Carnival City first, and then take a sea train from there to the City of Seven Waters. Anyway, the most famous thing in the City of Seven Waters is the boat house. It's certainly not hard to find things like boats. The only thing that needs to be careful is probably the undercover CP9. However, since you know who the CP9 people are, there is nothing to worry about. In Solo's opinion, the reason why the Straw Hats are stale in the City of Seven Waters. In addition to the problem of strength, the Straw Hats are also in the light, and CP9 is in the dark. Was caught off guard by the opponent. And my own situation is just the other way round. I am dark, CP9 is bright. As long as you pay attention, there shouldn't be any problems. And is also different from the Straw Hats, and needs to repair the Golden Mary in the City of Seven Waters, so he had to stay there for a while. Maybe, I took Robin through the City of Seven Waters, but the people of CP9 haven't waited for the reaction. I have already left. After making up his mind, Solo adjusted the course of the sailboat and set off directly. Robin, let's continue the previous topic. Solo moved the beach chair to the deck and began to enjoy the sea breeze and sunshine. Even in the first half of the Great Route, such good weather is not common. And Robin has also gained a general understanding of Solo through these days of contact. Knows that he decided to join the Navy 9 years ago. And became Smaug's subordinate in Rogue Town. Because he performed well in Rogue Town, he was recommended by Smaug and the army commander there. Was able to get him to go to the Navy headquarters for training. And his rank is just a warrant officer. Certainly. This also caused Robin to have new questions in his heart. He is so powerful, but he is only a warrant officer up to now. What is his ambition? Treasure? Strength? That power? If you want to hide your strength from others, the best way is to stay by the side of the strong. Robin began to share his experience. The reason why she has been able to escape the Navy's arrest time and time again over the years. In addition to getting some help from friends. Also possesses this principle. Even Robin will choose Solo's ship this time because he is strong enough. At least. In Robin's heart, Solo is a strong presence. Just. Until now, there is no such strong person, who really accepts himself. They just see themselves as a tool. When necessary, it can be discarded at any time. Even Robin thinks www.readaloud.com Solo thinks the same way. If he finds out those things between himself and CP9, he will definitely betray himself like everyone else. As long as the strong person is strong enough, there will be no chance for you to shoot, and naturally no one will discover your strength. Those troubles, I won't find you. Robin said calmly. It's not me, it's my friend. Solo corrected it. But he thought Robin was right. Think about it carefully, for the first 9 years, I was able to live in Rogue Town unharmed. Isn't it because Smaug is a strong one? At least. The pirates of the East China Sea, few are Smaug's opponents. Those who have been able to fight Smaug will not come to Rogue Town to cause trouble. As a result, Luffy's uproar caused Smaug to leave his side. Instead, every time I met a pirate, I couldn't help myself. Of course. Smaug's strength is also limited to Roger Town. Entering the Great Route, Smaug's positioning does not belong to the range of the strong. Whether it's the Hawkeye that I met, or Crocodile, is stronger than the current Smaugger. If it is an encounter, I am afraid that instead of trying to save Smaug by himself, the strong. Solo took a deep breath and began to use the identity of the Traverser, thinking that the strong one would be more in line with his requirements. In addition, your friend can also join a faction to allow him to achieve some goals, such as operating the faction, allowing your friend to go to relatively safe waters. Robin added. Chapter 49, The Dragon Became My Backer? Robin actually has a lot of thoughts about Solo's question. But considering Solo's terrifying strength, Robin felt that his mind would not be bad either. On the contrary, Robin even felt that Solo's intelligence was quite terrifying. The reason for asking such a question is that it is a kind of temptation on oneself. After some thoughts, Robin only provided two ideas. Stay by the side of the strong, or join the faction. Solo thought to himself. In his opinion, the two things are not in conflict, they are just a matter of final choice. Can meet the personality of the strong. The Navy headquarters is nothing more than just those few. The warring states of the Buddha, Tekken Karp, and the three Navy generals. From the current point of view, the warring states period is undoubtedly the best candidate for him. He is strong enough, and he is the marshal of the headquarters. Is the strongest faction in the Navy. And, as a traverser, Solo is also very clear in his heart. After the warring states war, this guy chose to take the blame and resign and retired to the second line. But if you want to join the warring states faction, what will be easy there? Not to mention that I can't reach this guy. Even after contact, considering the character of the warring states period, it is difficult to get closer to each other. Then there are the three Navy generals. Red Dog. Solo couldn't help shaking his head as soon as the image of Akadog appeared in his mind. This guy is definitely a radical in the Navy headquarters. After becoming the headquarter marshal, he made a radical move to move the Navy headquarter into the New World. If he joined the Red Dog faction, I am afraid that he will be sent out to be tough with Kaido. No way, no way. Solo denied on the spot. Then there is the Green Pheasant. He believes in lazy justice, which is somewhat similar to himself. But after the end of the war, in order to compete for the position of marshal, the Blue Pheasant and the Red Dog fought a battle. And after the failure, left the Navy. Although the original work does not mention more detailed parts, it is based on Solo's guess. At that time, I am afraid that people who are not from the Blue Pheasant faction will be rearranged by the Red Dog. Either be transferred to the world. Solo muttered to himself. If he can be transferred to all over the world, he can be at ease for the elderly. But according to Akinu's character, it is more likely to be transferred to the New World and die with the four emperors. As for the Green Bull who came from behind, Fujitora. In Solo's eyes, he is just a senior worker. Yellow Ape. This guy's style is pretty good. After thinking about it, Solo felt that General Huang Yuan was also quite suitable for him. But, except for Huang Yuan, there is one more candidate. Solo felt very appetite for him. Tekken Karp. Although he is only a lieutenant admiral, anyone who knows One Piece knows it. More than 30 years ago, in the Battle of the Valley of Gods, this guy and Roger teamed up to destroy the Rocks Pirates. What kind of monsters are in the Rocks Pirates? Whitebeard. Anti. Kaido. Of the 4 sea emperors in the New World, 3 came out of the Rocks Pirates. Also made Karp a naval hero with the first battle. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the spiritual pillar of all navies. The key is, after the war ended, Karp submitted his resignation and returned to the East China Sea. Occasionally helped the Navy headquarters train new people. If you can mix with Karp, I can definitely retire decades in advance. And in the prestige of Karp, I think, there won't be that pirate who would be stupid to run to him to find something. A comfortable life. Besides, there is the most important point. Although Karp is a lieutenant general, his usual job is probably to train newcomers. And this time I went to the Navy headquarters to receive training. Maybe I can get acquainted with Karp through this opportunity. Then, join Karp's faction. Solo thought carefully. According to Robin's proposal, he finally set the target on Huang Yuan and Carp. Of course, you need to go to the Navy headquarters for specific operations, according to the circumstances. However, if you want to join a faction, is it better to let the upper class notice, my friend? Solo thought of it suddenly. Faction, you can't join if you want to. After all, no one will need cannon fodder. But Solo knew in his heart. On this point, it is a question of choice. Forget it, anyway, my hidden strength system can get rewards as long as I don't reveal all my strength. Slightly showing the strength of the major general level, it should be able to attract the attention of the upper class. As for Smog's question, just say you eat the devil fruit. Solo suddenly thought that in the world of One Piece, there is also a setting like devil fruit that can forcefully enhance the strength. After determining the next goal, Solo enjoys the sea breeze and sunshine casually. Go to Carnival City with Robin. But was on the second day of sailing. The phone worm that Solo carried with him began to make a slurping sound. I am Solo. This phone worm is actually used exclusively by the Navy. Except for the Navy, no one would use this phone worm to get in touch with themselves. The result is the same as Solo expected. www.readaloud.com. Mr. Solo, this is Dashki. What's the matter? Dashki. Solo asked calmly. The Alabastan incident is over, but something went wrong. Judging from the tone of Dasaiki's speech, Solo felt that she was not in good shape. In fact, it is true. This incident of Alabastan not only made her recognize her own weakness, also made her waver at the justice she has always believed in. It was the dragon who saved Alabastan, but the world government chose to cover up the truth and put the credit on the identity of Colonel Smaller. Although Colonel Small, I, and Mr. Solo have all been promoted to the next level, what justice is there in this kind of thing? And the guy Crocodile, obviously a pirate recognized by the world government. Dasaiki couldn't help but began to complain. On the contrary, Solo couldn't help but stunned. This matter? What does have to do with the dragon? Wait, I upgraded again? I was a warrant officer before going to sea. If you get one level up, then you will be a second lieutenant. In addition, the town of Rog is a small town under the jurisdiction of the Navy headquarters. This also means I am now a second lieutenant in the Navy headquarters. However, Solo quickly realized why Dashki and Smog were sure that it was the dragon who saved Alabastan. Is the domineering he released, which caused Smog's misunderstanding. In other words, it is known as the world's most murderous criminal Revolutionary Army Dragon. Became his own backup man. Chapter 50, Monkey D. Dragon? He knows the revolution of a hammer. Although Solo was unexpectedly promoted by a level, he considered his next plan. This is not a bad thing. Except for this incident, Dasaiki suddenly called, hoping that Solo could go with them. Because of the Alabastan incident, Smog needs to go to Marin Vondo to receive the medal. The plan to catch the Straw Hat Gang was completely disrupted. Certainly. Solo, who knows something about Smog, naturally didn't think Smog was going to accept the medal obediently. If I'm not mistaken, this fellow Smog wants to go to the upper class to reason. Solo couldn't help but complain, and then refused Dasaiki's kindness. Said that he had already gone to sea. Agreed to meet at Malin Vondo. Seeing Solo like this, Dasaiki did not force it. And the rest of the trip is very comfortable. Because Solo chose a detour. What kind of Straw Hat group? Blackbeard Pirates. Silver Fox. Solo did not encounter all of them. After several days of sailing, he took Robin to Carnival City. Then took a sea train from Carnival City, all the way to the city of Seven Waters. Unobstructed. A few days later. In front of the sea train, a prosperous island city is located in the front. Solo sitting by the window can even witness the prosperity of the island at a glance. It is indeed the city of Seven Waters. The prosperous level is far beyond the rainy land of Crocodile. Solo couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had seen One Piece before crossing. But the shock brought by this kind of personal experience is far beyond what the picture displayed on a screen can compare. No wonder there are countless pirates rushing to the sea. And as the city of Seven Waters came into view, the sea train was also ordered to advance at full speed, preparing for landing. For a time, the sea train moved forward at full speed. The distance between and the city of Seven Waters is getting closer. And this prosperous island is more clearly displayed in Solo's eyes. The entire city of Seven Waters is not like an island, but a city built on the sea. Whether it is structure or structure, it is refreshing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a water park. At the top of the city, there are countless waterways flowing continuously downwards, forming a waterway for sailing ships. Is very convenient. Besides, the sea train is also the pride of the city of Seven Waters. On the entire Great Route, only the capital of the Seven Waters can be built. Rao is the world government, and it only uses these sea trains in a cooperative way. At this moment, Solo seemed to have thought of something suddenly. He turned his head and looked at Robin beside him. You said that the speed of sea trains is not slower than that of sailboats, but it is also very convenient and comfortable. It is far less bumpy than sailboats, and it can travel safely even in heavy rain. Such a convenient means of transportation, if it can cover the whole world, wouldn't it be very convenient? Originally, Solo only regarded this sea train as a spectacle on the Great Route. But after experiencing it personally, he saw a certain way. Robin, who is knowledgeable, didn't expect that Solo would ask this suddenly. He stared blankly before beginning to explain. Although the sea train is convenient, it costs a lot of money. If you want to spread it all over the sea, the cost is quite a headache. Don't say that the world government is only cooperating with sea trains, it means that they really possess the technology of sea trains. They will not do such extravagant and wasteful things. Robin paused for a while, but, what are you asking for? Then what about the Revolutionary Army? Will they? Solo asked not to answer. Revolutionary Army? Robin frowned, wondering what connection the sea train had with the world government and the Revolutionary Army. But according to her knowledge of the Revolutionary Army, probably would not do such meaningless things. What the Revolutionary Army has to do is to liberate the country and defeat the privileged Tianlong people. As for the construction of sea trains, that is not their revolutionary thinking. What the do you want to say? Robin asked again. It's nothing, I just feel more emotional. Solo was silent for a moment. Maybe I haven't talked to anyone about my past. Solo looked at the Kishui city getting closer and closer outside the window, and said with some emotion. Somewhere, there is such a country. Even in small villages with only dozens of people living in, we must provide them with water and electricity so that they can live a modern life. Even if it spends a lot of money, manpower, material resources, and no profit, it will not hesitate. Hearing this, Robin naturally widened his eyes on the spot, and his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Even though she is very knowledgeable, she has never heard of such a country. Even Robin felt that the king of Alabaston already loved the common people deeply. But compared with the country Solo spoke of, it is simply not worth mentioning. Is there really such a country? Where is it? I really want to take a look at the country you are talking about, and the king who governs that country. Then you will be worthy of your trip. Solo said with a smile, however, there is no king in that country. Robin, who finally calmed down, was stunned again. Robin doesn't understand www.readaloud.com. No one in this world understands. The reason why that country is like this is not because of the king's love for the people, but out of the feelings and responsibilities of the real family, country, and the world. Even Robin, in her cognition, is bound by the king's ideals. Do not stop talking about Robin. is the leader of the revolutionary army, the dragon. Whether he really understands revolution, Solo is also skeptical. Just overthrew those tyrannical countries, and then replaced a people-friendly king. This is also called revolution? Is so funny. Especially the plot of Wano Country in One Piece. Ousted the tyrannical serpent, defeated Kaido, and supported Momonosuke to take office. Is almost the limit that people in this world can think of. Then why are you leaving there? Seeing Solo's profile face looking out the window again, Robin couldn't help asking. Since Solo is a very contented person, he should stay in that country. Why? Want to join the navy? It's not that I left, it's that I can't go back. If I can go back. With my current strength, I am afraid the first thing is to destroy the lighthouse country. Solo thought to himself. Soon. The sea train successfully arrived at the capital of Seven Waters and stopped steadily. The passengers on the train got off, and the station also gathered all kinds of people. Let's go, Robin, get out of here as soon as you find the ship. Solo said. In any case, he doesn't want to get involved with CP9. Chapter 51, Arrived, Seven Water Capitals. The sea train successfully arrived at the capital of Seven Waters and stopped safely. Solo and Robin chose to act separately. This is also to protect Robin. CP9 except for the person who wants to get Robin, who can interpret ancient characters. They also need the drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. According to legend, Hades was a criminal warship in the history of shipbuilding, and it could destroy an island with just one shot. And built its dock back then. Is the city of Seven Waters. In order to allow the Pluto to appear once again. Lucky led the members of CP9 and spent several years in the Carrera Shipbuilding Company in the capital of the Seven Waters. In other words, Solo wants to go to the dock to get a boat. It is very likely that you will meet CP9 people. If you let them find themselves with Robin. I'm afraid it will cause a lot of trouble. Even after talking to Robin, Solo hopes that he can attract the attention of the upper class in the department. But I don't hope it will be this way. After thinking a little bit, Solo decided to let Robin stay away from the place where he can get in touch with CP9. After I got the boat, I took her out of here. Give. Thinking of this, Solo took out a phone bug from his pocket and threw it directly to Robin. If you encounter any danger, use this to contact me. After Solo said, he left Robin without looking back and headed to dock number 1 alone. Where to find a boat? And Robin looked at Solo's away back, then glanced down at the phone bug in his hand. Is it dangerous? I always feel that Solo seems to have something to say. Never mind. Forget about it. Robin carefully put the phone worm away, and simply went to Solo's space to find a boat to enjoy the local customs. Speaking of the city of Seven Waters, Carrera and Dock 1 are naturally inevitable topics. As long as you just pull people over on the street and ask, there is nothing you don't know. After some inquiries, Solo went all the way to the shipyard. In order to facilitate the operation, Solo did not change into the Navy uniform. He took a look at the environment of dockyard number 1 and walked straight on. Anyway, this is Carrera's best shipyard. A&D. Before the rain was destroyed, Solo deliberately won a fortune at the Clockle Rain banquet. Is enough to buy a good boat here. If everything goes well, you will be able to reach Malinvondo in a few days. Thought of this. Solo took a step forward and walked into this noisy dock number 1 very easily. But for dock number 1, which is often visited by pirates, Solo, wearing a Navy uniform, walked on the noisy dock 1, and soon attracted the attention of many shipbuilders. Hello, do you have any needs? Suddenly, a shipbuilder strode out from the crowd, blocking Solo's path. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he asked cordially. Solo also looked at him along the way. A unique long nose, a black peaked cap. Tall and thin. Solo recognized his identity at a glance. Keiko. On the surface, he is one of Carrera's 5 outstanding shipbuilders. But in fact, his identity is surprisingly one of the secret agents of CP9. And looking at the entire CP9 team, his strength is quite impressive. All this is a coincidence. It happened that Solo didn't expect it. As soon as I arrived at dock number 1, I ran into the secret agent of CP9. Fortunately, I didn't bring Robin directly, otherwise, this scene is really embarrassing. Solo couldn't help but complain, but there was a smile on his face. But what Solo didn't know was, all this is no coincidence. As a secret spy agency directly under the government of the world, they have always possessed a large amount of unknown intelligence. The Arabistan incident was revealed. They locked Robin. And through a powerful intelligence network deployed around the world, Robin's whereabouts were quickly determined. Discovered that she not only came to the City of Seven Waters by sea train, but was also accompanied by a navy. This situation made CP9 unexpected. Although it is also doing things for the world government. But in this world, there are always some things that are not visible. At this time, CP9 is often needed for processing. Even in the Navy headquarters, there are very few people who know the CP9 organization. This also means that it is naturally impossible for them to appear in front of the Navy openly. Asked Robin to go. Unless killed the Navy. God took Robin away without knowing it. But then again, although CP9 has the right to execute others at will for justice, they themselves are not murderous madmen. Not to mention Solo's identity, they didn't fully grasp it either. After all, the uniform he wears now is just a warrant officer. A warrant officer was able to catch a Robin with a bounty of up to 80 million Baileys. This kind of thing is really unusual. For safety reasons, Liu Qi decided to let Keiko contact Solo temporarily. Check out the situation. If necessary, it's not impossible to solve Solo directly at Dock 1. Is such that I need a boat. Solo said with a smile. Although he recognized Keiko at a glance, as long as the opponent did not identify him. Then I don't want to cause trouble here. www.readaloud.com. Pay the money in one hand and the boat in the other. After all, leave. Then you are in the right place, sir. Keiko took a deep breath and began to talk about the greatness of number 1 dockyard, and developed both skilled and professional sales skills to Solo. Rao is the shipbuilder here, and he was also taken aback by it. In their impression, although Keiko is very good, he is also very enthusiastic about his work. But it's the first time I've seen people talking with people like this. Maybe, something is happy. Just like that, Keiko made a gesture and asked Solo to come with him. However, in my impression, the Navy should be a unit, right? I don't know what to call it yet. Keiko suddenly changed the front and tested Solo. Although he is enthusiastic on the surface, he is thinking of another thing in his heart. Even if Solo is really a Navy, he cannot interfere with CP9's plan. For this plan, they have been preparing for several years. From lurking into Carrera, until now. They spent a lot of time and energy. How can you give up just because of the Navy? There is no way out for them now. Can only succeed, not fail. You should know that the people at the upper level have considerable determination to this plan. Once it fails, it's not just him or Liu Qi. I am afraid that the entire CP9 will be wiped out. If it doesn't work, you can only solve this Navy here. Keiko's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous look flashed under his eyes. Chapter 52, Keiko, you just moved Kilnian, right? Please follow me. Keiko smiled and said, motioning Solo to follow in his footsteps. At the same time, he gestured to the other shipbuilders, letting them go to their own affairs. As for the question raised by Keiko, Solo also just prevarication. Said that their troops encountered pirates at sea. There are only a few people left to escape. But the ship was destroyed. So I can only reach the City of Seven Waters by sea train. That's really hard work. Keiku paused. I remember, we happen to have a sailing boat here that can meet your needs. I remember it should be here. Keiku pointed in a remote direction. Even the shipbuilders at dock number 1 rarely go to such corners. And in his heart, he thought of another thing. Even the Navy cannot stop their plan. Even if you kill him, let the plan be completed smoothly. Keiku's eyes glowed with a chill. Judging from Solo's uniform, he is at best a warrant officer. And their plan has always been favored by the world government. Which one is lighter and which one is heavier, the higher the judgment. And Keiku believed that even the Navy headquarters would not care about it. And, by the means of Keiku, he didn't think that the Navy headquarters would find Solo's body. At most, this incident is regarded as Solo's disappearance. Anyway, the woman next to him is not good. Thought of this, Keiku completely moved to kill. As a CP9 agent, Keiku has always had a different sense of superiority in his work and identity. Even in his eyes, a Navy like Solo is just a subordinate of the CP9 organization. Even if he killed him, he would not have any psychological burden. The next second, he hid his killing intent. However, although this killing intent came and went fast, it was still caught by Solo. That was, killing intent. Solo looked around, he was very sure. There is only oneself and Keiku in this area. And he was quite sure that it was definitely not an illusion. Actually, Keiku's sudden appearance made Solo feel it a coincidence. Is even a little too coincidental. Number 1 dock is the pride of Carrera. There are many people who come in and out every day. What a coincidence. Now combined with this killing intent. Maybe CP9 has noticed the City of Seven Waters where he and Robin arrived together. Could it be a sea train? Solo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he inferred that it was most likely that there was someone from the CP organization on the train. It seems that I still underestimated the ability of CP9 to do things. Solo was a little bit emotional. You know, I am still wearing a uniform. Is from the Navy. Is one's own. The guy in front of him still had a murderous intent on himself. These CP9 agents are really willing to kill. But I want to come too. CP9 is the most secret espionage department of the world government. Has always been granted special powers. You can execute anyone on your own for justice. These people can be a pirate. Can also be a soldier of a country. Can even be the Navy. This kind of power will naturally make these guys despised. Do things without fear. And the ironiest thing is, he obviously didn't do anything, just because he appeared in the City of Seven Waters with Robin, the other party wanted to wipe out his own unstable factor. I really don't know what to say, these guys are doing their duty. Still wanton and reckless. Speaking of which, from the very beginning, the number of shipbuilders seems to be decreasing. Solo uses the corner of his eye to observe the surrounding environment. The more you move forward, the more remote the location. The fewer shipbuilding craftsmen. Combined with the killing intent just now, even a fool can guess Keiku's plan. I have to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Solo thought in his heart, and at the same time he treated his body in his own way. He stared slightly at the back of Keiku's neck, slowly spreading his killing intent. A chill rushed to Keiku away. Hiss! In an instant, Keiku's expression froze, as if goosebumps were rising all over the mountain. Especially the part that Solo is watching. It seems that there is a very sharp long knife, standing on it, exuding cold air. Made him feel quite uncomfortable. Although my talent is not as good as Liu Qi, I am still among the best in CP9. The mission between life and death has gone through countless times. But compared to how it feels now, even the special task between life and death does not seem to be a big deal. Suddenly, Keiku seemed to think of something suddenly. Both pupils suddenly dilated. He suddenly remembered that when he first joined CP9, he had been watched by Liu Qi in a similar way because a task had not been handled properly. Even if Liu Qi gave me the feeling at the time, it couldn't be compared with this navy. Who is he anyway? Until then, Keiku had completely changed his face. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the throbbing in his heart. But I can't hold it down at all. This feeling is really terrible. Is like a giant dragon, staring at himself covetously. Seems to swallow myself at any time. This fellow, isn't he a warrant officer? How could there be such a terrifying killing intent? Keiku never dreamed of it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. One day, from an ordinary navy, I will feel a sense of crisis even more terrifying than Liu Qi. This kind of thing has simply subverted Keiku's perception of the navy. The guy from the original navy headquarters. Are all so scary? This is a monster at all. No, no, no. Keiku quickly denied it. If the navy headquarters are all monsters like Solo, what does the world government want them to do with CP9? What do you want to do with Pluto? With these monsters alone, all the pirates can be eliminated. You just wanted to kill me, right? Suddenly, Solo, who had been silent, spoke slowly. The voice was low, but very powerful, like a sharp knife that pierced Keiku's heart. Gurgle. He rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Although I don't know why a shipbuilder wanted to attack the navy, but... Solo paused for a while, and emphasized, don't be impulsive, otherwise, you will really die. Soon. Solo slowly raised his arm, spread his 5 fingers, and pressed Keiku's shoulder. A huge pressure rolled over, causing Keiku to stop instantly. His forehead and behind are all new sweat coming out of him. Wet his clothes. Then, Solo took a step forward and came to Keiku's side. Where is the boat I need? Although Solo doesn't want to cause trouble, nor does he want to get involved with CP9. But this time, I'm afraid it is not a situation that can be avoided by pretending to be foolish. Chapter 53, Keiku's worldview collapsed. Until this moment, Keiku fully realized why Robin would get along with Solo. This guy, it is very likely that Robin was suppressed with great strength. But then, Keiku had an unknown premonition in his heart. Is it possible that Solo is planning to Robin to the Navy headquarters? CP9 and the Navy headquarters are institutions that maintain justice for the world government. There is very little communication between the two. What's more, this task is highly valued by the world government. Is a secret among secrets. Is just the layout, which lasts for several years. The Navy headquarters, naturally, it is impossible to hear about it. The bounty offered by Robin has not been revoked. The Navy arrested Robin and went to the headquarters to return to life. It is also understandable. What should I do now? Exposure to this Navy. Tell him I am a secret agent of CP9. Keiku couldn't help but whisper in his heart. Not to mention that this is a confidential issue. I really told Solo, can he believe it? CP9 has never been made public. Thinking about it, Keiku felt that he could only choose to do something here. Even if he is not Solo's opponent. Once a battle breaks out, it will attract the attention of other shipbuilders. Even if I can't beat this navy, with Liu Qi's strength, I can definitely subdue this guy easily. In any case, he is the strongest combat power in CP9 for 800 years. Keiku thought to himself, and settled his attention. Shave. I saw Keiku disappear from the spot on the spot, leaving only an afterimage. With the explosion of the 6-style shave, he instantly appeared behind Solo. The action is clean and neat. If you let other shipbuilders see this scene, they will definitely be amazed by their own strength. But right now, I can't take care of that much. Several years of undercover missions. How can a navy disrupt the plan? Sorry, Navy. However, Keiku did not expect to die, before he waited for him to gain a foothold. Solo has finished his turn. Seems to have counted his next step long ago. Not only that, but his right hand did not know when he drew the samurai sword from his waist. The sharp point of the knife is aligning his throat. The speed is so fast that I can't see his movements clearly. This guy. How did you do it? Keiku was shocked. The move I just used, but 6 moves. A move that can teleport to the enemy in an instant. Is like a Superman. Result. Your own movements are actually slower than Solo? This is simply a monster. For a while, Keiku couldn't help holding his breath, his moods one after another, very intense. At this moment, Keiku couldn't help but doubt. The strongest combat power of the CP9 organization in 800 years. Genius Liu Qi. Is there such a speed? What's even scarier is, what should I do now? Keiku's eyes fell on the silver blade. His brain is a little confused. The body does not dare to move at will. Strong intuition is telling him. As long as you act rashly, the sharp katana can pierce his body in an instant. The opponent's speed is too fast. I don't even have time to react. Completely suppressed. With my strength, even if you look at the entire CP9 organization, it can be considered a leader. Even, the only person who convinces me is Liu Qi. Especially in terms of speed, that has always been my favorite part. As a result, I was completely defeated in the speed field where I am best. There is no possibility of fighting back. Solo's strength has reached a very terrifying point. However, if you kill Keiku here... Solo stared at Keiku blankly, and didn't rush to move. Although their location is relatively remote, not many shipbuilders have noticed here. But if you continue to do it, is likely to cause commotion. And in the impression, Keiku is not only proficient in the 6 types, but also in animal-based fruit ability. Although the animal system is not as unpredictable as the natural system, and the brain is not as open as the superhuman system, it can fundamentally strengthen the body. Let the vitality and defensive power reach a very exaggerated point. Keiku, this guy may be more resistant to fighting than Crocodile. I don't think about Hajimi's words. It might take 2 knives to hack Keiku to death. If Keiku died on Dock 1, the CP9 people would definitely not give up. And the Judicial Island is not far from here. Solo could not help muttering to himself. If you don't get it right, I'm afraid I have to face the entire CP9, even the world government. After killing Keiku, Liu Qi will definitely come. Liu Qi is here, and everyone else will come. Once the Judicial Island side knows that Liu Qi is defeated, it will definitely report the matter to the world government. When the time comes, maybe it will be the order of the killing demon. The more Solo thought about it, the more troublesome it became. Although Robin gave him advice, let him properly expose his strength and let the people in the upper navy pay attention. Thus join the faction. But the current situation www.readaloud.com is obviously not the strength that Robin said. Once confronted the Slaughter Demon Order. I'm afraid it's not about exposing a billion points of strength. So troublesome. After thinking for a while, Solo had to put away his murderous aura. Next time, don't show this kind of mood swing to me. Otherwise, I would really kill you. As for the ship, I don't need you. Finally, Solo took the knife away and restored his previous smile. Simply brushed past Keiku. Is going to find someone else to help me choose a sailboat that can go to sea as soon as possible. And until Solo walked out a distance of tens of meters. Keiku only regained his breathing. Yes. When Solo was tit for tat, that powerful aura made him unable to breathe even the least. Until Solo left, his body recovered these most basic functions. At the same time Keiku understands. What I said just now is by no means a mere warning. Next time, if I show his murderous intent to Solo again. He will never show mercy. What a monster! Keiku took a deep breath, trying to calm down his emotions, but the shock in his heart could not calm down for a long time. His worldview and cognition are suffering an unprecedented huge impact. I must notify Liu Qi of this quickly. The entire CP9, maybe only Liu Qi can stop the Navy. If he really wants to take Robin. Soon, Keiku reacted. This is not the time to stand here stupidly. Chapter 54, Caliph is shocked. Keiku hurriedly left dock number 1 and came to a very hidden room. There are not many facilities in this room, so it looks a bit empty. Keiku was restless, pacing back and forth in the room. Prior to this, he had used the phone worm to contact other members of the organization. Da-da-da. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Keiku stopped slowly, turning his head to look at the door, but the tension on his face did not disappear. Crunch! Soon, the door was pushed open. The visitor wore a boat suit, a black top hat, and a white pigeon standing on his shoulder, which looked very eye-catching. Is exactly Rob Lucy, the core member of CP9. It is worth mentioning that even though the highest officer of CP9 is Spanum, he is relying on his own relationship to sit on this chair. S own strength and mind are very average. Under normal circumstances, Liu Qi is more like the head of the CP9 organization. Behind him is a tall woman. A yellow shirt with a black skirt and black over-the-knee boots. Is Khalifa, the only female member in the entire CP9 organization. Is currently Bingshan's secretary. When she saw Keiku's face a little flustered, she couldn't help but whispered in her heart. Keiku's personality has always been stable, and he is a very good agent in the organization. Rarely expresses true emotions. However, he now is completely opposite to the man in his mind. Is it impossible? What happened? I thought of this. Khalifa can't help but worry about the plan. Can make Keiku look like this, except that there was an accident in the plan. She couldn't think of the second possibility. What's the problem? Liu Qi's tone seemed extremely calm. As an excellent agent, he is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. Lucky naturally will not allow any accidents to happen. What's more, the plan this time has attracted great attention from the world government. Is just planning, and it lasts for several years. In order to complete the task, Rao went to Carrera Company and worked as a shipbuilder for 5 or 6 years. Accident? Do not make jokes. Keiku nodded firmly after hearing the words, indicating that there was indeed an accident. The Navy following Robin. I made contact with him. Although he has not yet figured out his identity, I dare to affirm that he is by no means ordinary. Even our plan is likely to be affected by his appearance. He is a very unstable factor in our plan. Keiku said without thinking. In his opinion, this matter should probably be reported to the higher authorities. And let them operate through the relationship, ask the people from the Navy headquarters to come forward. Come and get the Navy away from Robin. This is almost Keiku, the most reliable solution I can think of. Those things that just happened, simply subverted his perception of naval power. Until now, Keiku couldn't recover from that emotion. It is so shocking. Rao is Liu Qi, and he was surprised too. That Keiku who has always been calm and self-confident is now panicked like this. What is the origin of that navy? Was determined by him as an unstable factor. You know, for tasks that require undercover, the most troublesome factor is the instability. Because no one can predict how much influence this factor will have on the plan. Maybe minimal. Maybe the sky is falling apart and the earth is cracking. Are all things that are inaccurate. Considering the current situation, it is obvious that the latter is more likely. The Navy, but he had direct contact with Robin. And Robin is undoubtedly a vital part of the overall plan. Because she is the only one who can interpret ancient texts. Certainly. Even if it is really as Keiko said. Loki will not let people from the Navy headquarters intervene by means of operation. On the one hand, this is undoubtedly equivalent to telling the people above that they have no ability to deal with emergencies in CP9. This kind of shameless thing, with Lu key character, is naturally unwilling to do it. On the other hand, it is strong self-confidence. The strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years is not because of Lu Chi, but the name he used to fight for with his powerful strength. And his acting style has always been deal with the so-called unstable factors, wipe out one swath. In the fastest and easiest way, eliminate the obstructors. Regardless of the identity of the opponent is a pirate, navy, or something else. Only in this way can the plan be foolproof. What's more, the CP9 organization is an espionage department directly under the government of the world. Itself was given the highest authority. Can execute anyone out of justice needs. No need to report. Unstable factor. Khalifa also showed a surprised look. She has always understood Keiko. Looking at the entire CP9 organization, he is a leader. Really started, Rao is a major admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he is not his opponent. Especially his swordsmanship. Can kill the enemy silently. In my impression, the Navy next to Robin looks very young, and his uniform is only warrant officer rank. Is it difficult? With Keiko's strength, it is impossible to eliminate the so-called unstable factors. Must Lu Chi come forward? This kind of thing is very rare. www.readaloud.com. Have you fought against that navy? For a moment, Khalifa couldn't help asking. If it's not a real deal. She felt that Keiko wouldn't panic like this. Yet. Keiko nodded, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. Khalifa, you may not believe it. Keiko's tone seemed heavy. Just remembering the scene just now, he feels chills. The speed of that navy is really outrageous. As Keiko spoke, Lu Chi and Khalifa also focused their attention. I lost. Keiko took a deep breath. Although it was just a test, I was fully prepared for it at the time. Result. I was suppressed in an instant. You know, what I am most proud of, except for speed, is swordsmanship. But facing the navy, whether it is speed or swordsmanship, I am far from it. Keiko's voice began to tremble. The scariest thing is, I didn't even see him pulling the sword. Yes, you heard me right. I am good at swordsmanship, and I can't even see the opponent's sword drawing action. Keiko was agitated, and said something that happened before. Even through the long-term confidence in swordsmanship. It was just a preliminary confrontation, but solo. Completely crushed. Chapter 55, we may not be able to provoke this navy's backing. As Keiko finished talking about the ins and outs, the atmosphere on the scene gradually became weird. There is no sound. Especially Lu Chi. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Keiko, almost the second power of the entire CP9. The strength is second only to myself. Result. When facing the navy. Can't even see the opponent's movements. What are you kidding? When did such a monster appear in the navy? Is unbelievable, unbelievable. Even a lieutenant admiral of the navy headquarters, swordsmanship may not be much better than Keiko. Furthermore, I was suppressed without even seeing the opponent's movements. This kind of thing is difficult even for me. Lu Chi couldn't help thinking to himself. What he couldn't even do, but a navy did it easily. The scariest thing is, they CP9, but the most powerful spy organization in the world, knows very little about a navy. Even his powerful strength was tested by Keiko himself. Only found out. For a time, Lu Chi, who was once confident, couldn't help but feel heavy. Could it be? Carefully laid out plans for several years. Is it really going to be disturbed by the appearance of a navy? Khalifa's eyes widened, and Hwarang was shocked. In her heart, it is enough to describe the word shock. How strong is Keku? She is naturally very clear. As a result, through his description, the Navy's strength, I am afraid that it cannot be able to kill Keku in seconds. How outrageous is this? I heard it wrong. At this moment, Khalifa even began to wonder if there was something wrong with her hearing. Otherwise, with Keku's strength, how could it be suppressed instantly? Gurgle. Khalifa rolled her throat and swallowed nervously. If what Keku said is true, then this incident is really serious. In fact, with the strength of Keku, let alone the CP9 organization, is to look at the entire sea. He is quite a strong man. And, how old is Keku only this year? 23. Although it is incomparable with monsters like Liu Qi, at the age of 23, he is called CP9's second combat power in terms of strength. Is already quite a scary thing. And people like him, in the cognition of Khalifa, is undoubtedly a genius. Result is a genius like Keku, who was suppressed in an instant. Even she felt that this kind of monster appeared in the City of Seven Waters and appeared beside Robin. Is by no means a coincidence. Maybe it's on the Navy headquarters. Also launched a secret operation. And CP9 is not related to the Navy headquarters. We have planned for many years, maybe it will really change because of this. Keku, are you really kidding me? Khalifa took a deep breath and couldn't help asking. Now she really wants to hear something from Keku. I was joking, teasing you. But stop talking about Keku. Is any member of CP9? It is impossible for to make such a joke at this juncture. However, this can't be blamed on Khalifa's sudden inexplicable thoughts. This is really the case, it's too ridiculous. So that she couldn't accept it for a while is even more unimaginable. How terrifying is the strength of someone who can instantly suppress Keku? How could I make such a joke? Keku shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. Then, could it be that you were suppressed because you were not prepared? Khalifa saw this and continued to guess. Because according to Keku's statement, Solo was standing behind him at the time. And the distance between the two parties is very close. Plus lack of cognition of the other party. Just created such a situation. Made Keku mistakenly believe that the opponent's strength is terrifying. But in reality, the opponent is not that strong. If you start fighting from the beginning, maybe you will win. Indeed. Liu Qi on the side agreed, and he also agreed with Khalifa's concept. After all, neither side has used their whole cards. Keku didn't bring weapons either. Did not use the orc form. And for this mission, they lurked in the City of Seven Waters for several years. It's been a long time since I started with anyone. Suddenly encounter the strong, it is inevitable that there will be errors in judgment. Defeated. Sekal. Although the results are the same, the concepts are very different. Keku was defeated. Liu Qi thinks it is not impossible. After all, there are many strong men on the sea. But Keku was killed in a second, he couldn't accept it. Someone who can do this. How strong is it? Lieutenant General? Kaiwahei? Or a quasi-general? Even general strength? How does it compare to your own strength? Can't guess. Uneasy. At this moment, Liu Qi's heart was indescribably uneasy. The outcome of a battle often has many key factors. Status, judgment, choice. It's a careless moment. Overconfidence in one's own strength. As well as underestimating the enemy, or not being prepared and conscious. It does not mean that the opponent's strength is stronger than you. Liu Qi analyzed. But this reason is more like comforting himself. You can't understand. Keiku's face turned pale. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Despite his talent and strength, he is not as good as Liu Qi. But how could he not know this common sense? As long as there are factors in it, he will not panic like this. Especially that feeling. That kind of oppression. Dao power, too much difference. Even if I have enough time to prepare, I am not that guy's opponent. Even I doubt. Keiku's voice stopped abruptly, and his eyes fell on Liu Qi. Do you doubt what? Liu Qi frowned and asked. And the next words, Keiku couldn't say it anyway. He even doubted Liu Qi's strength, and he might not be stronger than that navy. Maybe, all CP9 members need to act together. Has enough chance of winning. But such words undoubtedly question the strength of Liu Qi. Even Keiku himself was shocked. Lucky is the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years. This is something everyone in the organization believes in. As a result, because of the appearance of a navy, he actually questioned Liu Qi's strength? This must be a fantasy. I suspect that this navy may be a secret weapon cultivated by the headquarters, a super terrifying newcomer. Keiku took a deep breath and had to change his opinion. The reason why he appeared this time is because the Navy headquarters finally made up its mind to completely erase everything about O'Hara. Liu Qi's face changed drastically. Because he thinks that such a possibility is not completely impossible. Chapter 56, Liu Qi personally. Solo walked quickly through the streets of the city of Seven Waters. There are people coming and going around and it's full of excitement. According to the original plan, he wanted to solve the problem of the ship at dock number 1 and then called Robin to come and go directly to sea. Stay away from this place of right and wrong. But he came across Keiku who wanted to solve himself. Although relying on the crushing momentum, he temporarily forced Keiku back, but according to Solo's cognition, he doesn't think the CP9 organization will swallow. In order to avoid any trouble, Solo contacted Robin with a phone worm and agreed on a meeting place with her. But I don't know when. The city of Seven Waters is bright and sunny, and the streets are full of people coming and going, and it is very lively. But he felt a cold air, approaching him. Seems to have a pair of eyes, staring at himself in secret. Like a wolf ambushing its prey, it will rush to take a bite at any time. It's CP9 again. Solo's eyes slowly condensed slightly. I am now wearing a navy uniform. The city of Seven Waters is similar to the judicial island. Normal pirates, there is no reason to ambush a navy soldier in this situation. For a while, Solo naturally thought of CP9. Although he has contact with Carrera, they are legal industries after all. Even if I just had a friction with Keiku, one of their top 5 foremen, they did not dare to provoke the navy. As long as you think about it carefully, Solo will not think that he is from Carrera and follow him. Because they don't have the guts. Especially Bingberg, the owner of Carrera. He himself has a fear of world governments. Want to stay away from the Navy and CP organization. As for the Earth Snake in the capital of Seven Waters, such as the Frankie family, although they will rob the pirates of their property, they are looking at the Navy. Is undoubtedly dying. Solo didn't think they would be such an idiot. Exclude all possibilities. There is only the CP9 organization. And the possibility is also very high. Not to mention that he suppressed the problem of Keiku. Robin alone is enough to make them immortal with themselves. I wanted to pass the time difference and sneak out of their noses without knowing it. It seems that I still underestimate CP9. It is truly an espionage department directly under the government of the world. Solo thought to himself. But although he always finds troublesome and has a mentality of wanting salted fish, he is not afraid of trouble in essence. If from the beginning, I did not invite Robin to join the Navy. Encountered this kind of thing, he also divides the line with Robin. You go yours. I will go mine. Do you want Robin on CP9? Give you. But now. Not only did he promise Robin, he would ensure her personal safety. I also need Robin's mind and knowledge. If you give in here, give Robin to CP9. On the one hand, don't you become a person who doesn't believe in words? On the other hand, if you encounter any problems in the future, there will be one less person around you who will give advice. It's almost the place agreed with Robin. Solo glanced around. Obviously, the other party has no plans to shoot on the street. This time, the plan is very important to CP9, even at the expense of Carrera undercover for several years. Because of my relationship, it is not their style to expose your identity on the street. If I didn't guess wrong, these guys are waiting for me to walk to a quiet place. Solo thought to himself, but his pace continued to accelerate. Went straight to the alley agreed with Robin. Here is a relatively wide and deserted dead end. The distance between the walls on both sides of is as much as 8 meters. In addition, the buildings on both sides are very tall, making it difficult for sunlight to come in. The whole alley looks cold, not to mention, the road under your feet also looks a bit muddy. Dirty water stains are everywhere. There is a bit of humidity in the air. Is out of tune with the bustling outside. Even as there is not enough sunlight, the sewer here will emit a stinky smell from time to time. However, even this environment did not affect Robin. She just had a calm face, standing on the edge, waiting for Solo's arrival. Didn't even pinch his nose. Solo was not in a hurry to talk to Robin, but went straight to the depths of the alley, slowly slowing down until he stopped. Then, Solo turned around and turned his back to Robin. This scene surprised Robin a bit. According to her assumption, Solo should come here to meet with herself, and then go to the place where the boat stopped, leaving the city of Seven Waters. But now, Solo seems to want to accomplish something here. An ominous premonition sprang up in Robin's heart. Actually, as soon as Robin entered the city of Seven Waters, she met members of the CP9 organization, and was warned by them. The plan is about to begin. This incident was like a thorn, deeply buried in Robin's heart. I planned to tell Solo after meeting him. But now it seems, those guys, it is very likely that they have also been eyeing Solo. It's all here, don't you plan to show up? A smile appeared on Solo's face, looking at the only exit of the alley, and slowly speaking. Without waiting for the words to fall, the echo reverberated in this alley. After a few breaths, the sound disappeared. The facts are as Solo expected. www.readaloud.com. The sound of the heel stepping on the ground sounded, and it was very loud in such a quiet environment. Robin immediately held his breath and looked in the direction of the sound. Both hands were directly clenched into fists. In her sight, a tall and thin man in a black suit walked into the alley step by step. Behind him, there were 2 men and 1 woman. Are almost dressed up. Looks very formal in formal wear. And all wearing a mask. Completely sealed the only exit of this small alley. At the same time, I don't know if it's a coincidence. When these people walked in, all the noise on the street disappeared. Is like the whole street, it has been emptied. But, although these people choose to use masks to hide their true identity, but for Solo, who is a traverser, this kind of disguise is useless at all. Only based on the height, appearance, and combination of these people, Solo can guess their true identity. Sure enough, Solo's eyes narrowed slightly, his hands in his pockets, and he didn't rush to speak, but quietly feeling the aura of these people. It's the CP9 organization, following me. Only, I never dreamed that the strongest combat power of CP9 in 800 years would appear in person. Solo took a deep breath and couldn't help feeling in his heart. I thought it was just a little girl. Did not expect. The person who came, turned out to be the big boss directly. Chapter 57, Liu Qi's direct warning. In a dark alley, Solo watched the comer who appeared suddenly. This man is tall and slender, and his black suit highlights his almost perfect figure. On his shoulders stood a very eye-catching white dove. Despite the mask covering his facial features, Solo easily recognized the identity of the opponent. The CP9 organization has the strongest combat power in 800 years. Rob Lucy. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became quiet. Solo could even hear his breathing and heartbeat. The development of the matter completely exceeded his expectations. Yes. Solo didn't even dream of it. The person who followed him, turned out to be Liu Qi. I thought that the visitor was at most a secret agent of the CP9 organization. They warned me and kept me away from Robin. Did not expect. The city of Seven Waters, don't. It should be said that it is the big boss of the Judicial Island chapter, but it has appeared directly. As a traverser, Solo knows very well. Although the chief of CP9 is Spondam, the true core of leadership is Liu Qi in front of him. Is the only one who can convince the members of CP9 to obey orders unconditionally. Things got tricky. But even though he said that, Solo didn't feel more nervous. He just stood still. Looked at Liu Qi and others coldly. Although I don't know who you are, but you openly attack a navy, you are too brave, right? After a breath, Solo spoke slowly. I hope I can use my navy identity to persuade the other party to calm down. However, say these words. Awkward. So embarrassing, this conversation. Solo was calm on the surface, but couldn't help but complain about himself in his heart. As for fear and anxiety, absolutely not. Even if the person in front of you is known as the strongest CP9 in 800 years. Solo is not worried either. I want to ask you, where are you wholly? Liu Qi did not rush to shoot, but asked back. Also, his nerves are in a tight state at this time. Did not dare to relax in the slightest, careless. Before coming, he had a general idea of Solo's strength from Keiku's mouth. Just in case. Not only did he go out in person this time, even dispatched all the CP9 agents in the city of Seven Waters. Ambushed in every corner. In his eyes, Solo is a man with a very high risk factor. Otherwise, how could Keiku be suppressed in one round? You know, Keiku is the number 2 fighting force within the organization anyway. Suppress for one round. Simply subverted Liu Qi cognition. Based on this and that kind of relationship, when Liu Qi stood in front of Solo, he would be so careful. After this guy made contact with Keiku, I even used all the intelligence networks that I could use. Liu Qi half squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Before launching this operation, he used almost every means. Result. Still did not find any useful information. The navy in front of me has not uncovered any major incidents. Has not eliminated the famous pirate group. Even this person doesn't have any sense of existence. Obviously he has great strength, but in the intelligence network, no useful information about him can be found. Either it is Solo who has been disguising himself. Either is that Solo is extremely important to the Navy headquarters and is a kind of secret weapon. So everything about him has been erased by higher level people. A higher level of existence than the CP9 organization. No matter which one is, it is enough to show that Solo is not simple. Solo couldn't help but startled. Who am I? He thought that with the intelligence network organized by CP9, he had been investigated by Liu Qi a long time ago. Result. This guy hasn't even figured out who he is? But I want to come too. Since crossing this world, he has been by Smog's side. But since the other party does not know his identity, that would be easier. A smile appeared on Solo's face, a navy on mission. Since the other party doesn't know who he is. That kind of self-reporting, a fool would do it. And Liu Qi also seemed to have expected Solo's answer. He stared at Solo, his voice didn't waver at all. Mr. Navy, as the Supreme Commander of CP9, I would like to warn you. Please leave the City of Seven Waters immediately. Give us the woman next to you. If possible, Liu Qi didn't want to clash with Solo. In order for this plan to be successfully concluded, they have devoted several years of hard work. Any unstable factors? He didn't want to see it. Especially when I think of the navy in front of him can suppress Keiku in an instant. Rao is a Liu Qi who has always been invincible, and he is also a little jealous. Even if he can win Solo in the end, is bound to break out a big battle. And once in the capital of Seven Waters, no one can predict the spread of the battle. Once there is a difference, maybe Bing Shangai will be alert. This is definitely not the CP9 organization. I hope to see the situation. So, after some totaling, Lucky decided to let Solo leave the City of Seven Waters in a peaceful way. However, if Liu Qi just let himself leave the City of Seven Waters, Solo is naturally happy www.readaloud.com because he also doesn't want to conflict with Liu Qi. Anyway, it is very simple to win the next battle, but it is undoubtedly a very stupid behavior to fall into the pressure of waiting for the next battle. However, Robin on the side couldn't help but look nervous. A long time ago, she had contact with the CP9 organization. And know how terrible these people are. Once they touched their bottom line, even the navy, they dare to execute, is also eligible for execution. Conflict with them is definitely not a sensible act. Even in her opinion, even Solo would eventually agree with the other party and abandon himself here. For himself. Thinking of this, Robin's eyes inevitably dimmed. Maybe, I should have known this a long time ago. From the beginning, I was an ominous person. You should not have any illusions about your partner. Waiting for oneself, there is always only use and betrayal. Solo is just another crocodile. However, just when Robin was so sure in his heart, Solo spoke slowly. May I not accept your warning? I am the Navy, and you are the CP organization. Although they are directly under the authority of the world government. But the two departments are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. It was a warning, but it was actually an order, right? Across an organization, come and give me orders. This gentleman, don't you think you are being funny? Chapter 58, all CP members are dispatched to encircle Solo. With Solo's current strength, naturally he will not be deterred by the mere CP9 organization. In any case, he just finds it troublesome, not afraid of trouble. Rao is a direct order from Liu Qi. Solo was not moved either. In the words, there is no respect for Liu Qi. Robin stood still on the spot. She turned her head slightly, looked at Solo's profile, and couldn't help blinking her eyes, seriously wondering if she had any hallucinations. Solo actually did it for himself. Does not hesitate to organize with CP. There is still a conflict in the CP9 organization. And Liu Qi complexion also turned blue at this time. He never dreamed that the navy in front of him would be stunned. Even the name of CP9 can't shock him. You know, His Majesty, let alone in the CP9 organization. So far, no one has dared to disobey his will. This is the final warning. If you can leave, both of us can be in peace. But if you insist on doing this, then we CP9 are not afraid to use force here. Liu Qi spoke again, his tone full of killing intent. I want to say whether you are 100% sure to kill Solo. Liu Qi does not actually have it. But this time, he came prepared. Except for Keiku, Carly Fa, and Bruno who followed behind him. There are actually other members ambushing here. In an instant, more members of the CP9 organization appeared in this dim alley. Gabra. Lion cuddle. Sound without owls. Have preceded it. In addition, there are dozens of CP9 members who have not mastered the 6 forms. Surrounded the whole alley. Robin on the side was even more choked in his heart. She has always understood the methods of CP9. CP9 actually dispatched so many people at once to deal with Solo. Robin's eyes were wide and round, and his mouth opened slightly, forming a big O shape. Made her wonder. Is it difficult? These people should know that Solo defeated Clockle. Can be through the reaction of the other party, they don't seem to understand this matter. Or what happened during the time Solo was separated from him? Probably. You must know that the agents trained by the CP9 organization are all elites among the elite. The result is now to deal with a navy. Everyone was dispatched. This lineup is quite rare. This. Solo looked around, feeling surprised. Because he remembers it clearly. 7 Waters City Chapter, only Lucci, Keiko, Khalifa, Bruno 4 people, undercover into the Carrera Company. More CP9 organization members. Only appeared one by one after the identities of Luci and others were revealed. In other words, the appearance of these people means that they were gathered by Luci. And in Luci cognition, Robin is not his opponent. These people is for myself. I didn't expect that the CP9 organization, except for Spondum, would come together. By the way, I just suppressed Keiko. As for the entire CP9 organization, is there such a huge sense of oppression? Solo couldn't help but complain. He never dreamed that things would become more and more difficult. If it's just Luci, then forget it. The big deal is to kill them. But now, the CP9 organization is dispatched. Do you want to erase the entire CP9 department from this world? If I really did that, I'm afraid it will cause the world government to panic. Solo thought to himself. Anyway, defeat Luci, and defeat the entire CP9 organization, is completely different in nature. Luci's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Thoro, who was in deep thought. This guy, it seems that he really doesn't get in. In his opinion, Solo is now ready to fight. Would rather go to war with the entire CP9 organization. Was not willing to hand over Robin. Either, the task he received is really important. Either, he has full confidence in his own strength. And through Keiko's dictation, and his unruffled performance, Luci felt that the second possibility was even greater. Disperse. Soon. Loki gave the order. Keiko and others behind him dispersed at this moment. Slowly approached Solo. In an instant, Solo is in the encirclement of the CP9 organization. Gabra and others did not know why Luci was afraid of a navy, but they did what Luci explained. Strong murderousness burst from them. The ordinary members of CP9 stand in a more peripheral position. Did not seem to be ready to directly intervene in the battle. Lucky's low-pitched voice, the whole aura is just like 2 people. At this time, he has once again recovered to be that incredible. The strongest combat power to kill without blinking. We CP9, as a secret unit directly under the world government, has the highest power. That is, in the name of justice, kill all those who hinder us. Since you don't want to leave, then I can only let you stay in the City of 7 Waters forever. Luci remarks undoubtedly sentenced Solo to death. Let me stay in the City of 7 Waters forever. Solo couldn't help but shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Although he knows that Luci is very strong. But he is stronger than Lucy. You are really confident enough. With his current strength, let alone the mere CP9 organization. Is the apex of the CP organization, CP0 is close, it is useless. I want to leave today, no one can keep it. You, Let's leave. But at this moment, Robin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Now she has fully felt Solo's heart. It is no exaggeration to say that so far, for my own sake, I have not hesitated to conflict with the CP9 organization. Solo is the only one. Combine those guys who betray themselves at every turn. At this moment, Robin was deeply moved. But she didn't think in her heart that Solo would be the opponent of the entire CP9 organization. Once the conflict broke out between the two sides, he will definitely die. I will go with you. Robin took a deep breath and turned to Liu Qi. Hope he won't embarrass Solo again. However, as soon as Robin's voice fell, Gabra took the lead in the action. Shave. I saw him disappear in the same place. Appeared behind Solo in the next second, instantly condensing the whole body's power to the index finger, aimed at Solo's chest, and shot directly. Point to the gun. The powerful force stabs out at super high speed, and the power of the attack is far better than large caliber bullets. Die, Navy! Gabra let out a low growl, as if he had witnessed Solo's death. But in an instant, a majestic force hit his cheek and lifted him away. Chapter 59, One Punch to Blast Gabra. Although Gabra used the fastest speed to launch a surprise attack on Solo, but in the latter's perspective, his movements are still slow like a slide. Before Gabra had time to shoot a finger gun, Solo punched his backhand and hit his right cheek. The majestic power emerged in an instant. A terrifying air current spreads in all directions. Gabra's facial features are all piled up together, the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth are filled with bright red blood stains, and several teeth in his mouth are broken. However, Gabra's brain was more shocked than the physical injury. This Navy! What is the problem? His speed, power, is more terrifying than lucky. How did the Navy headquarters cultivate this kind of monster? Can't understand. Unbelievable. With a loud noise, Gabra's body flew upside down on the spot, hitting a building aside, and his upper body was embedded like a nail. One time. The whole alley is silent. The atmosphere became weird. All CP9 organization members including Liu Qi. No one thought that Gabra, who had a power of more than 2,100, would be punched and flew by Solo. What just happened? Khalifa blinked hard, she didn't even see Solo's shot. When the reaction came, Gabra had already been embedded in the wall. The thing I dislike the most is trouble. Suddenly, Solo took a step forward and broke the silence in the alley first. But you guys have to cause me trouble. Then I can only be here to solve you. When he finished speaking, Solo's eyes narrowed slightly. A terrifying aura slowly released from his body. Swept in all directions. The strong sense of oppression is even more pressing on everyone present. Even if he was just standing in front of them, Solo was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. Until this moment, the people of these CP9 organizations completely reacted. The Navy they are facing now. What a terrifying existence is. Boom. This powerful momentum began to lift the air around Solo, forming a strong air current, spreading towards the surroundings. The speed was so fast that all the CP9 members present had no time to react. I saw this airflow hitting the masks of Liu Qi and the others, flying it out on the spot. Exposed their very surprised faces. The strongest among them are Keiku and Khalifa. Especially Keiku. He had contact with Solo in Dock 1. At that time, he was sure that Solo was better than himself. But now, Solo's aura is nothing like that at that time. Yes. Is like two people at that time. Because of Solo now, his aura is stronger than then. My hands are shaking. Soon, Keiku glanced down at his hands, and suddenly found that his fingers were shaking. And this is definitely not exciting. Carly Law couldn't help rolling her throat and swallowed nervously. Why does this Navy have such a terrible aura? This powerful majesty made her feel short of breath even at the very least. My heart beat faster. Don't talk about rebelling against Solo's majesty. Now she is quite struggling just to stay standing. Before this, about what Keiku said. She has always been skeptical. No matter how you say it, Keiku is the second force of the CP9 organization. How could it be lost to the Navy? But now, she completely believed it. Because of the power gap between the two sides, it is too big. Sure enough, Lu's decision was correct. If there is a head-on conflict with this Navy, all members are dispatched to have the only chance of winning. Bruno could not help but take a breath. He, who has always been calm and steady, is now standing in front of Solo, also very nervous. So strong. This is the thought of everyone present. Be careful, everyone. Finally, Lu spoke slowly, his hands clenched into fists. Although I am very reluctant to admit this, the strength of this navy may be stronger than we expected. Never underestimate the enemy. Lu did not expect to die. One day, I would say this to the people around me. You know, I am the strongest combat power in CP9 for 800 years. Clear. Knowledge. Others answered one after another, and they were ready for a full-scale battle. However, just at the moment when the sword is at a stretch, Gabra, who was inlaid into the wall with a punch by Solo, suddenly violent the blue veins on his arms, pressed his hands against the wall, and pulled out his upper body. Plop! I saw Gabra spinning around in the air and landing safely. Although he looked very embarrassed, one eye was so swollen that he couldn't open it, and most of the teeth in his mouth fell out. But he still faced Solo resolutely. Next second, Gabra's body began to swell. Broke his clothes. The muscles on his body began to bulge, and his facial features changed accordingly, and there was a lot of black hair growing out. Is like a werewolf. www.readaloud.com. Actually, Gabra is a wolf-shaped person who has eaten the fruit of a canine. I am not so easily defeated. Gabra trembled and snarled loudly at Solo. Then, he kicked his feet hard and used the 6 shaves again. Rushed to Solo in an instant. Iron. Gabra let out another low growl, using the 6-type iron block to harden his whole body. Thereby, one's own defensive power has been greatly improved. In his opinion, Rao is the current Solo, and it is impossible to cause harm to himself. In addition, most people use 6 types of iron blocks, and they must keep their whole body still. Gabra relies on his talent and hard work. He just cultivated the iron block to the point where he could act. And with this, got amazing destructive power. Heavy Step Wolf. The seemingly ordinary fist slams at Solo, but in fact, it condenses the iron power of the whole body into the fist. Is enough to make the steel plate of a warship into a C shape. But who knows, in the face of Gabra's surprise attack, Solo didn't even look at him. A backhand is a punch. Just collided with Gabra's fist. In an instant, a shockwave erupted from between the two. Instead, Gabra had to grit his teeth, trying to resist the opponent's strength. As a result, this majestic force instantly shattered his bones and shocked his internal organs. In the next second, Gabra directly rolled his eyes and vomited a pool of blood, mixed with some minced meat, and flew out again. Boom! Chapter 60, Are you good at physical skills? With a loud noise, Gabra's eyes turned white, his body drew a perfect parabola in the air, and he fell heavily to the ground. Completely lost consciousness. Even if it uses the fruit power, plus the 6 iron blocks. Is still a face-to-face, but Solo kills him in seconds. Hiss! All the CP9 members present took a breath. Although Gabra's strength is not as good as that of Lucky and his moral strength is surpassed by Keiku, he is still the leader of the CP9 organization. Especially the training of iron blocks is even more unmatched. The scariest thing is, throughout the process, Solo did not show any strenuous performance. Is a complete understatement. It seems that the CP9 senior agent is not being dealt with. Is more like killing a trash fish in a second. What a terrible power. Keiko watched Gabra fall, and the fear of Solo reappeared in his heart. The previous experience of Doc number 1 reappeared in front of me. Don't talk about killing Gabra in seconds. Even let him give it a go. He was not confident enough to win Gabra in a short time. The gap is huge. But Keiko rolled his throat and grabbed the samurai sword at his waist with both hands. This time, I'm not alone to deal with this navy. It's all CP9 dispatched. More Lu Chi, the strongest combat power in 800 years. It will definitely work. Keiko clenched his teeth, kicked one foot, and came into the air with the 6-style moon step. Just in case. He felt that it would be safer to conduct long-range attacks. Soon. Keiko waves both hands and feet at the same time. With a samurai sword, plus a 6-style foot. Keiko abruptly swung 4 slashes and galloped out towards Solo. Not only that. At this moment, CP9 organizes all members. All have done something. Shave. Lu Chi let out a low growl, and his whole person disappeared out of thin air. Life is back. The lion snuggles even more with a burst of shouts, making his long pink hair, as if he has life and self-awareness, extending quickly. Became like a vine and swept towards Solo's feet. Wants to keep him firmly in place. Carly Fa, Bruno and Otomao also displayed their 6 styles, and swiftly shot towards Sorazi. Such an amazing scene. Even looked at Robin directly. She never dreamed of it. The entire CP9 will be shot by everyone. Attack Solo together. This is bad. Robin screamed, raising his hands at the same time, trying to save Solo. In her cognition, Rao is a strong like Solo, and he can't deal with the entire CP9 organization. However, just when she did something, several CP9 members flashed to her side, and everyone's fingers were pointed at her brain. Warned her that she had better not do anything. This is not the battle she should intervene. But in the face of such a big battle, Solo just stared slightly. Seeing that Keiko's 4 swords flow reached his chest first. Ugh! Solo sighed helplessly, but the movements on his hands were clean and neat. Draw a knife, resist, counterattack, all in one go. The majestic power instantly blocked these 4 sword auras. Next second, a terrifying air pressure began to burst from the tip of the knife, stirring the air. Along with Solo's light pick, the violent power instantly dissipated Keiko's slash. Immediately afterwards, there was a silver arc, rising up into the sky, and went straight to Keiko, who was standing in the air. And in this dim alley, the light of the knife released by Solo was even brighter and dazzling. Boom! There was a loud noise. This slash hit Keiko's chest. Iron. In desperation, Keiko, who is inevitable, can only choose to take this trick, condense his strength to his chest, and become as hard as steel. The 2 forces collided and slammed into each other. Keiko held his breath, trying to dissipate Solo's slash with the hardness of the iron. However, until this moment, Keiko realized how arrogant he was. The combat power between the 2 sides is not the same level at all. The slash released by Solo found a breakthrough in Keiko's body and inlaid it on the spot. I saw Keiko's pupils dilate instantly, his brain was blank, and his scalp felt numb. Own iron was easily cracked by Soro. I saw blood flying out of the huge gap, and Keiko's body was pushed out by the slash, hitting the building on the side. Rumbling, accompanied by loud noises. Keiko's body was directly shot out by Solo's attack. The entire staircase building was penetrated by this violent force on the spot. The ground of the alley, even under this shock, began to tremble and shake, like a sailboat in the sea. The other CP9 members saw this behind the scenes. Was even more stunned. Were dumbfounded. Careful. At the critical moment, Liu Qi loudly reminded everyone to be careful of Solo's swordsmanship. At the same time, Lucky also flashed behind Solo with the speed of the sixth shave. Intends to cooperate with the lion's snuggle to return the life, but Solo is lost. But who knows? Solo's movements were even more straightforward. After flying Keiku with a knife, he loosened his 5 fingers, allowing the samurai sword in his hand to spin half a circle in the air and land on the ground. Pierced him partially into the hair that the lion snuggled. The whole world is all ashes. The blade is like fire. In the next second, Solo directly liberated this plain katana and made it look like it is www.readaloud.com. In an instant, grey smoke was emitted from the blade, and the temperature of the blade became even higher. It is climbing. Hey! The part where the tip of the knife was inserted to snuggle up the hair, a fire burst out and swallowed the opponent's hair on the spot. Soon, the fire was like a broken bamboo, distorting the space here on the spot. The raging fire even spread to the top of Snuggle's head, making him extremely painful, and he quickly rolled into the ditch to the side in an attempt to put out the fire. Carly Fa and Bruno not to mention. Their moral power is not very strong. It was just Solo's explosive aura, which forced them back several meters. Can't get close to Solo at all. You are the core figure of CP9, right? For the other CP9 members, Solo didn't even bother to glance at it, turned around to meet Liu Qi gaze, and asked in a low voice. It looks like you are good at using physical skills. Solo said lightly, but he retracted his hand like a fire. Liu Qi 2 eyes stared instantly, and his nerves were also straightened at this moment. He clearly saw how Solo used 2 knives to get rid of Keiku and Snuggle. The scariest thing is, Solo's swordsmanship has no extra moves. Simple and crude. Are 2 movements before and after. Swing the knife. Fell. Is such a simple action, but it has brought a great shock to Liu Qi. So that he didn't dare to shoot at such close range. He took a deep breath, forcibly changed his footsteps, and backed away again and again.